The Hole in the Wall by Arthur Morrison. Chapter 1. Stephen's Tale. My grandfather was a publican and a sinner, as you will see. His public house was the Hole in the Wall, on the river's edge at Wapping, and his sins, all of them that I know of, are recorded in these pages. He was a widower of some small substance, and the Hole in the Wall was not the sum of his resources, for he owned a little wharf on the River Lee. I called him Grandfather Nat, not to distinguish him among a multitude of grandfathers, for indeed I never knew another of my own, but because of affectionate habit, a habit perhaps born of the fact that Nathaniel Kemp was also my father's name. My own is Stephen. To remember Grandfather Nat is to bethink me of pear drops. It is possible that that particular sort of sweet stuff is now obsolete, and I cannot remember how many years have passed since last I smelt it. For the pear drop was a thing that could be smelt farther than seen, and oftener, so that its smell, a rather fulsome vulgar smell, I now believe, is almost as distinct to my imagination while I write as it was to my nose 30 years ago. For pear drops were an unfailing part of the large bagful of sticky old-fashioned lollipops that my grandfather brought on his visits, stuffed into his overcoat pocket and hard to get out without a burst and a spill. His custom was invariable, so that I think I must have come to regard the sweets as some natural production of his coat pocket, insomuch that at my mother's funeral my muddled brain scarce realized the full desolation of the circumstances till I discovered that, for the first time in my experience, my grandfather's pocket was void of pear drops. But with this new bereavement the world seemed empty indeed, and I cried afresh. Associated in my memory with my grandfather's bag of sweets almost more than with himself was the gap in the right hand where the middle finger had been, for it was commonly the maimed hand that hauled out the paper bag, and the gap was plain and singular against the white paper. He had lost the finger at sea, they told me, and as my notion of losing a thing was derived from my Noah's Ark, or dropping a marble through a grating, I was long puzzled to guess how anything like that could have happened to a finger. Withal, the circumstance fascinated me, and added vastly to the importance and the wonder of my grandfather in my childish eyes. He was perhaps a little over the middle height, but so broad and so deep of chest, and especially so long of arm, as to seem squat. He had some grey hair, but it was all below the line of his hat brim. Above that it was as the hair of a young man, so that I was led to reason that colour must be washed out of hair by exposure to the weather, as perhaps in his case it was. I think that his face was almost handsome, in a rough, hard-bitten way, and he was as hairy a man as ever I saw. His short beard was like curled wire, but I can remember that long after I had grown to resent being kissed by women, being no longer a baby, I gladly climbed his knee to kiss my grandfather, though his shaven upper lip was like a rasp. In these early days I lived with my mother in a little house of a short row that stood on a quay, in a place that was not exactly a dock, nor a wharf, nor a public thoroughfare, but where people from the dock trying to find a wharf, people from a wharf looking for the dock, and people from the public thoroughfare in anxious search of dock and wharves, used to meet and ask each other questions. It was a detached piece of black wall which had got adrift among locks and jetties, and was liable to be cut off from the rest of the world at any moment by the arrival of a ship and the consequent swinging of a bridge, worked by 2 men at a winch. So that it was a commonplace of my early childhood, though the sight never lost its interest, to observe from a window a ship passing as it were up the street, warped into dock by the capstans on the quay. and the captain's songs of the dockman, Shenandoah, Mexico is covered with snow, hurrah for the Black Ball line, and the like, were as much my nursery rhymes as Little Boy Blue and Sing a Song of Sixpence. These things are done differently nowadays. The cottages on the quay are gone, and the neighbourhood is a smokier place, where the work is done by engines with no songs. My father was so much at sea that I remember little of him at all. He was a ship's officer, and at the time I am to tell of, he was mate of the big Juno, owned by Viney and Marr, one of the small ship-owning firms that were common enough 30 years ago, though rarer now. The sort of firm that was made by a pushing skipper and an ambitious shipping clerk, beginning with a cheap vessel bought with money raised mainly by pawning the ship. Such concerns often did well, and sometimes grew into great lines. Perhaps most of them yielded the partners no more than a comfortable subsistence, and a good few came to grief, or were kept going by questionable practices, which have since become illegal. Sometimes, in truth, by what the law called crime, even then. Viney had been a ship's officer, had indeed served under Grandfather Nat, who was an old skipper. Marr was the businessman who had been a clerk, and the firm owned 2 brigs, the Juno and another, though how much of their value was clear property and how much stood for borrowed money was a matter of doubt and disagreement in the conversation of mates and skippers along Thames shore. What nobody disagreed about, however, was that the business was run on skinflint principles, and that the vessels were so badly found, so ill kept, and so grievously undermanned, that the firm ought to be making money. These things, by the way, though they are important to remember. As I was saying, I remember little of my father because of his long voyages and short spells at home. But my mother is so clear and so kind in my recollection that sometimes I dream of her still, though she died before I was 8. It was while my father was on a long voyage with the Juno that there came a time when she took me often upon her knee, asking if I should like a little brother or sister to play with, a thing which I demanded to have brought instantly. There was a fat woman called Mrs. Dan who appeared in the household and became my enemy. She slept with my mother, and my cot was thrust into another room, where I lay at night and brooded, sometimes wept with jealousy thus to be supplanted, though I drew what consolation I might from the prospect of the promised playmate. Then I could not go near my mother at all, for she was ill, and there was a doctor. And then I was told that mother and baby brother were gone to heaven together, a thing I would not hear of, but fought savagely with Mrs. Dan on the landing, shouting to my mother that she was not to die, for I was coming. And when wearied with kicking and screaming, for I fought with neighbours as well as with the nurse and the undertaker, conceiving them to be all in league to deprive me of my mother, when at last the woman from next door took me into the bedroom, and I saw the drawn face that could not smile, and my tiny brother that could not play, lying across the dead breast, I so behaved that the good soul with me blubbered aloud, and I had an added grief in the reflection that I had kicked her shins not half an hour before. I have never seen that good woman since, and I am ashamed to write that I cannot even remember her name. I have no more to say of my mother, and of her funeral only so much as records the least part of my grief. Some of her relations came, whom I cannot distinctly remember seeing at any other time, a group of elderly and hard-featured women, who talked of me as the child, very much as they might have talked of some troublesome article of baggage, and who turned up their noses at my grandfather, who for his part was uneasily respectful, calling each of them mum very often. I was not attracted by my mother's relations, and I kept as near my grandfather as possible, feeling a vague fear that some of them might have a design on taking me away, though indeed none was in the least ambitious of that responsibility. They were not all women, for there was one quiet little man in their midst, who, when not eating cake or drinking wine, was sucking the bone handle of a woman's umbrella, which he carried with him everywhere, indoors and out. He was in the custody of the largest and grimmest of ladies, whom the others called Aunt Martha. He was so completely in her custody that after some consideration I judged he must be her son, though indeed he seemed very old for that. I now believe him to have been her husband, but I cannot remember to have heard his name, and I cannot invent him a better one than Uncle Martha. Uncle Martha would have behaved quite well, I'm convinced, if he had been left alone, and would have acquitted himself with perfect propriety in all the transactions of the day. But it seemed to be Aunt Martha's immovable belief that he was wholly incapable of any action, even the simplest and most obvious, unless impelled by shoves and jerks. Consequently he was shoved into the morning carriage, we had two, and jerked into the corner opposite to the one he selected, shoved out, almost on all fours, at the cemetery, and perceiving him entering the little chapel of his own motion, Aunt Martha overtook him and jerked him in there. This example presently impressed the other ladies with the expediency of shoving Uncle Martha at any convenient opportunity, so that he arrived home with us at last in a severely jostled condition, faithful to the bone-handled umbrella through everything. Grandfather Nat had been liberal in provision for the funeral party, and the cake and port wine, the gin and water, the tea and the watercress occupied the visitors for some time. A period illuminated by many moral reflections from a rather fat relation who was, no doubt, like most of the others, an aunt. "Oh, well," said the fat aunt, shaking her head with a deep sigh that suggested repletion. "Oh, well, it's what we must all come to." There had been a deal of other conversation, but I remember this remark because the fat aunt had already made it twice. "Oh, indeed," assented another aunt, a thin one. "So we must, sooner or later." "Yes, yes, as I often say, we're all mortal." "Yes, indeed." "We've all got to be born, and we've all got to die." "That's true." "Rich and poor, just the same." "Oh." "In the midst of life, we're in the middle of it." "Oh, yes." Grandfather Nat, deeply impressed, made haste to refill the fat aunt's glass, and to push the cake dish nearer. Aunt Martha jerked Uncle Martha's elbow toward his glass, which he was neglecting, with a sudden nod and a frown of pointed significance, even command. "It's a great trial for all of the family, I'm sure," pursued the fat aunt, after applications to glass and cake dish. "But we must bear up. Not that we ain't had trials enough, neither." "No, indeed," replied Aunt Martha, with a snap at my grandfather, as though he were the trial chiefly on her mind, which Grandfather Nat took very humbly, and tried her with watercress. "Well, she's better off, poor thing," the fat aunt went on. Some began to say "oh" again, but Aunt Martha snapped it into "well, let's hope so," in the tone of one convinced that my mother couldn't be much worse off than she had been. From which, and from sundry other remarks among the aunts, I gather that my mother was held to have hurt the dignity of her family by alliance with Grandfather Nat's. I have never wholly understood why, but I put the family pride down to the traditional wedding of an undoubted auctioneer with Aunt Martha's cousin. So Aunt Martha said, "Let's hope so," and with another sudden frown and nod, shoved Uncle Martha toward the cake. "What a blessing the child was took too," was the fat aunt's next observation. "Ah, that it is," murmured the chorus. But I was puzzled and shocked to hear such a thing said of my little brother. "It's a good job there's only one left." The chorus agreed again. I began to feel that I had seriously disobliged my mother's relations by not dying too. "And him a boy. Boys can look after themselves." This was a thin aunt's opinion. "Ah, and that's a blessing," sighed the fat aunt. "A great blessing." "Of course," said Aunt Martha, "and it's not to be expected that his mother's relations can be burdened with him." "Why, no, indeed," said the fat aunt very decisively. "I'm sure it wouldn't be poor Ellen's wish to cause more trouble to her family than she has." And Aunt Martha, with a frown at the watercress, gave Uncle Martha another jolt. It seemed to me that he had really eaten all he wanted and would rather leave off, and I wondered if she always fed him like that, or if it were only when they were visiting. "And besides, it'd be standing in the child's way," Aunt Martha resumed, "with so many openings as there is in the docks here, quite handy." Perhaps it was because I was rather dull in the head that day, from one cause and another. At any rate, I could think of no other openings in the docks but those between the ships and the jetties, and at the lock sides, which people sometimes fell into in the dark, and I gathered a hazy notion that I was expected to make things comfortable by going out and drowning myself. "Yes, of course it would," said the fat aunt. "It stands to reason," said a thin one. "Anybody could see that," said the others. "And many a boy's gone out to work no older." "Ah, and been members of Parliament afterwards too." The prospect of an entry into Parliament presented so stupefying a contrast with that of an immersion in the dock, that for some time the ensuing conversation made little impression on me. On the part of my mother's relations it was mainly a repetition of what had gone before, very much in the same words, and as to my grandfather, he had little to say at all, but expressed himself so far as he might by furtive pats on my back, pats increasing in intensity as the talk of the ladies pointed especially and unpleasingly to myself, till at last the food and drink were all gone, whereupon the fat aunt sighed her last moral sentiment, Uncle Martha was duly shoved out on the quay, and I was left alone with Grandfather Nat. "Well, Stevie, old mate," said my grandfather, drawing me on his knee, "us two's left alone, old mate." I had not cried much that day, scarce at all, in fact, since first meeting my grandfather in the passage and discovering his empty pocket, for, as I have said, I was a little dull in the head and trying hard to think of many things. But now I cried indeed, with my face against my grandfather's shoulder, and there was something of solace in the outburst, and when at last I looked up and saw two bright drops hanging in the wiry tangle of my grandfather's beard, and another lodged in the furrow under one eye. "Enough done, Stevie," said my grandfather. "Don't cry no more. You'll come home along of me now, won't you? And tomorrow we'll go in the London dock where the sugar is." I looked round the room and considered, as well as my sodden little head would permit. I had never been in the London dock, which was a wonderful place, as I had gathered from my grandfather's descriptions, a paradise, where sugar lay about the very ground in lumps, and where you might eat it if you would, so long as you brought none away. But here was my home, with nobody else to take care of it, and I felt some muddled sense of a new responsibility. "I'm afraid I can't leave the place, Grandfather Nat," I said, with a dismal shake of the head. "Father might come home, and he wouldn't have known, and..." "And so," So you think you've got to stop and keep house?" my grandfather asked, bending his face down to mine. The prospect had been oppressing my muzzy faculties all day. If I escaped being taken away, plainly I must keep house and cook and buy things and scrub floors, at any rate till my father came home, though it seemed a great deal to undertake alone. So I answered with a nod and a forlorn sniff. "Good pluck, good pluck!" exclaimed my grandfather exultantly, clapping his hand twice on my head and rubbing it vigorously. "Stevie, old mate, me and you'll get on capital. I knowed you'd make a pluck'ard. But you won't have to keep house alone just yet. No, you and me'll keep house together, Stevie, at the Hole in the Wall. Your father won't be home a while yet, and I'll settle all about this here place. But Lord, what a pluck for a shaver!" And he brightened wonderfully. In truth, there had been little enough of courage in my poor little body, and Grandfather Nat's words brought me a deal of relief. Beyond the vague terrors of loneliness and responsibility, I had been troubled by the reflection that housekeeping cost money, and I had none. For though my mother's half-pay note had been sent in the regular way to Viney and Ma a week before, there had been neither reply nor return of the paper. The circumstance was unprecedented and unaccountable, though the explanation came before very long. For the present, however, the difficulty was put aside. I put my hand in my grandfather's, and the door being locked behind us and the key in his pocket, we went out together on the quay, over the bridge, and into the life that was to be new for us both. End of chapter 1. Chapter 2. In Blue Gate. While his mother's relations walked out of Stephen's tale and left his grandfather in it, the tales of all the world went on, each man hero in his own. Viney and Ma were owners of the brig Juno, away in tropic seas, with Stephen's father chief mate, and at this time the tale of Viney and Ma had just divided into two, inasmuch as the partners were separated and the firm was at a crisis, the crisis responsible for the withholding of Mrs. Kemp's half pay. No legal form had dissolved the firm, indeed, and scarce half a mile of streets lay between the two men. But in truth Ma had left his partner with uncommon secrecy and expedition, carrying with him all the loose cash he could get together. And a man need travel a very little way to hide in London. So it was that Mr. Viney, left alone to bear the firm's burdens, was loafing, sometimes about his house in Commercial Road, Stepney, sometimes in the back streets and small public houses hard by, pondering no doubt the matter contained in a paper that had that afternoon stricken the colour from the face of one Crooks, ship chandler of Shadwell, and had hardly less disquieted others related trades. While Ma, for the few days since his flight, no more dressed like the business partner in a ship-owning concern, not even like a clerk, but in serge and Uncle Jack's like a foremost hand, was playing up to his borrowed character by being drunk in Blue Gate. The Blue Gate is gone now. It went with many places of a history only less black when Ratcliffe Highway was put to rout. As you left High Street Shadwell for the highway, they made one thoroughfare, the Blue Gate was on your right, almost opposite an evil lane that led downhill to the new dock. Blue Gate Fields it was more fully called, though there was as little of a field as of a gate, blue or other, about the place, which was a street narrow, foul and forbidding, leading up to Back Lane. It was a bad and dangerous place, the worst in all that neighbourhood, worse than Frederick Street, worse than Tiger Bay. The sailor once brought to anchor in Blue Gate was lucky to get out with clothes to cover him, lucky if he saved no more than his life. Yet sailors were there in plenty, hilarious, shouting, drunk and drugged. Horrible draggled women pawed them over for whatever their pockets might yield, and murderous ruffians were ready at hand whenever a knock on the head could solve a difficulty. Front doors stood ever open in the Blue Gate, and some houses had no front doors at all. At the top of one of the grimy flights of stairs, thus made accessible from the street, was a noisy and ill-smelling room. Noisy because of the company it held, ill-smelling partly because of their tobacco, but chiefly because of the tobacco and the liquor of many that had been there before, and because of the aged foulness of the whole building. There were 5 in the room, 4 men and a woman. One of the men was Ma, though for the present he was not using that name. He was noticeable amid the group, being cleaner than the rest, fair-haired and dressed like a sailor ashore, though he lacked the sunburn that was proper to the character. But sailor or none, there he sat where many had sat before him, a piece of the familiar prey of Bluegate, babbling drunk and reasonless. The others were watchfully sober enough, albeit with a great pretence of jollity. They had drunk level with the babbler, but had been careful to water his drink with gin. As for him, he swayed and lolled, sometimes on the table before him, sometimes on the shoulder of the woman at his side. She was no beauty, with her coarse features, dull eyes and tousled hair, her thick voice and her rusty finery. But indeed she was the least repulsive of that foul company. On the victim's opposite side sat a large framed bony fellow with a thin unhealthy face that seemed to belong to some other body, and dress that proclaimed him longshore ruffian. The woman called him Dan, and nods and winks passed between the two over the drooping head between them. Next Dan was an ugly rascal with a broken nose. Singular in that place as bearing in his dress none of the marks of waterside habits, crimpery in the highway, but seeming rather the commonplace town rat of Shoreditch or Whitechapel. And last, a blind fiddler sat in a corner, fiddling a flourish from time to time, roaring with foul jest, and rolling his single white eye upward. "No, I one of another," the fair-haired man said, staring about him with uncertain eyes. "Got business tend to. Say, what published this? Tame Brown Bear, isn't it? Isn't Brown Bear?" "No, you silly," the woman answered playfully. "'Tain't the Brown Bear. You've come home along of us." "Oh, come home, come home. I say, this won't do. Mustn't go home yet. Get collared, you know." This with an owlish wink at the bottle before him. Dan and the woman exchanged a quick look. Plainly something had gone before that gave the word significance. "No," Ma went on, "mustn't go home. I'm sailor man, just shore from brig Juno in from Barbados. No, not Juno, course not. Dunno, Juno. 'Tain't Juno, do you hear? 'Tain't Juno, you know, my ship. Never heard of Juno. Mine's another ship." "I say, what's your name, my ship?" "You're a rum sailor man," said Dan, "not to know the name of your own ship 10 minutes together. Why, you've told us about 4 different names already." The sham seaman chuckled feebly. "Why, I don't believe you're a sailor at all, mate," the woman remarked, still playfully. "You've just been a-kidding of us fine." The chuckle persisted and turned to a stupid grin. "Ha, ha, ha, ha! Have it your own way." This with a clumsily stealthy grope at the breast pocket, a movement that the others had seen before and remembered. "Have it your own way. But I say, you know," suddenly serious, "you're all right, ain't you? Hey, all right, you know, hey, I say. I hope you're all right." "All right, mate, course we are," and Dan clapped him cordially on the shoulder. "All right, mate," shouted the blind man, his white eye rolling and blinking horribly at the ceiling. "Right as ninepence, and halfpenny over, damme." "We're all right," growled the broken-nosed man thickly. "We don't tell no secrets," said the woman. "That's all very well, but I was talking about the you know. Wasn't I talking about you know?" A look of sleepy alarm was on the fair man's face as he turned his eyes from one to another. "Aye, that's so," answered the fellow at his side. "Brig Juno in from Barbados." "Ah, that's where you're wrong. She ain't in. See?" Ma wagged his head and leered the profoundest sagacity. "She ain't in. What's more, how do you know she ever will come in, eh? How do you know that? That's one for you. Oh, fiddler. Why, you'll bet me she ever gets as far as... I say, you know, you're all right, ain't you? Quite sure you're all right?" There was a new and a longer chorus of reassurance, which Dan at last ended with, "Go on, the Juno ain't ever to come back, is that it?" Ma turned and stared fishily at him for some seconds. "What you mean?" he demanded at length, with a drivelling assumption of dignity. "What you mean? Never come back?" "Nizzy remark made spectable ship owner. What's your firm take us for, eh?" The blind fiddler stopped midway in a flourish and pursed his lips silently. Dan looked quickly at the fiddler and as quickly back at the drunken man. Ma's attitude and the turn of his head being favourable, the woman quietly detached his watch. "What sort of firm you take us for?" he repeated. "Do you think 'cos I come here and..." He stopped foolishly and tailed off into nothing, smiling uneasily at one and another. The woman held up the watch behind him, a silver hunter engraved with Ma's chief initial, a noticeably large letter M. Dan saw it, shook his head and frowned, pointed and tapped his own breast pocket, all in a moment, and presently the woman slipped the watch back into the pocket it came from. "Here, have another drink," said Dan hospitably. "Have another all round for the last, 'fore the fiddler goes. Yeah, George, reach out." "Hey," ejaculated the fiddler. "Hey, I ain't going. Didn't the gentleman ask me to come along? Come, I'll give you a tune. I'll give you a chant as I'll make your hair curl." "Take your drink, George," Dan insisted. "We don't want our hair curled." The fiddler groped for and took the drink, swallowed it and twangled the fiddle strings. "Will you have black jack?" he asked. "No," Dan answered with a rising voice. "We won't have black jack. And what's more, we won't have blind George, see? You cut your lucky, soon as you like." All right, Captain," the fiddler remonstrated, rising reluctantly. "You're hard on a poor blind bloke, damme. Ain't I to get nothing out of this here? I ask you fair, didn't the gentleman tell me to come along?" Ma, ducking and lolling over the table, here looked up and said, "What's up? Fiddler won't go? Give him twopence and kick him downstairs. Here you are." And he pulled out some small change between his fingers and spilt it on the table. Dan and the broken-nosed man gathered it up and thrust it into the blind man's hand. "This ain't the straight game," he protested in a hoarse whisper as they pushed him through the doorway. "I want my regulars out of that lot. D'you hear? I want my regulars." But they shut the door on him, whereupon he broke into a torrent of curses on the landing, and presently, having descended several of the stairs, reached back to let drive a thump at the door with his stick, and so went off swearing into the street. Ma sniggered feebly. "Chucked out fiddler," he said. "What's we do now? I won't have more drink. I've had enough. Think I'll be getting along. Here, what are you after, eh? He clapped his hand again to his breast pocket and turned suspiciously on the woman. You keep your hands off, he said. What want my pocket? All right, mate, the woman answered placidly. I ain't a-touching your pockets. Why, look there, you watch God's hanging. You'll drop that presently and say it's me, I suppose. You'd better get away from the gentleman if you can't behave yourself civil, interposed Dan, pushing the woman aside and getting between them. Here, mate, you got to have another drink along of me. I'll turn her out arter the fiddler if she ain't civil. I won't have another drink, said Ma thickly, struggling unsteadily to his feet and dropping back instantly to his chair. I won't have another. We'll see about that, replied Dan. Here, you get out, he went on, addressing the woman as he hauled her up by the shoulders. You get out. We're going to be comfortable together, us two and him. Out you go. He thrust her toward the door and opened it. I'm sick of fooling about, he added in an angry undertone. Quick's a word. Oh, no, Dan, don't, the woman pleaded, whispering on the landing. Not that way. Not again. I'll get it from in easy in a minute. Don't do it, damn. Shut your mouth. I ain't asking you. You shove off a bit. Don't, Dan. But the door was shut. I tell you I won't have another, came Ma's voice from within. The woman went down the stairs, her gross face drawn as though she wept, though her eyes were dry. At the door she looked back with something like a shudder, and then turned her steps down the street. The two partners in Viney and Ma were separated indeed, but now it was by something more than half a mile of streets. End of chapter 2. Chapter 3. Stephen's Tale. I had never been home with Grandfather Nat before. I fancy that some scruples of my mother's in the matter of the neighbourhood and the character of the company to be seen and heard at the hole in the wall had hitherto kept me from the house and even from the sugary Elysium of the London dock. Now I was going there at last, and something of eager anticipation overcame the sorrow of the day. We went in an omnibus which we left in Commercial Road. Here my grandfather took order to repair my disappointment in the matter of pear drops, and we left the shop with such a bagful that it would not go into the accustomed pocket at all. A little way from this shop, and on the opposite side of the way, stood a house which my mother had more than once pointed out to me already, and as we came abreast of it now, Grandfather Nat pointed it out also. "No, lives there, Stevie?" he asked. "Yes," I said, "Mr. Viney, that father's ship belongs to." There was a man sitting on the stone baluster by the landing of the front steps, having apparently just desisted from knocking at the door. He was pale and agitated, and he slapped his leg distractedly with a folded paper. "Why," said my grandfather, "that's Crooks, the ship chandler. He looks bad. Wonder what's up." With that the door opened, and a servant girl in bonnet and shawl emerged with her box, lifting and dragging it as best she might. The man rose and spoke to her, and I supposed that he was about to help. But at her answer he sank back on the balustrade, and she hauled the box to the pavement by herself. The man looked worse than ever now, and he moved his head from side to side, so that it struck me that it might be that his mother also was dead. Perhaps today. And at the thought all the flavour went from the pear drop in my mouth. We turned up a narrow street which led us to a part where the river plainly was nearer at every step, for well I knew the curious smell that grew as we went, and that had in it something of tar, something of rope and junk, something of ship's stores and much of a blend of unknown outlandish merchandise. We met sailors, some with parrots and accordions, and many with undecided legs, and we saw more of the hangdog fellows who were not sailors, though they dressed in the same way and got an inactive living out of sailors somehow. They leaned on posts, they lurked in foul entries, they sat on sills smoking, and often one would accost and hang to a passing sailor with a grinning trumped-up cordiality that offended and repelled me, child as I was. And there were big coarse women with flaring clothes and hair that shone with grease, though for them I had but a certain wonder. As for why they all seemed to live near the docks, why they all grew so stout, and why they never wore bonnets. As we went where the streets grew fouler and more crooked, and where dark entries and many turnings gave evidence of the complication of courts and alleys about us, we heard a hoarse voice crooning a stave of a sea-song, with the low scrape of a fiddle striking in here and there, as it were at random. And presently there turned a corner ahead and faced toward us a blind man with his fiddle held low against his chest and his face lifted upward, a little aside. He checked at the corner to hit the wall a couple of taps with the stick that hung from his wrist, and called aloud, with fouler words than I can remember or could print. "Now then, damn ye, ain't there ne'er a Christian sailor man as wants a tune o' George? Who'll have a tune o' George? Ain't ye got no money, damn ye? Not a brown for poor blind George? What a dirty mean lot it is! Who'll have a hornpipe? Who'll have a song of poor George? Oh, damn you all!" And so with a mutter and another tap of the stick he came creeping along, 6 inches at a step, the stick dangling loose again, and the bow scraping the strings to the song. Fire on the foretop, fire on the bow, fire on the main deck, fire down below. Fire, fire, fire down below. Fetch a bucket of water, fire down below. The man's right eye was closed, but the left was horribly wide and white and rolling, and it quite unpleasantly reminded me of a large china marble that lay at that moment at the bottom of my breeches pocket under some uniform buttons, a key you could whistle on, a brass knob from a fender, and a tangle of string. So much indeed was I possessed with this uncomfortable resemblance in later weeks, when I had seen blind George often and knew more of him, that at last I had no choice but to fling the marble into the river, though indeed it was something of a rarity in marbles, and worth 4 alles as big as itself. My grandfather stopped his talk as we drew within earshot of the fiddler, but blind men's ears are keen beyond the common. The bow dropped from the fiddle, and blind George sang out cheerily, "Why, here comes Captain Nat, home from the funeral, and got his little grandson, what he's going to take care of and bringing up so moral in his celebrated house of call." All to my extreme amazement, for what should this strange blind man know of me, or of my mother's funeral? Grandfather Nat seemed a little angry. "Well, well," he said, "your ears are sharp, blind George. They learn a lot as ain't your business. If your eyes was as good as your ears, you'd have had your head broke for this 12 times." "If my eyes were as good as my ears, Captain Nat Kemp," the other retorted, "there's many as wouldn't find it so easy to talk of breaking my head. Other people's business, Lord, I know enough to hang some of 'em, that's what I know. I could tell you some of your business if I like, some as you don't know yourself. Look here, you've been to a funeral. Well, it ain't the last funeral as be wanted in your family, see? The kid's mother's gone. Don't you be too sure his father's safe. I've been along of someone, you know, and he don't look like lasting for ever. He don't. He ain't in healthy company." Grandfather Nat twitched my sleeve, and we walked on. "All right," the blind man called after us in his tone of affable ferocity. "All right, go along. You'll see things some day, near as well as I can, what's blind." "That's a bad fellow, Stevie," Grandfather Nat said as we heard the fiddle and the song begin again. "Don't you listen to neither his talk nor his songs. Somehow it doesn't seem natural to see a blind man such a bad un. But a bad un he is, up and down." I asked how he came to know about the funeral, and especially about my coming to Wapping, a thing I had only learned of myself an hour before. My grandfather said that he had probably learned of the funeral from somebody who had been at the hole in the wall during the day, and had asked the reason of the landlord's absence. And as to myself, he had heard my step and guessed its meaning instantly. "He's a keen, sharp rascal, Stevie, and he makes out all of party's business he can. He knew your father was away, and he jumped the whole thing at once. That's his way. But I don't stand him. He don't come into my house, barring he comes a customer, which I can't help." Of the meaning of the blind man's talk I understood little, but he shocked me with a sense of insult and more with one of surprise, for I had entertained a belief born of Sunday school stories that blindness produced saintly piety, unless it were the piety that caused the blindness, and that in any case a virtuous meekness was an essential condition of the affliction. So I walked in doubt and cogitation. And so, after a dive down a narrower street than any we had yet traversed, it could scarce be dirtier, and a twist through a steep and serpentine alley, we came as it grew dusk to the hole in the wall. Of odd-looking riverside inns I can remember plenty, but never, before or since, have I beheld an odder than this of Grandfather Nat's. It was wooden and clapboarded, and like others of its sort, it was everywhere larger at top than at bottom. But the hole in the wall was not only top-heavy, but also most alarmingly lopsided. By its side, and half under it, lay a narrow passage, through which one saw a strip of the river and its many craft, and the passage ended in hole-in-the-wall stairs. All of the house that was above the ground floor on this side rested on a row of posts, which stood near the middle of the passage, and the burden of these posts, twisted, wavy, bulging and shapeless, hung still more toward the opposite building, while the farther side, bounded by a later brick house, was vertical, as though a great wedge, point downward, had been cut away to permit the rise of the newer wall. And the effect was as of a reeling and toppling of the whole construction away from its neighbour, and an imminent downfall into the passage. And when later I examined the side looking across the river, supported on piles and bulging and toppling over them also, I decided that what kept the hole in the wall from crashing into the passage was nothing but its countervailing inclination to tumble into the river. Painted large over the boards of the front, whose lapped edges gave the letters ragged outlines, were the words, "The Hole in the Wall," and below, a little smaller, "Nathaniel Kemp." I felt a certain pride, I think, in the importance thus given the family name, and my esteem of my grandfather increased proportionably with the size of the letters. There was a great noise within, and Grandfather Nat, with a quick look toward the entrance, grunted angrily. But we passed up the passage and entered by a private door under the posts. This door opened directly into the bar parlour, the floor whereof was 2 steps below the level of the outer paving, and the size whereof was about thrice that of a sentry box. The din of a quarrel and a scuffle came from the bar, and my grandfather, thrusting me into a corner and giving me his hat, ran out with a roar like that of a wild beast. At the sound the quarrel hushed in its height. "What's this?" my grandfather blared, with a thump on the counter that made the pots jump. "What sort of row's this in my house? Damn me, I'll break you in halves, every mother's son of you." I peeped through the glass partition and saw first the back of the potman's head, for the bar floor took another drop, and beyond that and the row of beer pulls, a group of rough, hulking men, one with blood on his face, and all with an odd look of sulky guilt. "Out you go," pursued Grandfather Nat. "Every swab of you. Can't leave the place, not even to go to, not for nothing, without a row like this, giving the house a bad name. Go on, Jim Croot, unless I'm to chuck you." The men had begun filing out awkwardly, with nothing but here and there, "All right, governor," "All right, captain," "Going, ain't I?" and the like. But one big ruffian lagged behind, scowling and murmuring rebelliously. In a flash Grandfather Nat was through the counter wicket. With a dart of his long left arm he had gripped the fellow's ear and spun him round with a wrench that I thought had torn the ear from the head, and in the same moment had caught him by the opposite wrist, so as to stretch the man's extended arm, elbow backward, across his own great chest, a posture in which the backward pull against the elbow joint brought a yell of agony from the victim. Only a man with extraordinarily long arms could have done the thing exactly like that. The movement was so savagely sudden that my grandfather had kicked open the door and flung Jim Croot headlong into the street ere I quite understood it, when there came a check in my throat and tears in my eyes to see the man so cruelly handled. Grandfather Nat stood a moment at the door, but it seemed that his custom was quelled effectually, for presently he turned inward again with such a grim scowl as I had never seen before. And at that a queer head appeared just above the counter. I had supposed the bar to be wholly cleared, and a very weak and rather womanish voice said in tones of over-inflected indignation, "Serve 'em right, cap and camp, I'm sure. Lot of impudent vagabonds. Ought to be ashamed of themselves, that they ought. Pity every house ain't kept as strict as this one is, that's what I say." And the queer head looked round the vacant bar with an air of virtuous defiance, as though anxious to meet the eye of any so bold as to contradict. It was anything but a clean face on the head, and it was overshadowed by a very greasy wide-awake hat. Grubbiness and unhealthy redness contended for mastery in the features, of which the nose was the most surprising, wide and bulbous and knobbed all over. So that afterward, in any attempt to look Mr. Cripps in the face, I found myself wholly disregarding his eyes and fixing a fascinated gaze on his nose. And I could never recall his face to memory as I recalled another, but always as a nose, garnished with a fringe of inferior features. The face had been shaved, apparently about a week before, and by the sides hung long hair, dirtier to look at than the rest of the apparition. My grandfather gave no more than a glance in the direction of this little man, passed the counter and rejoined me, pulling off his coat as he came. Something of my tingling eyes and screwed mouth was visible, I suppose, for he stooped as he rolled up his shirt sleeves and said, "Why, Stevie boy, what's amiss?" You hurt the man's ear," I said, with a choke and a sniff, for till then Grandfather Nat had seemed to me the kindest man in the world. Grandfather Nat looked mightily astonished. He left his shirt sleeve where it was and thrust his fingers up in his hair behind, through the grey and out at the brown on top. "What?" he said. "Hurt him? Hurt him? Why, I suppose I did. He ain't a friend of yours, is he, young un?" I shook my head and blinked. There was a gleam of amusement in my grandfather's grim face as he sat in a chair and took me between his knees. "Hurt him?" he repeated. "Why, Lord love ye, I'd get hurt if I didn't hurt some of 'em now and then. They're a rough lot, a bit of bad lot round here, and it's hurt or be hurt with them, Stevie. I got to frighten 'em, my boy, and I'd do it too." I was passing my fingers to and fro in the matted hair on my grandfather's arm and thinking. He seemed a very terrible man now, and perhaps something of a hero, for young as I was a boy. So presently I said, "Did you ever kill a man, Grandfather Nat?" End of chapter 3. Chapter 4 of The Hole in the Wall by Arthur Morrison. Stephen's Tale. Many small matters of my first few hours at the Hole in the Wall were impressed on me by later events. In particular, I remember the innocent curiosity with which I asked, "Did you ever kill a man, Grandfather Nat?" There was a twitch and a frown on my grandfather's face, and he sat back as one at a moment's disadvantage. I thought perhaps he was trying to remember, but he only said gruffly and with a quick sound like a snort, "Very nigh killed myself once or twice, Stevie, in my time," and rose hastily from his chair to reach a picture of a ship that was standing on a shelf. "There," he said, "that's a new one, just done. Pretty picture, ain't it? And that there," pointing to another hanging on the wall, "that's a Juno, what your father's on now." I had noticed that the walls, both of the bar and of the bar parlour, were plentifully hung with paintings of ships. Ships becalmed, ships in full sail, ships under bare spars, all with painful blue skies over them, and very even waved seas beneath, and ships in storms with torn sails, pursued by rumbustious piles of sooty cloud, and pelted with lengths of scarlet lightning. I fear I should not have recognised my father's ship without help, but that was probably because I had only seen it, months before, lying in dock, battered and dingy, with a confusion of casks and bales about the deck, and naked yards dangling above. Whereas in the picture, which was a mile too small for the brig, it was booming along under a flatulent mountain of clean white sail, and bulwarks and deck fittings were gay with lively and diversified colour. I said something about its being a fine ship or a fine picture, and that there were a lot of them. "Ah," he said, "they do mount up one after another. It's one gentleman as did 'em all. Him out in the bar now, with the long hair. Sometimes I think I'd rather ha' had money, but it's a talent, that's what it is." The artist beyond the outer bar had been talking to the potman. Now he coughed and said, "Captain Kemp, sir, Captain Kemp. No doubt as you've heard the news today." "No," said Grandfather Nat, finishing the rolling of his shirt sleeves as he stepped down into the bar. "Not as I know on. What is it?" "Not about Viney and Ma?" "No, what about 'em?" Mr. Cripps rose on his toes with the importance of his information, and his eyes widened to a moment's rivalry with his nose. "Gone wrong," he said in a shrill whisper that was as loud as his natural voice. "Gone wrong. Unsolvent. Cracked up. Broke. Busted, in a common way of speaking." And he gave a violent nod with each synonym. "No," said Grandfather Nat, "surely not Viney and Ma?" "Fact, Captain, I can assure you. On high authority. It's what I might call the universal topic in neighbouring circles, and a general subject of local discussion. You'd have heard it for this if you'd been at home." My grandfather whistled and rested a hand on a beer pull. "Not a stipper for nobody, they say," Mr. Cripps pursued. "Not till they can sell the wessels. What there was loose, Ma's bolted with, or, as you might put it, absconded. Absconded with the proceeds. And gone abroad, it's said." "I see the servant girl bringing out her box from Viney's just now," said Grandfather Nat. "And Crooks, the ship chandler, was on the steps, very white in the gills, with a paper. Well, well. And you say Ma's bolted?" "Absconded, Captain Kemp. Absconded with the proceeds. Op the twig. Viney says he's robbed him as well as the creditors, but I hear some of the creditors' observation is gammon. And they say the Wethels is pawned up to their riles. Up to their riles." "Well," commented my grandfather, "I wouldn't have thought it. The Juno was that badly found, and they did everything that cheap. I thought they made money hand over fist." "Flying too high, Captain Kemp, flying too high. You know Viney long before he elevated himself into an owner, didn't you? What was he then? Why, he was your mate one voyage, wasn't he?" "Aye, and more." "So I've heard tell. Well, all of that surely was flying too high, and now Ma's absconded with the proceeds." The talk in the bar went on, being almost entirely the talk of Mr. Cripps, who valued himself on the unwonted importance his news gave him, and aimed at increasing it by saying the same thing a great many times, by saying it too, when he could, in terms and phrases that had a strong flavour of the Sunday paper. But as for me, I soon ceased to hear, for I discovered something of greater interest on the shelf that skirted the bar parlour. It was a little model of a ship in a glass case, and it was a great marvel to me, with all its standing and running rigging complete, and a most ingenious and tumultuous sea about it, made of stiff calico cockled up into lumps and ridges, and painted the proper colour. Much better than either of the two we had at home, for these latter were only half models, each nothing but one half of a little ship, split from stem to stern and stuck against a board, on which were painted sky, clouds, seagulls, and, in one case, a lighthouse, an exasperating make-believe that had been my continual disappointment. But this was altogether so charming and delightful and real, and the little hatches and cuddy houses so thrilled my fancy, that I resolved to beg of my grandfather to let me call the model my own, and sometimes have the glass case off. So I was absorbed while the conversation in the bar ranged from the ships and their owners to my father, and from him to me, as was plain when my grandfather called me. "Here he is," said my grandfather, with a deal of pride in his voice, putting his foot on a stool and lifting me on his knee. "Here he is, and I plucked un, ain't you, Stephen?" He rubbed his hand over my head, as he was fond of doing. "Plucked? Why, he was a-going to keep house all by hisself, with all the pluck in life, till his father come home. Weren't you, Stevie boy? But he's coming along of me instead, and him and me's going to keep the hole in the wall together, ain't we? Partners, Stevie?" I think I never afterwards saw my grandfather talking so familiarly with his customers. I perceived now that there was another in the bar in addition to Mr. Cripps, a pale, quiet, and rather ragged man, who sat in an obscure corner with an untouched glass of liquor by him. "Come," said my grandfather, "have one with me, Mr. Cripps, and drink the new partner's health. What is it? And you drink up too, and have another." This last order Grandfather Nat flung at the man in the corner, just in the tones in which I had heard a skipper on a ship tell a man to get for'ard lively, with a rope fender, opposite our quay at Blackwall. "I'm sure he's wishing the young master every health and happiness," said Mr. Cripps, beaming on me with a grin that rather frightened than pleased me, it twisted the nose so. "Every health and happiness, I'm sure." The pale man in the corner only looked up quickly, as if fearful of obtruding himself, gulped the drink that had been standing by him, and receiving another, put it down untasted where the first had stood. "That ain't drinking a health," said my grandfather angrily. "There, that's it." And he pointed to the new drink with the hand that held his own. The pale man lifted it hurriedly, stood up, looked at me, and said something indistinct, gulped the liquor, and returned the glass to the counter, whereupon the potman, without orders, instantly refilled it, and the man carried it back to his corner and put it down beside him, as before. I began to wonder if the pale man suffered from some complaint that made it dangerous to leave him without a drink close at hand, ready to be swallowed at a moment's notice. But Mr. Cripps blinked, first at his own glass and then at the pale man's, and I fancy he thought himself unfairly treated. Howbeit his affability was unconquerable. He grinned and snapped his fingers playfully at me, provoking my secret indignation, since that was what people did to please babies. "And a pretty young gent he is too," said Mr. Cripps, "of considerable personal attraction. Going to bring him up to the trade, I suppose, Captain Kemp?" "Why, no," said Grandfather Nat with some dignity. "No, something better than that, I'm hoping. Partners is all very well for a bit, but Stevie's going to be a cut above his poor old grandfather, if I can do it. Eh, boy?" He rubbed my head again, and I was too shy, sitting there in the bar, to answer. "Eh, boy? Born in school and a gentleman's job for this one, if the old man has his way." Mr. Cripps shook his head sagaciously, and could plainly see that I was cut out for a statesman. He also lifted his empty glass, looked at it abstractedly, and put it down again. Nothing coming of this, he complimented my personal appearance once more, and thought that my portrait should certainly be painted as a memorial in my future days of greatness. This notion seemed to strike my grandfather rather favourably, and he forthwith consulted a slate which dangled by a string, during his contemplation of which, with its long rows of strokes, Mr. Cripps betrayed a certain anxious discomfort. "Well," said Grandfather Nat at length, "you're pretty deep in, you know, and it might as well be that as anything else. But what about that sign? Ain't I ever going to get that?" Mr. Cripps knitted his brows and his nose, turned up his eyes and shook his head. "It ain't come to me yet, Captain Kemp," he said. "Not yet. I'm still waiting for what you might call an inspiration. But when it comes, Captain Kemp, when it comes, you'll have a sign then. Sich a sign. You'll have sich a sign as'll attract the whole artistic feeling of Wapping and surrounding districts of the metropolis, I assure you. And the signs on the other houses, phew!" Mr. Cripps made a sweep of the hand, which I took to indicate generally that all other publicans, overwhelmed with humiliation, would have no choice but straightway to tear down their own signs and bury them. "Humph! But meanwhile I haven't got one at all," objected Grandfather Nat. "And they have." "Oh yes, sir, some sort of signs, but done by mere jobbers, and poor enough too. My heart, Captain Kemp, I respect my heart, and I don't rush at a job like that. It wants conception, sir, a job like that, conception. The common sort of sign's easy enough. You go at it, and you do it or hexecute it, and when it's done or hexecuted, why, there it is. Ship may be, or a crown, or a Turk's head, or 3 cats and a frying pan. Simple enough, no planning, no composition, no invention. But a hole in the wall, Captain Kemp. It takes an artist to make a picture of that, and it takes study and meditation and invention." "Simplest thing of the lot," said Captain Nat. "A wall and an hole in it. Simplest thing of the lot." "As you observe, Captain Kemp, it may seem simple enough. That's because you're thinking of subject instead of treatment. Common jobber, if you'll excuse my saying it, 'ud look at it just in that light. A wall with an hole in it, and he'd give it to you, and perhaps you'd be satisfied with it. But I saw higher, sir, higher. What I shall give you, you'll be an hole in the wall to charm the hay and delight the intellect, sir. A dramatic hole in the wall, sir. An epic hole in the wall. An hole in the wall as will elevate the mind and stimulate the noblest instincts of the beholder. Captain Imp, I don't hesitate to say that my hole in the wall, when you get it, will be... it'll be the moral palladium of Wapping." "When I get it," my grandfather replied with a chuckle, "anything might happen without surprising me. I think perhaps I might be so startled as to forget the bit you've had on account, and pay full cash." Mr. Cripps' eyes brightened at the hint. "You're always very handsome in matters of business, Captain Kemp," he said, "and I always say so. Which reminds me, speaking of handsome things, this morning going to see my friend as keeps the mortuary, I see as handsome a bit of panel for to paint a sign as ever I come across. A lovely bit of stuff, to be sure. Enough to stimulate anybody's artistic invention to look at it, that it was. Not dear neither, particular moderate in fact. I'm afraid it may be gone now, but if I'd had the money." A noise of trampling and singing without neared the door, and with a bang and a stagger a party of fresh customers burst in and swept Mr. Cripps out of his exposition. 2 were sun-browned sailors, shouting and jovial, but the rest, men and women, sober and villainous in their mock jollity, were land sharks, plain to see. The foremost sailor drove against Mr. Cripps, and having almost knocked him down, took him by the shoulders and involved him in his flounderings, apologizing meanwhile at the top of his voice and demanding to know what Mr. Cripps would drink. Whereupon Grandfather Nat sent me back to the bar parlour and the little ship, and addressed himself to business and the order of the bar. And so he was occupied for the most of the evening. Sometimes he sat with me and taught me the spars and rigging of the model. Sometimes I peeped through the glass at the business of the house. The bar remained pretty full throughout the evening in its main part, and my grandfather ruled its frequenters with a strong voice and an iron hand. There was one little space partitioned off, as it might be for the better company, which space was nearly always empty. Into this quieter compartment I saw a man come, rather late in the evening, furtive and a little flustered. He was an ugly ruffian with a broken nose, and he was noticeable as being the one man I had seen in my grandfather's house who had no marks of seafaring or riverside life about him, but seemed merely an ordinary London blackguard from some unmaritime neighbourhood. He beckoned silently to Grandfather Nat, who walked across and conferred with him. Presently my grandfather left the counter and came into the bar parlour. He had something in his closed hand, which he carried to the lamp to examine, so that I could see it was a silver watch, while the furtive man waited expectantly in the little compartment. The watch interested me, for the inward part swung clean out from the case, and hung by a single hinge, in a way I had never seen before. I noticed also that a large capital letter M was engraved on the back. Grandfather Nat shut the watch and strode into the bar. "Here you are," he said aloud, handing it to the broken-nosed man. "Here you are. It seems all right. Good enough watch, I should say." The man was plainly disconcerted, frightened indeed, by this public observation, and answered with an eager whisper. "What?" my grandfather replied, louder than ever. "Want me to buy it? Not me. This ain't a pawn shop. I don't want a watch, and if I did, how do I know where you got it?" Much discomposed by this rebuff, the fellow hurried off, whereupon I was surprised to see the pale man rise from the corner of the bar, put his drink, still untasted, in a safe place on the counter, beyond the edge of the partition, and hurry out also. Cogitating this matter in my grandfather's arm-chair, presently I fell asleep. What woke me at length was the loud voice of Grandfather Nat, and I found that it was late, and he was clearing the bar before shutting up. I rubbed my eyes and looked out, and was interested to see that the pale man had come back, and was now swallowing his drink at last, before going out after the rest. Whereat I turned again, drowsily enough, to the model ship. But a little later, when Grandfather Nat and I were at supper in the bar parlour, and I was dropping to sleep again, I was amazed to see my grandfather pull the broken-nosed man's watch out of his pocket and put it in a tin cash-box. At that I rubbed my eyes and opened them so wide on the cash-box that Grandfather Nat said, "Hello, Stevie. Woke up with a jump? Time you was in bed." End of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of The Hole in the Wall by Arthur Morrison. In the highway. The hole in the wall being closed, its customers went their several ways. The sailors, shouting and singing, drifting off with their retinue along Wapping Wall toward Radcliffe. Mr. Cripps, fuller than usual of free drinks, for the sailors had come a long voyage and were proportionally liberal, scuffling off steadily enough on the way that led to Limehouse. For Mr. Cripps had drunk too much and too long ever to be noticeably drunk. And last of all, when the most undecided of the stragglers from Captain Nat Kemp's bar had vanished, one way or another, the pale, quiet man moved out from the shadow and went in the wake of the noisy sailors. The night was dark and the streets. The lamps were few and feeble, and angles, alleys and entries were shapes of blackness that seemed more solid than the walls about them. But instead of the silence that consorts with gloom, the air was racked with human sounds, sounds of quarrels, scuffles and brawls, far and near, breaking out fitfully amid the general buzz and whoop of discordant singing that came from all Wapping and Ratcliffe, where revellers rolled into the open. A stone's throw on the pale man's way was a swing bridge with a lock by its side, spanning the channel that joined two dock basins. The pale man, passing along in the shadow of the footpath, stopped in an angle. 3 policemen were coming over the bridge in company, they went in threes in these parts, and the pale man, who never made closer acquaintance with the police than he could help, slunk down by the bridge foot, as though designing to make the crossing by way of the narrow lock, no safe passage in the dark. But he thought better of it, and went by the bridge as soon as the policeman had passed. A little farther and he was in Ratcliffe Highway, where it joined with Shadwell High Street, and just before him stood Paddy's Goose. The house was known by that name far beyond the neighbourhood, among people who were unaware that the actual painted sign was the White Swan. Paddy's Goose was still open, for its doors never closed till 1, though there were a few houses later even than this, where, though the bars were cleared and closed at 1, in accordance with Act of Parliament, the doors swung wide again 10 minutes later. There was still dancing within at Paddy's Goose, and the squeak of fiddles and the thump of feet were plain to hear. The pale man passed on into the dark beyond its lights, and soon the black mouth of Blue Gate stood on his right. Blue Gate gave its part to the night's noises, and more, for a sudden burst of loud screams, a woman's, rent the air from its innermost deeps, screams which affected the pale man not at all, nor any other passenger, for it might be murder or it might be drink, or sudden rage or fear, or a quarrel, and whatever it might be was common enough in Blue Gate. Paddy's Goose had no monopoly of music, and the common plenty of street fiddlers was the greater at the early houses closed. Scarce 80 yards from Blue Gate stood Blind George, fiddling his hardest for a party dancing in the roadway. Many were looking on, drunk or sober, with approving shouts, and every face was ghastly phosphorescent in the glare of a ship's blue light that a noisy negro flourished among the dancers. Close by, a woman and a man were quarrelling in the middle of a group, but the matter had no attention till of a sudden it sprang into a fight, and the man and another were punching and wrestling in a heap, bare to the waist. At this the crowd turned from the dancers, and the negro ran yelping to shed his deathly light on the new scene. The crowd howled and scrambled, and a drunken sailor fell in the mud. Quick at the chance, a ruffian took him under the armpits and dragged him from among the trampling feet to a near entry out of the glare. There he propped his prey with many friendly words and dived among his pockets. The sailor was dazed and made no difficulty. till the thief got to the end of the search in a trouser pocket, and thence pulled a handful of silver. With that the victim awoke to some sense of affairs, and made a move to rise. But the other sprang up and laid him over with a kick on the head, just as the pale man came along. The thief made off, leaving a few shillings and sixpences on the ground, which the pale man instantly gathered up. He looked from the money to the man, who lay insensible, with blood about his ear, and then from the man to the money. Then he stuffed some few of the shillings into the sailor's nearest pocket, and went off with the rest. The fight rose and fell, the crowd grew, and the blue light burned down. In 20 seconds the pale man was back again. He bent over the bleeding sailor, thrust the rest of the silver into the pocket, and finally vanished into the night. For indeed, though the pale man was poor, and though he got a living now in a way scarce reputable, yet he had once kept a chandler's shop. He had kept it till neither sand in the sugar nor holes under the weights would any longer induce it to keep him, and then he had fallen wholly from respectability. But he had drawn a line, he had always drawn a line. He had never been a thief, and with a little struggle he remembered it now. Back in Blue Gate the screams had ceased, for on a black stair a large bony man shook a woman by the throat, so that she could scream no more. He cursed in whispers and threatened her with an end of all noise if she opened her mouth again. "Ye stop out of it all this time," he said, "and when ye come ye squall enough to bring the slops from Harbour Square." "Oh, oh," the woman gasped. "I fell on it, Dan. I fell on it. I fell on it in the dark." There was nothing commoner in the black streets about the highway than the sight of 2 or 3 men linked by the arms, staggering, singing and bawling. Many such parties went along the highway that night. Many turned up its foul tributaries. Some went toward and over the bridge by the lock that was on the way to the hole in the wall. But they were become fewer, and the night noises of the highway were somewhat abated, when a party of 3 emerged from the mouth of Blue Gate. Of them that had gone before, the songs were broken and the voices unmelodious enough. Yet no other song sung that night in the highway was so wild as the song of these men, or rather of 2 of them, who sang the louder because of the silence of the man between them, and no other voices were so ill-governed as theirs. The man on the right was large, bony and powerful. He on the left was shorter and less to be noticed, except that under some rare and feeble lamp it might have been perceived that his face was an ugly one, with a broken nose. But what reveller so drunk, what drunkard so insensible, what clod so silent as the man they dragged between them? His feet trailed in the mire, and his head, hidden by a ragged hat, hung forward on his chest. So they went reeling ever where the shadows were thickest, toward the bridge, but in all their reelings there was a stealthy hasting forward, and an anxious outlook that went ill with their song. The song itself, void alike of tune and jollity, fell off altogether as they neared the bridge, and here they went the quicker. They turned down by the bridge foot, though not for the reason the pale man had 2 hours before, for now no policeman was in sight, and soon were gone into the black shadow about the lock head. It was the deep of the night, and as near quiet as the highway ever knew, with no more than a cry here or there, a distant fiddle, and the faint hum of the wind in the rigging of ships. Off in Blue Gate the woman sat on the black stair with her face in her hands, waiting for company before returning to the room where she had fallen over something in the dark. End of chapter 5. Chapter 6 of The Hole in the Wall by Arthur Morrison. Stephen's Tale. High under the tiles of the hole in the wall, I had at first a night of disturbed sleep. I was in my old familiar cot, which had been brought during the evening on a truck. But things were strange, and in particular my grandfather, who slept on the opposite side of the room, snored so amazingly, and with a sound so unlike anything I had ever heard before, that I feared he must be choking to death, and climbed out of bed once to see. There were noises from without too, sometimes of discordant singing, sometimes of quarrels, and once from a distance a succession of dreadful screams. Then the old house made curious sounds of its own. Twice I was convinced of stealthy steps on the stair, and all night the very walls creaked aloud. So for long, sleepy as I was, I dozed and started and rolled and lay awake, wondering about the little ship in the bar parlour, and Mr. Cripps, and the pale man, and the watch with the M on it. Also I considered again the matter of my prayers, which I had already discussed with Grandfather Nat, to his obvious perplexity, by candlelight. For I was urgent to know if I must now leave my mother out, and if I might not put my little dead brother in, being very anxious to include them both. My grandfather's first opinion was that it was not the usual thing, which opinion he expressed with hesitation and a curious look of the eyes that I wondered at. But I argued that God could bless them just as well in heaven as here, and Grandfather Nat admitted that no doubt there was something in that. Whereupon I desired to know if they would hear if I said in my prayers that I was quite safe with him at the hole in the wall, or if I should rather ask God to tell them. And at that my grandfather stood up and turned away, with a rub and a pat on my head toward his own bed, telling me to say whatever I pleased, and not to forget Grandfather Nat. So that now, having said what I pleased, and having well remembered Grandfather Nat, and slept and woke and dozed and woke again, I took solace from his authority, and whispered many things to my little dead brother, whom I could never play with, of the little ship in the glass case, and the pictures, and of how I was going to the London dock tomorrow, and so at last fell asleep soundly till morning. Grandfather Nat was astir early, and soon I was looking from the window by his bed at the ships that lay so thick in the pool, tier on tier. Below me I could see the water that washed between the slimy piles on which the house rested, and to the left were the narrow stairs that terminated the passage at the side. Several boats were moored about these stairs, and a waterman was already looking out for a fare. Out in the pool, certain other boats caught the eye as they dodged about among the colliers, because each carried a bright fire amidships in a brazier, beside a man, 2 small barrels of beer, and a very large handbell. The men were pearlmen, Grandfather Nat told me, selling liquor, hot beer chiefly, in the cold mornings, to the men on the colliers or any other craft thereabout. It struck me that the one thing lacking for perfect bliss in most rowing boats was just such a brazier of cosy fire as the pearl boat carried, so that after very little consideration I resolved that when I grew up I would not be a sailor, nor an engine driver, nor any one of a dozen other things I had thought of, but a pearlman. The staircase would have landed one direct into the bar parlour, but for an enclosing door, which strangers commonly mistook for that of a cupboard. A step as light as mine was possibly a rarity on this staircase, for coming down before my grandfather, I startled a lady in the bar parlour who had been doing something with a bottle which involved the removal of the cork, which cork she snatched hastily from a shelf and replaced, with no very favourable regard to myself, and straightway dropped on her knees and went to work with a brush and a dustpan. She was scarce an attractive woman, I thought, being rusty and bony, slack-faced and very red-nosed. She swept the carpet and dusted the shelves with an air of angry contempt for everything she touched, and I got into the bar out of her way as soon as I could. The potman was flinging sawdust about the floor, and there in the same corner sat the same pale ragged man that was there last night, with the same full glass of liquor or one like it, by his side, like a trade fixture that had been there all night. When Grandfather Nat appeared, I learned the slack-faced woman's name. "This here's my little grandson, Mrs. Grimes," he said, "as is going to live here a bit, according as I mentioned yesterday." "Indeed?" said Mrs. Grimes, with a glance that made me feel more contemptible than the humblest article she had dusted that morning. "Indeed? Then it'll be more work, more pay, Captain Kemp." "Very well, mum," my grandfather replied, "if you reckon it out more work." "Oh," interjected Mrs. Grimes, who could fill a misplaced aspirate with subtle offence. "Reckon or not, I suppose there's another bed to be made, and buttons to be sewed, and plates for to be washed, and dirt and litter for to be cleared up everywhere, to say nothing of crumbs, which the biscuit crumbs in the bar parlour this morning was thick and shameful." I had had biscuits, and I felt a reprobate. "Very well, mum," Grandfather Nat said peaceably. "We'll make out extra damages, mum. A few days will give us an idea. Shall we leave it a week and see how things go?" "Am I to consider that a week's notice, Captain Kemp?" Mrs. Grimes demanded with a distinct rise of voice. "Am I or am I not?" "Notice?" My grandfather was puzzled and began to look a trifle angry. "Why, damn me, who said notice? What?" "Because notice is as easy give as took, Captain Kemp, as I would have you remember. And slave I may be, though better brought up than slave drivers any day. But swore at vulgar I won't be, nor trampled like dirt and litter beneath the feet, and will not endure it neither." And with a great toss of the head, Mrs. Grimes flounced through the staircase door and sniffed and bridled her way to the upper rooms. Her exit relieved my mind, first because I had a wretched consciousness that I was causing all the trouble, and a dire fear that Grandfather Nat might dislike me for it, and second because when he looked angry I had a fearful foreboding vision of Mrs. Grimes being presently whirled round by the ear and flung into the street, as Jim Crute had been. But it was not long ere I learned that Mrs. Grimes was one of those persons who grumble and clamour and bully at everything and everybody on principle, finding that with a concession here and another there it pays very well on the whole, and so nag along very comfortably through life. As for herself, as I had seen, Mrs. Grimes did not lack the cunning to carry away any fit of virtuous indignation that seemed like to push her employer out of his patience. My grandfather looked at the bottle that Mrs. Grimes had recorked. "That rum scrub," he said, "ain't properly mixed. It works in the bottle when it's left standing, and mounts to the cork. I notice it almost every morning." The day was bright, and I resigned myself with some impatience to wait for an hour or two till we could set out for the docks. It was a matter of business, my grandfather explained, that he must not leave the bar till a fixed hour, 10 o'clock, and soon I began to make a dim guess at the nature of the business, though I guessed in all innocence, and suspected not at all. Contrary to my evening observation, at this early hour the larger bar was mostly empty, while the obscure compartment at the side was in far greater use than it had been last night. 4 or 5 visitors must have come there, one after another, perhaps half a dozen, and they all had things to sell. 2 had watches, one of them was a woman, one had a locket and a boatswain's silver caul, and I think another had some silver spoons. Grandfather Nat brought each article into the bar parlour to examine, and then returned it to its owner, which behaviour seemed to surprise none of them, as it had surprised the man last night. So that doubtless he was a stranger. To those with watches my grandfather said nothing but, "Yes, that seems all right," or "Yes, it's good enough watch, no doubt." But to the man with the locket and the silver caul he said, "Well, if you ever want to sell 'em, you might get 8 bob, no more." And much the same to him with the spoons, except that he thought the spoons might fetch 15 shillings. Each of the visitors went out with no more ado, and as each went the pale man in the larger bar rose, put his drink safely on the counter just beyond the partition, and went out too. And presently he came back with no more than a glance at Grandfather Nat, took his drink, and sat down again. At 10 o'clock my grandfather looked out of the bar and said to the pale man, "All right, drink up." Whereupon the pale man, who would have been pale if his face had been washed, swallowed his drink at last, flat as it must have been, and went out. And Grandfather Nat went out also by the door into the passage. He was gone scarce 2 minutes, and when he returned he unlocked a drawer below the shelf on which the little ship stood, and took from it the cash box I had seen last night. His back was turned toward me, and himself was interposed between my eyes and the box, which he rested on the shelf. But I heard a jingling that suggested spoons. So I said, "Did the man go to buy the spoons for you, Grandfather Nat?" My grandfather looked round sharply with something as near a frown as he ever directed on me. Then he locked the box away hastily with a gruff laugh. "You won't starve, Stevie," he said, "as long as wits finds victuals. But see here," he went on, becoming grave as he sat and drew me to his knee. "See here, Stevie, what you see here is my business, private business, understand? You ain't a telltale, are you? Not a sneak?" I repudiated the suggestion with pain and scorn, for I was at least old enough a boy to see in sneakery the blackest of crimes. "No, no, that you ain't, I know," Grandfather Nat went on, with a pinch of my chin, though he still regarded me earnestly. "A Pluckton's never a sneak. But there's one thing for you to remember, Stevie, afore all your reading and writing and lessons and what not. You must never tell of anything you see here. Not to a soul. That is, not about me buying things. I'm very careful, but things don't always go right, and I might get in trouble. I'm a straight man, and I pay for all I have in any line of trade. I never stole nor cheated, not so much as a farden all my life, nor ever bought anything as I knew was stole. See?" I nodded gravely. I was trying hard to understand the reason for all this seriousness and secrecy, but at any rate I was resolved to be no talebearer, especially against Grandfather Nat. "Why," he went on, justifying himself, I fancy, more for his own satisfaction than for my information, "why, even when it's only just suspicious, I won't buy, except, of course, through another party. That's how I guard myself, Stevie, and every man has a right to buy a thing reasonable and sell at a profit if he can. That's only plain trade. And yet nobody can't say, truthful as he ever sold me, anything over that there counter or anywhere else, barring what I have regular with the brewer and what not. I may look at a thing or pass an opinion, but what's that? Nothing at all. But we've got to keep our mouths shut, Stevie, for fear of danger, see? You wouldn't like poor old Grandfather Nat to be put in jail, would ye?" The prospect was terrible, and I put my hands about my grandfather's neck and vowed I would never whisper a word. "That's right, Stevie," the old man answered. "I know you won't if you don't forget yourself, so don't do that. Don't take no notice, not even to me." There was a knock at the back door, which opened and disclosed one of the pearlmen who had left his boat in sight at the stairs, and wanted a quart of gin in the large tin can he brought with him. He was a short, red-faced, tough-looking fellow, and he needed the gin, as I soon learned, to mix with his hot beer to make the pearl. He had a short conversation with my grandfather when the gin was brought, of which I heard no more than the words, "High water at 12." But as he went down the passage, he turned and sang out, "You got the news, Captain, of course?" "What, Viney and Ma?" The man nodded with a click and a twitch of the mouth. Then he snapped his fingers and jerked them expressively upward, after which he ejaculated the single word "Ma," and jerked his thumb over his shoulder. by which I understood him to repeat, with no waste of language, the story that it was all up with the firm, and the junior partner had bolted. "That," said Grandfather Nat, when the man was gone, "that's Bill Stagg, and he's the only pearlman as don't come ashore to sleep. Sleeps in his boat winter and summer, does Bill Stagg. How do you like that, Stevie?" I thought I should catch cold, and perhaps tumble overboard, if I had a bad dream, and I said so. "Oh, well, Bill Stagg don't mind. He was A.B. aboard of me when Mr. Viney was my mate many years ago, and a good A.B. too. Bill Stagg, he makes fast somewhere quiet at night, and curls up snug as a weevil, mostly under the piles of this here house when the wind ain't east. Saves him rent, you see, so he does pretty well." And with that my grandfather put on his coat and reached the pilot cap that was his everyday wear. End of chapter 6. Chapter 7 of The Hole in the Wall by Arthur Morrison. Stephen's Tale. We walked first to the head of the stairs, where opened a wide picture of the Thames and all its traffic, and where the walls were plastered with a dozen little bills, each headed "Found Drowned," and each with a tale of some nameless corpse under the heading. "That's my boat, Stevie," said my grandfather, pointing to a little dinghy with a pair of sculls in her. "Our boat, if you like. Seeing as we're partners, now you shall do which you like, walk along to the dock where the sugar is, or come out in our boat." It was a hard choice to make. The glory and delight of the part ownership of a real boat dazzled me like another sun in the sky, but I had promised myself the docks and the sugar for such a long time. So we compromised, the docks today and the boat tomorrow. Out in the street everybody seemed to know Grandfather Nat. Those who spoke with him commonly called him Captain Kemp, except a few old acquaintances to whom he was Captain Nat. Loafers and crimps gazed after him and nodded together, and small ship chandlers gave him good morning from their shop doors. 100 yards from the hole in the wall, at a turn, there was a swing bridge and a lock such as we had by the old house in Blackwall. At the moment we came in hail, the men were at the winch, and the bridge began to part in the middle, for a ship was about to change berth to the inner dock. "Come, Stevie," said my grandfather, "we'll take the lock before they open that. Not afraid if I'm with you, are you?" No, I was not afraid with Grandfather Nat, and would not even be carried. Though the top of the lock was not 2 feet wide, and was knotted, broken, and treacherous in surface, and wholly unguarded on one side, where one looked plump down into the foul dock water, and though on the other side there was but a slack chain, strung through loose iron stanchions that staggered in their sockets, Grandfather Nat gripped me by the collar and walked me before him. But relief tempered my triumph when I was safe across. My feet never seemed to have twisted and slipped and stumbled so much before in so short a distance, perhaps because in that same distance I had never before recollected so many tales of men drowned in the docks by falling off just such locks in fog or by accidental slips. A little farther along and we came upon Ratcliffe Highway. I saw the street then for the first time, and in truth it was very wonderful. I think there could never have been another street in this country at once so foul and so picturesque as Ratcliffe Highway at the time I speak of. Much that I saw I could not understand, child as I was, and by so much the more was I pleased with it all, when perhaps I should have been shocked. From end to end of the highway and beyond, and through all its tributaries and purlieus, everything and everybody was for, by and of, the sailor ashore. Every house and shop was devoted to his convenience and inconvenience. In the highway it seemed to me that every other house was a tavern, and in several places two stood together. There were shops full of slops, sou'westers, pilot coats, sea boats, tin pannikins, and canvas kit bags like giants' bolsters, and rows of big knives and daggers, often engraved with suggestive maxims. A flash of memory recalls the favourite, "Never draw me without cause, never sheathe me without honour." I have ever since the words cause and honour put to uses less respectable. The pawn shops had nothing in them that had not come straight from a ship, sextants and boatswains' pipes being the choice of the stock, and pawn shops, slop shops, tobacco shops, every shop almost, had somewhere in its window a selection of those curiosities that sailors make abroad and bring home. Little ship models, mysteriously erected inside bottles, shells, albatross heads, sawfish snouts, and bottles full of sand of different colours, ingeniously packed, so as to present a figure or a picture when viewed from without. Men of a dozen nations were coming or going in every score of yards. The best dressed and the worst were the negroes, for the black cook who was flush went in for adornments that no other sailor man would have dreamed of: a white shirt, a flaming tie, a black coat with satin facings, even a white waistcoat and a top hat; while the cleaned out and shipless nigger was a sad spectacle indeed. Then there were Spaniards, swart, long-haired, bloodshot-looking fellows, whose entire shore outfit consisted commonly of a red shirt, blue trousers, ankle jacks with the brown feet visible over them, a belt, a big knife, and a pair of large gold earrings. Big, yellow-haired, blue-eyed Swedes, who were full pink with sea and sun, and not brown or mahogany-coloured like the rest. Slight, wicked-looking Malays, lean, spitting Yankees with stripes and felt hats and sing-song oaths. Sometimes a Chinaman, petticoated, dignified, jeered at. Alaska, a Greek, a Russian, and everywhere the English Jack, rolling of gait. Sometimes from habit alone, sometimes for mixed reasons. Hard, red-necked, waistcoatless, with his knife at his belt like the rest, but more commonly a clasp knife than one in a sheath. To me all these strangely bedight men were matter of delight and wonder, and I guessed my hardest whence each had come last, what he had brought in his ship, and what strange and desperate adventures he had encountered on the way; and wherever I saw bare hairy skin, whether an arm or the chest under an open shirt, there were blue devices of ships, of flags, of women, of letters and names. Grandfather Nat was tattooed like that, as I had discovered in the morning when he washed. He had been a fool to have it done, he said, as he flung the soapy water out of window into the river, and he warned me that I must be careful never to make such a mistake myself, which made me sorry, because it seemed so gallant an embellishment. But my grandfather explained that you could be identified by tattoo marks at any length of time, which might cause trouble. I remembered that my own father was tattooed with an anchor and my mother's name, and I hoped he would never be identified if it were as bad as that. In the street oyster stalls stood, and baked potato cans. One or two sailors were buying, and one or two fiddlers, but mostly the customers were the gaudy women, who seemed to make a late breakfast in this way. Some had not stayed to perform a greater toilet than to fling clothes on themselves, unhooked and awry, and to make a straggling knot of their hair; but the most were brilliant enough, in violet or scarlet or blue, with hair oiled and crimped, and hung in thick nets, and with bright handkerchiefs over their shoulders, Belcher yellows and Kingsmen and blue billies. And presently we came on one who was dancing with a sailor on the pavement to the music of one of the many fiddlers who picked up a living hereabouts, and she wore the regular dancing rig of the highway, short skirts and high red morocco boots with brass heels. She covered the buckle and grape-vined with great precision too, a contrast with her partner, whose hornpipe was unsteady and vague in the figures, for indeed he seemed to have begun early, perhaps had not left off all night. Two more pairs of these red morocco boots we saw at a place next a public house, where a shop front had been cleared out to make a dancing room, with a sort of buttery hatch communicating with the tavern, and where a flushed sailor now stood with a pot in each hand, roaring for a fiddler. But if the life and the picturesqueness of the highway in some sort disguised its squalor, they made the more hideously apparent the abomination of the by-streets, which opened filthy and menacing at every 50 yards as we went. The lights seemed greyer, the very air thicker and fouler in these passages, though indeed they formed the residential part whereof the highway was the market-place. The children who ran and tumbled in these places, the boy of 9 equally with the infant crawling from doorstep to gutter, were half naked, shoeless, and disguised in crusted foulness, so that I remember them with a certain sickening, even in these latter days, when I see no such pitiably neglected little wretches, though I know the dark parts of London well enough. At the mouth of one of these narrow streets, almost at the beginning of the highway, Grandfather Nat stopped and pointed. It was a forbidding lane, with forbidding men and women hanging about the entrance, and far up toward the end there appeared to be a crowd and a fight, in the midst whereof a half-naked man seemed to be rushing from side to side of the street. "That's a Blue Gate," said my grandfather, and resumed his walk. "It's dangerous," he went on. "The worst place hereabout, perhaps anywhere. Worse than Tiger Bay a mile. You must never go near Blue Gate. People get murdered there, Stevie, murdered. Many's a man. Sailor men mostly, and nobody never knows. Pitch them in the dock sometimes in the river, so they're washed away. I've known them taken a hole in the wall stairs at night." I gripped my grandfather's hand tighter, and asked in all innocence if we should see any, if we kept watch out a window that night. He laughed, thought the chance scarce worth a sleepless night, and went on to tell me of something else. But I overheard later in a bar conversation a ghastly tale of years before, of a murdered man's body that had been dragged dripping through the streets at night by 2 men who supported its arms, staggering and shouting and singing, as though the 3 were merely drunk, and how it was dropped in panic ere it was brought to the waterside because of a collision with 3 live sailors who really were drunk. 1 or 2 crimps carts came through from the docks as we walked, drawn by sorry animals and piled high with shouting sailors and their belongings. Chief among these were the giant bolster bags. The victims went to their fate gloriously enough, hailing and chaffing the populace on the way, and singing, each man as he list. Also we saw a shop with a window full of parrots and monkeys, and a very sick kangaroo in a wooden cage being carried in from a van. And so we came to the London dock at last, and there in the sugar sheds stood more sugar than ever I had dreamed of in my wildest visions. Thousands of barrels, mountains of sacks, and so many of the bags were rat-bitten or had got a slit by accidentally running up against a jackknife. And so many of the barrels were defective or had stove themselves by perverse complications with a crowbar, that the heavy brown moist stuff was lying in heaps and lumps everywhere, and I suppose that it must be called foot sugar because you couldn't help treading on it. It was while I was absorbed in this delectable spectacle that I heard a strained little voice behind me, and turned to behold Mr. Cripps greeting my grandfather. "Good morning, Captain Kemp, sir," said Mr. Cripps. "I've been a-looking at the new blue crosser, the Emily Riggs. She ought to be done, you know, and a handsome picture she'd make. But the skipper seemed busy. Why, and there's young Master Stephen, I do declare. How are you, sir?" As he bent and the nose neared, I was seized with a horrid fear that he was going to kiss me. But he only shook hands, after all, though it was not at all a clean hand that he gave. "Why, Captain Kemp," he went on, "this is what I say a phenomenal coincidence, rather unique, in fact. Why, you'll hardly believe as I was thinking of you not half an hour ago, scarcely. Now, you wouldn't have thought that, would you?" There was a twinkle in Grandfather Nat's eye. "All depends," he said. "Coming along from the mortuary, I see. Something?" "Ah, something in the mortuary, no doubt," my grandfather interrupted quizzically. "Well, what was in the mortuary?" "I bet there was a corpse in the mortuary." "Quite correct, Captain Kemp. So there was, 3 of 'em, and a very sad sight, decimated, Captain Kemp, by the watery element. But it wasn't them I was." "What? It wasn't a corpse as reminded you of me? That's rum. Then I expect somebody told you some more about Viney and Ma. Come, what's the latest about Viney and Ma? Tell us about that." Grandfather Nat was humorously bent on driving Mr. Cripps from his mark, and Mr. Cripps deferred. "Well, it's certainly a topic," he said, "a universal topic. Crook's the ship Shambler's done for, they say, unsolvent. The Minerva's reported off Prawl Point in today's list, and they say she'll be sold up as soon as she's moored. But there she's hypotenused, Captain Kemp, pawned, as you might say, up the flue. It's a matter of general information that she's pawned up to your rivals, up to your own rivals, sir. Which reminds me, speaking of rivals, there's a timber shop just along by the mortuary." "Ah, no doubt," Grandfather Nat interrupted. "They must put 'em somewhere. Any news of the Juno?" "No, sir, she ain't reported. Nor do Barbadoes yet, or mail not in, anyhow. They'll sell her too, but the creditors won't get none of it. She's hypotenused as deep as the other, up to her ears, and there's nothing else to sell. So it's a general opinion there won't be much to divide, Ma having absconded with the proceeds. And as regards what I was a-going to—" "Yes, you're going to tell me some more about Ma, I expect," my grandfather persisted. "Heard where he's gone?" Mr. Cripps shook his head. "They don't seem likely to catch him, Captain Nat. Some says he's absconded out the country. Others say he's hiding in it. Nobody knows him much, consequence of Viney doing all the outdoor business. I only see him once myself. Viney, he thinks he's gone abroad, they say, and he swears Ma's the party has caused the insolvency, having been a doing of him all along, him being in charge of the books. And it's a fact, Captain Kemp, as you never know what the chaps may get up to with the proceeds as has charge of books. The paper's full of 'em every week, always absconding with somebody's proceeds. And by the way, speaking of proceeds—" This time Captain Nat made no interruption, but listened with an amused resignation. "Speaking of proceeds," said Mr. Cripps, "it was being temporary out of proceeds as made me think of you as I came along from the mortuary, for I see as handsome a bit of panel for to paint a sign on as ever I come across. It was—" "Yes, I know. Enough to stimulate you to paint it fine, only to look at it, wasn't it?" "Well, yes, Captain Kemp, so it was." "Not dear, neither?" "No, not to say dear, seeing how prices is up. If I'd had—" "Well, well, perhaps price will be down a bit soon," said Grandfather Nat, grinning and pulling out a sixpence. "I ain't good for no more than now, anyhow." And having passed over the coin, he took my hand and turned away, laughing and shaking his head. Seeing that my grandfather wanted his sign, it seemed to me that he was losing an opportunity, and I said so. "What?" he said. "Let him buy the board? Why, he's had 6 boards for that sign already." 6, I said. 6 boards? What did he do with them? "Ate 'em," said Grandfather Nat, and laughed the louder when I stared. End of chapter 7. Chapter 8 of The Hole in the Wall by Arthur Morrison. Stephen's Tale. I found it quite true that one might eat the loose sugar wherever he judged it clean enough, as most of it was, and nothing but Grandfather Nat's restraining hand postponed my first bilious attack. Thus it was that I made acquaintance with the highway and with the London docks in their more picturesque days, and saw and delighted in 1,000 things more than I can write. Port was drunk then, and hundreds of great pipes lay in rows on a wide quay, where men walked with wooden clubs, whacking each pipe, till the shive or wooden bung sprang into the air, to be caught with a dexterity that pleased me, like a conjuring trick. And many a thirsty dock labourer, watching his opportunity, would cut a strip of bread from his humble dinner as he strolled near a pipe, and, absorbed in the contemplation of the indefinite empyrean, absently dip his sippet into the shive hole as he passed, recovering it in a state so wet and discoloured that its instant consumption was imperative. And so at last we came away from the docks by the thoroughfare then called Tanglefoot Lane. Not that that name or anything like it was painted at the corner, but because it was the road commonly taken by visitors departing from the wine vaults after bringing tasting orders. As we passed Blue Gate on our way home, I saw among those standing at the corner a coarse-faced, untidy woman talking to a big, bony-looking man with a face so thin and mean that it seemed misplaced on such shoulders. The woman was so much like a score of others then in sight that I should scarce have noted her, were it not that she and the man stopped their talk as we passed, with a quick look, first at my grandfather and then one at the other, and then the man turned his back and walked away. Presently the woman came after us, walking quickly, glancing doubtfully at Grandfather Nat as she passed, and at last, after twice looking back, she turned and waited for us to come up. "Beg pardon, Captain Kemp," she said in a low but very thick voice, "but might I speak to you a moment, sir?" My grandfather looked at her sharply. "Well," he said, "what is it?" "In regards to a man as sold you a watch last night." "No, grandfather," Nat interrupted with angry decision. "He didn't." "Beg pardon, sir. Just so, sir, course not. Which I mean to say, he sold it to a man near to your house. Is it brought true as that party, not meaning you, sir, course not, but the party in the street near your house, is it brought true as that party by something more, something as I needn't tell now, sir, perhaps, but something spoke of between that party and the other party? I mean the party and sold it, and don't mean you, sir, course not." It was plain that the woman, who had begun in trepidation, was confused and abashed the more by the hard frown with which Captain Nat regarded her. The frown persisted for some moments, and then my grandfather said, "Don't know what you mean. If somebody bought anything of a friend of yours, and your friend wants to sell him something else, I suppose he can take it to him, can't he? And if it's any value, there's no reason he shouldn't buy it, as far as I know." And Grandfather Nat strode on. The woman murmured some sort of acknowledgment and fell back, and in a moment I had forgotten her, though I remembered her afterward for good reason enough. In fact, it was no later than that evening. I was sitting in the bar parlour with Grandfather Nat, who had left the bar to the care of the potman. My grandfather was smoking his pipe, while I spelled and sought down the narrow columns of Lloyd's List for news of my father's ship. It was my grandfather's way to excuse himself from reading, when he could, on the plea of unsuitable eyes, though I suspect that, apart from his sight, he found reading a greater trouble than he was pleased to own. "There's nothing here about the Juno, Grandfather Nat," I said. "Nothing anywhere." "Ah," said my grandfather, "La Guerra was the last port, and we must keep eyes on the list for Barbados. Maybe the mail's late." Most of Lord's messengers came by mail at that time. "Let's see," he went on. "Belize, La Guerra, Barbados," and straightway began to figure out distances and chances of wind. Grandfather Nat had been considering whether or not we should write to my father to tell him that my mother was dead, and he judged that there was little chance of any letter reaching the Juno on her homeward passage. Belize, La Guerra, Barbados, said Grandfather Nat musingly. Here's a rough reason thereabout, and it's odd she may be blown out of her course. But the mail... He stopped and turned his head. There was a sudden stamp of feet outside the door behind us, a low and quick voice, a heavy thud against the door, and then a cry, a dreadful cry, that began like a stifled scream and ended with a gurgle. Grandfather Nat reached the door at a bound, and as he flung it wide, a man came with it and sank heavily at his feet, head on one shoulder over the threshold, and an arm flung out stiffly, so that the old man stumbled across it as he dashed at a dark shadow without. I was hard at my grandfather's heels, and in a flash of time I saw that another man was rising from over the one on the doorsill. But for the stumble, Grandfather Nat would have had him. In that moment's check the fellow spun round and dashed off, striking one of the great posts with his shoulder and nearly going down with the shock. All was dark without, and what I saw was merely confused by the light from the bar parlour. My grandfather raised a shout and rushed in the wake of the fugitive towards the stairs, and I, too startled and too excited to be frightened yet, skipped over the stiff arm to follow him. At the first step I trod on some object which I took to be my grandfather's tobacco pouch, snatched it up and stuffed it in my jacket pocket as I ran. Several men from the bar were running in the passage, and down the stairs I could hear Captain Nat hallooing across the river. "Ahoy!" came a voice in reply. "What's up?" And I could see the fire of a pearl boat coming in. "Stop him, Bill!" my grandfather shouted. "Stop him! Stabbed a man! He's got my boat! There are no sculls in this damn thing! Gone round them barges!" And now I could distinguish my grandfather in a boat, paddling desperately with a stretcher, his face and his shirt sleeves touched with the light from the pearl man's fire. The pearl boat swung round and shot off, and presently other boats came pulling by, with shouts and questions. Then I saw Grandfather Nat, a black form merely, climbing on a barge and running and skipping along the tier from one barge to another, calling and directing, till I could see him no more. There were many men on the stairs by this time, and others came running and jostling, so I made my way back to the bar parlour door. It was no easy thing to get in here, for a crowd was gathering, but a man from the bar who recognised me made a way, and as soon as I had pushed through the crowd of men's legs, I saw that the injured man was lying on the floor, tended by the potman, while Mr. Cripps, his face pallid under the dirt, and his nose a deadly lavender, stood by, with his mouth open and his hands dangling aimlessly. The stabbed man lay with his head on a rolled-up coat of my grandfather's, and he was bad for a child to look at. His face had gone tallowy. His eyes, which turned and frightened me as I came in, were now directed steadily upward. He breathed low and quick, and though Joe the potman pressed cloths to the wound in his chest, there was blood about his lips and chin, and blood bubbled dreadfully in his mouth. But what startled me most, and what fixed my regard on his face despite my tremors, so that I could scarce take my eyes from it, was the fact that, paleness and blood and drawn cheeks notwithstanding, I saw in him the ugly, broken-nosed fellow who had been in the private compartment last night with a watch to sell. The watch with an initial on the back that now lay in Grandfather Nat's cash box. End of chapter 8. Chapter 9 of The Hole in the Wall by Arthur Morrison. Stephen's Tale. Somebody had gone for a doctor, it was said, but a doctor was not always easy to find in Wapping. Mrs. Grimes, who was at some late work upstairs, was not disturbed at first by the noise, since excitement was not uncommon in the neighbourhood. But now she came to the stair-foot door and peeped and hurried back. For myself, I squeezed into a far corner and stared, a little sick, for there was a deal of blood, and Joe the potman was all dabbled like a slaughterman. My grandfather returned almost on the doctor's heels, and with my grandfather were some river police in glazed hats and pilot coats. The doctor puffed and shook his head, called for cold water and cloths and turpentine and milk. Cold water and cloths were ready enough, and turpentine was easy to get, but ere the milk came it was useless. The doctor shook his head and puffed more than ever, wiped his hands and pulled his cuffs down gingerly. I could not see the man on the floor now, for the doctor was in the way, but I heard him just before the doctor stood up. The noise sent my neck cold at the back, though indeed it was scarce more than the noise made in emptying a large bottle by upending it. The doctor stood up and shook his head. "Gone," he said, "and I couldn't have done more than keep him alive a few minutes at best. It was the lung and bad, 2 places. Have they got the man?" "No," said Grandfather Nat, "nor ain't very likely, I'd say. Never saw him again, once he got behind a tier of lighters. Waterside chap, certain. Knows the river well enough, and these stairs. I couldn't have got that boat of mine off quicker, not myself." "Ah," said one of the river policemen, "he's a waterside chap, that's plain enough. Another had have bolted up the street. Never said nothing, did he, this one?" He was bending over the dead man, while the other cleared the people back from the door and squeezed Mr. Cripps out among them. "No, not a word," answered Joe the potman. "Couldn't. Tried to nod once when I spoke to him, but it seemed to make him bleed faster." "Know him, Captain Knap?" asked the sergeant. "No," answered my grandfather, "I don't know him. Might have seen him hanging about, perhaps, but then I see a lot doing that." I wondered if Grandfather Nat had already forgotten about the silver watch with the M on it, or if he had merely failed to recognise the man. But I remembered what he had said in the morning, after he had bought the spoons, and I reflected that I had best hold my tongue. And now voices without made it known that the shore police were here, with a stretcher, and presently, with a crowding and squeezing in the little bar parlour that drove me deeper into my corner and farther under the shelf, the uncomely figure was got from the floor to the stretcher, and so out of the house. It was plain that my grandfather was held in good regard by the police, and I think that his hint that a drop of brandy was at the service of anybody who felt the job unpleasant might have been acted on, if there had not been quite as many present at once. When at last they were gone, and the room clear, he kicked into a heap the strip of carpet that the dead man had lain on, and as he did it, he perceived me in my corner. "What, you here all the time, Stevie?" he said. "I thought you'd have gone upstairs. Here, it ain't right for boys in general, but you've got a turn. Drink up this." I believe I must have been pale, and indeed I felt a little sick now that the excitement was over. The thing had been very near, and the blood tainted the very air, so that I gulped the weak brandy and water without much difficulty, and felt better. Out in the bar, Mr. Cripps' thin voice was raised in thrilling description. Feeling better, as I have said, and no longer faced with the melancholy alternatives of crying or being ill, I bethought me of my grandfather's tobacco pouch. "You dropped your pouch, Grandfather Nat," I said, "and I picked it up when I run out." And with that I pulled out of my jacket pocket, not the pouch at all, but a stout buckled pocket book of about the same size. "That ain't a pouch, Stevie," said Grandfather Nat, "and mine's here in my pocket. Show me." He opened the flap and stood for a moment staring. Then he looked up hastily, turned his back to the bar and sat down. "Phew, Stevie," he said, with an amazement in his eyes and the pocket book open in his hand. "You're in luck. Luck, my boy. See?" Once more he glanced quickly over his shoulder toward the bar, and then took in his fingers a folded bunch of paper and opened it. "Notes," he said in a low voice, drawing me to his side. "Bank of England notes, every one of 'em. 50s and 20s and 10s and 5s. Where was it?" I told him I had run out at his heels, had trodden on the thing in the dark, and had slipped it into my pocket, supposing it to be his old leather tobacco pouch, from which he had but just refilled his pipe, and how I had forgotten about it in my excitement till the people were gone, and the brandy had quelled my faintness. "Well, well," commented Grandfather Nat, "it's a wonderful bit of luck, anyhow. This is what the chap was pulling away from him when they opened the door, you can lay to that. And he lost it when he hit the post, I'll wager, unless the other pitched it away. But that's neither here nor there. What's that?" He turned his head quickly. "That stair-foot door ain't latched again, Stevie. Made me jump. Fancied it was the other." There was nothing else in the pocket-book, it would seem, except an old photograph. It was a faded, yellowish thing, and it represented a rather stout woman, seated, with a boy of about 14 at her side, both very respectably dressed in the fashion of 20 years earlier. Grandfather Nat put it back and slipped the pocket-book into the same cash-box that had held the watch with the M engraved on its back. The stair-foot door clicked again, and my grandfather sent me to shut it. As I did so, I almost fancied I could hear soft footsteps ascending. But then I concluded I was mistaken, for in a few moments Mrs. Grimes was plainly heard coming downstairs with an uncommonly full tread, and presently she presented herself. "Good Lord, Captain Kemp!" exclaimed Mrs. Grimes, with her hand clutching at her chest, and her breath a tumultuous sigh. "Good Lord, I am that bad! What with extry work and keeping on late, and murders under my very nose, I cannot abear it, no." And she sank into a chair by the stair-foot door, letting go her brush and dustpan with a clatter. Grandfather Nat turned to get the brandy bottle again. Mrs. Grimes' head drooped faintly, and her eyelids nearly closed. Nevertheless, I observed that the eyes under the lids were very sharp indeed, following my grandfather's back, and traversing the shelf where he had left the photograph. Yet when he brought the brandy, he had to rouse her by a shake. End of chapter 9. Chapter 10 of The Hole in the Wall by Arthur Morrison. Stephen's Tale. I went to bed early that night, as soon as Mrs. Grimes was gone, in fact. My grandfather had resolved that such a late up-sitting as last night's must be no more than the indulgence once in a way. He came up with me, bringing the cash-box to put away in the little wall cupboard against his bedhead, where it always lay at night, with a pistol by its side. Grandfather Nat peeped to see the pocket-book safe once more, and chuckled as he locked it away. This done, he sat by my side and talked till I began to fall asleep. The talk was of the pocket-book, and what should be done with the money. £800 was the sum, and 2 £5 notes over, and I wondered why a man with so much money should come, the evening before, to sell his watch. "Looks as though the money wasn't his, don't it?" commented Grandfather Nat. "Though anyhow it's no good to him now. You found it, and it's yours, Stevie." I remembered certain lessons of my mother's as to one's proper behaviour toward lost property, and I mentioned them. But Grandfather Nat clearly resolved me that this was no case in point. "It can't be his because he's dead," Captain Nat argued. "And if it's the other chap's, well, let him come and ask for it. That's fair enough, you know, Stevie. And if he don't come, it ain't likely he will, is it? Then it's yours, and I'll keep it to help start you in life when you grow up. I won't pay it into the bank, not for a bit anyhow. There's numbers on bank notes, and they lead to trouble often. But they're as good one time as another, and easy sent abroad later on, or what not. So there you are, my boy. 800 odd to start you like a gentleman, with as much more as Grandfather Nat can put to it, eh?" He kissed me and rubbed his hands in my curls, and I took the occasion to communicate my decision as to being a pearlman. Grandfather Nat laughed and patted my head down on the pillow, and for a little I remembered no more. I awoke in an agony of nightmare. The dead man, with blood streaming from mouth and eyes, was dragging my grandfather down into the river, and my mother, with my little dead brother in her arms, called me to throw out the pocket-book and save him. And throw I could not, for the thing seemed glued to my fingers. So I woke with a choke and a cry, and sat up in bed. All was quiet about me, and below were the common evening noises of the tavern, laughs, argumentation, and the gurgle of drawn beer, though there was less noise now than when I had come up, and I judged it not far from closing time. Out in the street a woman was singing a ballad, and I got out of bed and went to the front room window to see and to hear, for indeed I was out of sorts and nervous, and wished to look at people. At the corner of the passage there was a small group who pointed and talked together, plainly discussing the murder, and as one or two drifted away, so one or two more came up to join those remaining. No doubt the singing woman had taken this pitch as one suitable to her wear, for she sang and fluttered at length in her hand one of the versified last dying confessions that even so late as this were hawked about Ratcliffe and Wapping. What murderer's confession the woman was singing I have clean forgotten, but they were all the same, all set to a doleful tune, which, with modifications, still does duty, I believe, as an evening hymn, and the burden ran thus for every murderer and any murder: "Take warning by my dreadful fate, the truth I can't deny, this dreadful crime that I ha' done, and I are condemned to die." The singular grammar of the last two lines I never quite understood, not having noticed its like elsewhere, but I put it down as a distinguishing characteristic of the speech of murderers. I waited till the woman had taken her ballads away, and I had grown uncommonly cold in the legs, and then crept back to bed. But now I had fully awakened myself, and sleep was impossible. Presently I got up again, and looked out over the river. Very black and mysterious it lay, the blacker it seemed for the thousand lights that spotted it, craft and shore. No pearlmen's fires were to be seen, for work on the colliers was done long ago, but once a shout and now a hail came over the water, faint or loud, far or near, and up the wooden wall I leaned on came the steady sound of the lapping against the piles below. I wondered where Grandfather Nat's boat, our boat, lay now, if the murderer was still rowing in it, and would row and row right away to sea, where my father was in his ship, or if he would be caught and make a dying confession with all the haves and ams replaced by ours, or if indeed he had already met providential retribution by drowning, in which case I doubted for the safety of the boat, and Grandfather would buy another. And my legs growing cold again, I retreated once more. I heard the customers being turned into the street, and the shutters going up, and then I got under the bed clothes, for I recalled the nightmare, and it was not pleasant. It grew rather worse indeed, for my waking fancy enlarged and embellished it, and I longed to hear the tread of Grandfather Nat ascending the stair. But he was late tonight. I heard Joe the potman, who slept off the premises, shut the door and go off up the street. For a few minutes Grandfather Nat was moving about the bar and the bar parlour, and then there was silence, save for the noises, the clicks and the creaks, that the old house made of itself. I waited and waited, sometimes with my head out of the clothes, sometimes with no more than a contrived hole next my ear, listening, till at last I could wait no longer, for the house seemed alive with stealthy movement, and I shook with the indefinite terror that comes some night or another to the most unimaginative child. I thought at first of calling to my grandfather, but that would seem babyish. So I said my prayers over again, held my breath, and faced the terrors of the staircase. The boards sang and creaked under my bare feet, and the black about me was full of dim coloured faces. But I pushed the door and drew breath in the honest lamplight of the bar parlour at last. Nobody was there, and nobody was in the bar. Could he have gone out? Was I alone in the house, there where the blood was still on the carpet? But there was a slight noise from behind the stairs, and I turned to look farther. Behind the bar parlour and the staircase were two rooms that projected immediately over the river, with their frames resting on the piles. One was sometimes used as a parlour for the reception of mates and skippers, though such customers were rare. The other held cases, bottles and barrels. To this latter I turned, and mounting the 3 steps behind the staircase, pushed open the door, and was mightily astonished at what I saw. There was my grandfather, kneeling, and there was one half of Bill Stagg, the pearlman, standing waist deep in the floor. For a moment it was beyond me to guess what he was standing on, seeing that there was nothing below but water. But presently I reasoned that the tide was high, and he must be standing in his boat. He was handing my grandfather some small packages, and he saw me at once and pointed. Grandfather Nat turned sharply and stared, and for a moment I feared he was angry. Then he grinned, shook his finger at me, and brought it back to his lips with a tap. "All right, my partner," he whispered, and Bill Stagg grinned too. The business was short enough, and in a few seconds Bill Stagg, with another grin at me and something like a wink, ducked below. My grandfather, with noiseless care, put back in place a trapdoor, not a square, noticeable thing, but a clump of boards of diverse lengths that fell into place with as innocent an aspect as the rest of the floor. This done, he rolled a barrel over the place and dropped the contents of the packages into a row of buckets that stood near. "What's that, Grandfather Nat?" I ventured to ask, when all was safely accomplished. My grandfather grinned once more and shook his head. "Go on," he said. "I'll tell you in the bar parlour. May as well now as let you find out." He blew out the light of his candle and followed me. "Well," he said, wrapping my cold feet in my nightgown as I sat on his knee, "what brought you down, Stevie? Did we make a noise?" I shook my head. I felt lonely," I said. "Lonely? Well, never mind. And so you came to look for me, eh? Well, now, this is another one of the things that you mustn't talk about, Stevie. A little secret between ourselves, being partners." "The stuff in the pail, Grandfather Nat?" "The stuff in the pail and the hole in the floor. You're sure you won't get talking and get your poor old grandfather in trouble?" Yes, I was quite sure, though I could not see as yet what there was to cause trouble. "The stuff Bill Stagg brought, Stevie, is bacca. Bacca smashed down so hard that a pound ain't bigger than that matchbox. And I pitched it in the water to swell it out again. See?" I still failed to understand the method of its arrival. "Did Bill Stagg steal it, Grandfather?" I asked. Grandfather Nat laughed. "No, my boy," he said. "He bought it, and I buy it. It comes off the Dutch boats, but it comes a deal cheaper taking it that way at night time. There's a big place I'll show you one day, Stevie. Big white house just this side of London Bridge. There's a lot of gentlemen there as wants to see all the bacca that comes in from aboard, and they take a lot of trouble over it, and charge too, fearful. So they're very angry if parties, same as you and me, takes any in without letting 'em know and paying 'em the money, and they can get you locked up." This seemed a very unjust world that I had come into, in which Grandfather Nat was in danger of such terrible penalties for such innocent transactions, buying a watch or getting his tobacco cheap. So I said, "I think people are very wicked in this place." "Ah," said my grandfather, I suppose none of us ain't over good, but there, I've told you about it now, and that's better than letting you wonder, and perhaps going asking other people questions. So now you know, Stevie, we've got our little secrets between us, and you've got to keep 'em between us, else, well, you know. Nothing about anything I buy, nor about what I take in there," with a jerk of the thumb, "nor about bacca in buckets of water." "Nor about the pocket book, Grandfather Nat?" "Lord, no. Especially not about that. You see, Stevie, partners is partners, and they must stick together, eh? We'll stick together, won't we?" I nodded hard and reached for my grandfather's neck. "Ah, that we will. Where others like to think they can, they can't prove nothing, nor it wouldn't be their game. But we're partners, and I've told you what, well, you might have found out in a more awkward way. It ain't so bad a thing to have a partner to talk to, neither. I never had one till now, not since your grandmother died, that you never saw, Stevie, and that was 20 years ago. I've been alone most of my life, not even a boy, same as it might be you. 'Cause why? When your father was your age and older, I was always at sea, and never saw him, scarcely, same as him and you now." And indeed Grandfather Nat and I knew each other better than my father knew either of us, and so we sat for a few minutes talking of ourselves and once more of the notes in the pocket book upstairs, till the tramp of the 3 policemen on the beat stayed in the street without, and we heard one of the 3 coming down the passage. He knocked sharply at the bar parlour door, and Grandfather Nat put me down and opened it. "Good evening, Captain Kemp," said the policeman. "We knew you was up, seeing a bit of light." Then he leaned farther in, and in a lower voice said, "He ain't been exactly identified yet, but it's thought some of our chaps knows him, knows if anything's been picked up." My heart gave a jump, as probably did my grandfather's. "Picked up?" he repeated. "Why, what do you mean?" "Well, there was nothing particular on the body, and our chaps didn't see the knife. We thought if anybody about had picked up anything, knife or what not, you might hear. So there ain't nothing?" "No," Grandfather Nat answered blankly. "I've seen no knife, nor heard of none." "All right, Captain Kemp. If you do hear of anything, give us the tip. Good night." Grandfather Nat looked oddly at me, and I at him. I think we had a feeling that our partnership was sealed, and so with no more words we went to bed. End of chapter 10. Chapter 11 of The Hole in the Wall by Arthur Morrison. Stephen's Tale. I had never seen either of the partners in the firm of Viney and Marr, as I may have said already. On the day after the man was stabbed at our side door, I saw them both. That morning the tide was low, and Hole in the Wall stairs ended in a causeway in the midst of a little flat of gravel and mud. So, since the mud was nowhere dangerous, and there was no deep water to fall into, I was allowed to go down the steps alone and play on the foreshore, while Grandfather Nat was busy with his morning's affairs. The 2 or 3 watermen lying by the causeway undertaking to keep an eye on me. And there I took my pleasure as I would, now raking in the wet pebbles and heaving over big stones that often pulled me on to all fours, now climbing the stairs to peep along the alley, and once or twice running as far as the bar parlour door to report myself to Grandfather Nat and inform him of my discoveries. The little patch of foreshore soon rendered up all its secrets, and its area grew less by reason of the rising tide, so that I turned to other matters of interest. Out in mid-stream a cluster of lighters lay moored, waiting for the turn of the tide. Presently a little tug came puffing and fussing from somewhere along shore, and after much shoving and hauling and shouting, scuffled off, trailing 3 of the lighters behind it, from which I conjectured that their loads were needed in a hurry. But the disturbance among the rest of the lighters was not done with when the tug had cleared the three from their midst. For a hawser had got foul of a rudder, and 2 or 3 men were at work with poles and hooks, recrimination and forcible words, to get things clear. Though the thing seemed no easy job, and it took my attention for some time. But presently I tired of it and climbed the steps to read the bills describing the people who had been found drowned. There were 11 of the bills altogether, fresh and clean, and fragments of innumerable others, older and dirtier, were round about them. 10 men and 1 woman had been picked up, it would seem, and all within a week or 2, as I learned when I had spelled out the dates. I pored at these bills till I had read them through, being horribly fascinated by the personal marks and peculiarities so baldly set forth, the scars, the tattoo marks, the colour of the dead eyes, the clothes and boots and the contents of the pockets, though indeed most of the pockets would seem to have been empty. The woman, they guessed her age at 22, wore 1 earring, and I entangled myself in conjectures as to what had become of the other. I was disturbed by a shout from the causeway. I looked and saw Bill Stagg in his boat. "Your grandfather there?" shouted Bill Stagg. "Tell him they've found his boat." This was joyful news, and I rushed to carry it. "They've found our boat, Grandfather Nat," I cried. "Bill Stagg says so." Grandfather Nat was busy in the bar, and he received the information with calmness. "Ah," he said, "I knew it'd turn up somewhere. Bill Stagg there?" And he came out leisurely in his shirt sleeves and stood at the head of the stairs. "Police galley found your boat, Captain," Bill Stagg reported. "You'll have to go up to the float for it." "Right. Know where it was?" "Up again the Influent Stairs," Bill Stagg pointed across the river. "Turned adrift and jammed among the lighters." Grandfather Nat nodded serenely. Bill Stagg nodded in reply, shoved off from the causeway, and went about his business. The hawser was still foul among the lighters out in the stream, and a man had pulled over in a boat to help. I had told grandfather of the difficulty, and how long it had baffled the lightermen, and was asking the third of a string of questions about it all, when there was a step behind and a voice. "Good morning, Captain Nat." My grandfather turned quickly. "Mr. Viney," he said. "Well, good morning." I turned also, and was not prepossessed by Mr. Viney. His face, a face no doubt originally pale and pasty, but too long sunburned to revert to anything but yellow in these later years of shore life. His yellow face was ever stretched in an uneasy grin, a grin that might mean either propitiation or malice, and remained the same for both. He had the watery eyes and the goatee beard that were not uncommon among seamen, and in total I thought he much resembled one of those same hang-dog fellows that stood at corners and leaned on posts in the neighbourhood, making a mysterious living out of sailors. One of them, that is to say, in a superior suit of clothes that seemed too good for him. I suppose he may have been an inch taller than Grandfather Nat, but in the contrast between them he seemed very small and mean. He offered his hand with a stealthy gesture, rather as though he were trying to pick my grandfather's waistcoat pocket, so that the old man stared at the hand for a moment, as if to see what he would be at, before he shook it. "Down in the world again, Captain Nat," said Viney with a shrug. "Aye, I heard," answered Captain Nat. "I'm very sorry. But there, perhaps you'll be up again soon." "I came to ask you about something," Viney proceeded as they walked away towards the bar parlour door. "Something you'll tell me, being an old shipmate, if you can find out, I'm sure. Can we go into your place?" "No, there's a woman there." "Only one as does her washing up and such. I'll send her upstairs if you like." No, out here's best. We'll walk up and down. People get hanging round doors and keyholes in a place like that. Here we can see who's near us. What, secrets? Aye. Viney gave an ugly twist to his grin. I know some of yours. One big un at any rate, Captain Nat, don't I? So I can afford to let you into a little un of mine, seeing I can't help it. Now, I'd like to know if you've seen anything of Ma. No, haven't seen him for months. Bolted, they tell me, and, well, you know better than me, I expect. I don't know, Viney replied with emphasis. I ought to know, but I don't. See here now. Less than a week ago he cleared out, and then I filed my petition. He might have been gone anywhere. Bolted. Might be abroad, as would seem most likely. In plain fact, he was only coming down in these parts to lie low, see? Round about here a man can lie low and snug and safer than abroad, if he likes. And he had money with him, all we could get together, see? And Viney frowned and winked and glanced stealthily over his shoulder. Ah, remarked Captain Nat dryly. I see. And the creditors? Damn the creditors. See here, Captain Nat Kemp. Remember a man called Dan Webb? Captain Nat paled a little and tightened his lips. Remember a man called Dan Webb? Viney repeated, stopping in his walk and facing the other with the uneasy grin unchanged. A man called Dan Webb, aboard of the Florence, along of you and me. 'Cause I do anyhow. That's only my little hint. We're good friends altogether, of course, Captain Nat, but you know what it means. Well, Ma had money with him, as I said. He was to come to a quiet anchorage hereabout, got up like a seaman, and let me know at once. Captain Nat, his mouth still set tight, nodded with a grunt. Well, he didn't let me know. I heard nothing at all from him, and it struck me rather of a heap to think that perhaps he'd put the double on me and cleared out in good earnest. But yesterday I got news. A blind fiddler chap gave me some sort of news. Captain Nat remembered the meeting at the street corner in the evening after the funeral. Blind George? He queried. Yes, that was all the name he gave me. A regular thick un, that blind chap, and a flow of language as would curl the sheathing off a ship's bottom. He came the evening before, it seems, but found the place shut up. Servant gal took a hook. Well now, he'd done all but see Ma down here at the Blue Gate. He'd seen him as clear as a blind man could, he said, with his ears, and he came to me to give me the tip and earn anything I'd give him for it. It amounted to this. It was plain enough Ma had come along here all right and pitched on some sort of quarters, but it was clear he wasn't fit to be trusted alone in such a place at all. For the blind chap found him drunk and in tow with as precious a pair of bully boys as Blue Gate could show. Not only drunk neither, but drunk with a slack jaw. Drank and gabbling, drank and talking business, my business, and letting out all that there was to let, this and that and t'other, and Lord knows what. It was only because of his drunken jabber that the blind man found out who he was. And this was the day before yesterday? Asked Captain Nat. Yes. Captain Nat shook his head. If he was like that the day before yesterday, he said, in tow with such chaps as you say, whatever he'd had on him ain't on him now, and it'd puzzle a cleverer man than me to find it. You may lay to that. Viney swore and stamped a foot and swore again. But see, he said, ain't there a chance? It was in notes, all of it. Them chaps'll be afraid to pass notes. Couldn't most of it be got back on an arrangement to cash the rest? You can find 'em if you try with all your chances. Come, I'll pay fair for what I get to you and all. See how you've left it, remarked Captain Nat. And Viney swore again. "This was all done the day before yesterday. Well, you don't hear of it yourself till yesterday, and now you don't come to me till today." Viney swore once more and grinned twice as wide in his rage. "Yes," he said, "that was Blind George's doing. I sent him back to see what he could do, and ain't seen him since. Like as not he's standing in with the others." "Aye, that's likely," the old man answered, "very likely. Blind George is as tough a lot as any in Bluegate, for all he's blind. You'd never have heard of it at all if they'd have geased him a bit at first. I expect they shut him out to keep the plant to themselves, and so he came to you for anything he could pick up. And now—" Viney cursed them all, and Blind George and himself together, but most he cursed Ma. And so talking, the two men walked to and fro in the passage. I could see that Viney was angry, and growing angrier still, but I gave all my attention to the work at the fouled hawser. The man in the boat, working patiently with the boat hook, succeeded suddenly and without warning, so that he almost pitched headlong into the river. The rope came up from its entanglement with a spring and a splash, flinging some amazing great object up with it, half out of water, and the men gave a cry as this thing lapsed heavily to the surface. The man in the boat snatched his hook again and reached for the thing as it floated. Somebody threw him a length of line, and with this he made it fast to his boat and began pulling toward the stairs, towing it. I was puzzled to guess what the object might be. It was no part of the lighter's rudder, for it lay in rather than on the water, and it rolled and wallowed and seemed to tug heavily, so that the boatman had to pull his best. I wondered if he had caught some curious water creature, a porpoise perhaps, or a seal such as had been flung ashore in a winter storm at Blackwall a year before. Viney and Grandfather Nat had turned their steps toward the stairs, and as they neared, my grandfather, lifting his eyes, saw the boatman and his prize, and saw the watermen leaving their boats for the foreshore. With a quick word to Viney, he hastened down the stairs, and Viney himself, less interested, followed halfway down and waited. The boatman brought up alongside the foreshore, and he and another hauled at the tow rope. The thing in the water came in, rolling and bobbing, growing more hideously distinct as it came. It checked at the mud and stones, turned over, and with another pull lay ashore, staring and grey and streaming. A dead man. The lips were pulled tight over the teeth, and the hair being fair, it was the plainer to see that one side of the head and forehead was black and open with a great wound. The limbs lay limp and tumbled, all, but one leg fell aside with so loose a twist that plainly it was broken, and I heard afterwards that it was the leg that had caused the difficulty with the hawser. Grandfather Nat, down at the waterside, had no sooner caught sight of the dead face than with wide eyes he turned to Viney and shouted the one word, "Look!" Then he went and took another view, longer and closer, and straightway came back in 6 strides to the stairs, whereon Viney was no longer standing, but sitting, his face tallowy and his grin faded. "See him?" cried Grandfather Nat in a hushed voice. "See him? It's Ma himself, if I know him at all. Come and see." Viney pulled his arm from the old man's grasp, turned and crawled up a stair or two. "No," he said faintly, "I won't now. They know me, perhaps, some of them." His breath was short and he gulped. "Good God," he said presently, "it's him sure enough, and the clothes he had on. But Captain Nat, go and try his pockets. Go on. There's a pocket book, leather pocket book. Go on." "What's the good?" asked Captain Nat with a lift of the eyebrows and the same low voice. "What's the good? I can't fetch it away with all them witnesses. Go yourself and say you're his partner. You'll have a chance then." "No, no, it ain't good enough. You know 'em, I don't. I'll stand in with you, give you 100 if it's all there. Square 'em, you know 'em." "If they're to be squared you can do it as well as me. There'll be an inquest on this and evidence. I ain't going to be asked what I did with the man's pocket book. No, I don't meddle in this, Mr. Viney. If it ain't good enough for you to get it for yourself, it ain't good enough for me to get it for you." "Kemp, I'll go you halves there. Get it, and there's 400 for you. 800 and odd quid in a pocket book. Come, that's worth it, ain't it? 800 and odd quid in a leather pocket book, and I'll go you halves." Captain Nat started at the words and stood for a moment staring. 800, he repeated under his breath. 800 and odd quid in a leather pocket book. Ah! And the stare persisted and grew thoughtful. "Yes," replied Viney, now a little more himself. "Now you know, and it's worth it, ain't it? Don't waste time. They're turning him over themselves. You can manage all these chaps. Go on." "I'll see if there's anything there," answered Captain Nat. "More I can't, and if there's nothing there, that's an end of it." He went down to where the men were bending over the body to disengage the tow line. He looked again at the drawn face under the gaping forehead and said something to the men. Then he bent and patted the sodden clothes, now here, now there, and at last felt in the breast pocket. Meantime Viney stood feverishly on the stairs, watching, fidgeting nervously down a step, and then down another, and then down 2 more, and so till Captain Nat returned. The old man shook his head. "Cleaned out," he reported. "Clean out, of course. Hit on the head and cleaned out, like many a score better men before him, down these parts. Not a thing in the pockets anywhere. Flimped clean." Viney's eyes were wild. "Nothing at all left?" he said. "Nothing of his own? Not a watch nor anything?" "No, not a watch nor anything." Viney stood staring at space for some moments, murmuring many oaths. Then he asked suddenly, "Where's this blind chap? Where can I find blind George?" Grandfather Nat shook his head. "He's all over the neighbourhood," he answered. "Try the highway. I can't give you nearer than that." And with no more counsel to help him, Mr. Viney was fain to depart. He went grinning and cursing up the passage, and so toward the bridge, without another word or look. And when I turned to my grandfather, I saw him staring fixedly at me, lost in thought, and rubbing his hand up in his hair behind, through the grey and out at the brown on top. End of chapter 11. Chapter 12 of The Hole in the Wall by Arthur Morrison. In the club room. By the side of the bills stuck at the corner of hole in the wall stairs, the bills that had so fascinated Stephen, a new one appeared with the heading "Body Found." It particularised the personal marks and description of the unhappy Ma, his fresh complexion, his brown hair, his serge suit, and his ankle jacks. The bill might have stood on every wall in London till it rotted, and never have given a soul who knew him a hint to guess the body his, except Viney, who knew the fact already, and the body might have been buried unidentified ere Viney would have shown himself in the business, were it not for the interference of Mr. Cripps. For industry of an unprofitable kind was a piece of Mr. Cripps' nature, and moreover he was so regular a visitor at the mortuary as to have grown an old friend of the keeper. His persistent prying among the ghastly liars in state, at first on plea of identifying a friend, a contingency likely enough since his long-shore acquaintance was wide, and later under the name of friendly calls, was an indulgence that had helped him to consideration as a newsmonger, and twice had raised him to the elevation of witness at an inquest, a distinction very gratifying to his simple vanity. He entertained high hopes of being called witness in the case of the man stabbed at the side door of the hole in the wall, and was scarce seen at Captain Nat's all the next day, preferring to frequent the mortuary. So it happened that he saw the other corpse that was carried thence from hole-in-the-wall stairs. "There you are," said the mortuary keeper. "There's a fresh un. Just in from the river, unknown. You don't know him either, I expect." But Mr. Cripps was quite sure that he did. Curious and eager, he walked up between the two dead men, his grimy little body being all that divided them in this their grisly reunion. "I do know him," he insisted thoughtfully. "Leastways, I've seen him somewheres, I'm sure." The little man gazed at the dreadful head, and then at the rafters, then shut his eyes with a squeeze that drove his nose into amazing lumps and wrinkles, then looked at the head again, and squeezed his eyelids together once more, and at last started back, his eyes rivalling his very nose itself for prominence. "Why," he gasped, it is, s'elp me. It's Mr. Marr, as is partners with Mr. Viney. I only see him once in my life, but I'll swear it's him. Lord, what a phenomenal go!" And with that Mr. Cripps rushed off incontinent to spread the news wherever anybody would listen. He told the police, he told the loafers, he told Captain Nat and everybody in the bar. He told the watermen at the stairs, he shouted it to the pearlmen in their boats, and he wriggled into conversation with perfect strangers to tell them too. So that it came to pass that Viney, being called upon by the coroner's officer, was fain to swallow his reluctance and come forward at the inquest. That was held at the hole in the wall 24 hours after the body had been hauled ashore. The two inquests were held together, in fact, Marr's and that of the broken-nosed man stabbed in the passage. 2 inquests, or even 3 in a day, made no uncommon event in those parts, where perhaps a dozen might be held in a week, mostly ending with the same doubtful verdict, found drowned. But here one of the inquiries related to an open and witnessed murder, and that fact gave some touch of added interest to the proceedings. Accordingly, a drifting group hung about the doors of the hole in the wall at the appointed time, just such an idle changing group as had hung there all the evening after the man had been stabbed. And in the midst stood blind George with his fiddle, his vacant white eye rolling upward, his mouth full of noisy ribaldry, and his fiddle playing punctuation and chorus to all he said or sang. He turned his ear at the sound of many footsteps leaving the door near him. "There they go," he sang out. "There they go, 12 on 'em." And indeed it was the jury going off to view the bodies. "There they go, 12 good men and true, and blooming proud they are to fancy it. Got a copper for blind George, gentlemen? Not a brown for poor George? Not them, not a brass farden among the old damn good and awful lot. Oy, ain't Gubbins there, the good and lawful pork butcher, has had to pay 40 bob for shoving a lump of fat under the scales? Tell the crowner to mind his pockets." The idlers laughed, and one flung a copper, which blind George snatched almost before it had fallen. "Ah, he cried, there's a toff somewhere near, I can tell by the sound of his money. Here goes for a stave." And straightway he broke into, "Oh, they call me hanging Johnny with my hang, boys, hang." The mortuary stood at no great distance, and soon the jury were back in the club room over the bar, and at work on the first case. The police had had some difficulty as to identification of the stabbed man. The difficulty arose not only because there were no relations in the neighbourhood to feel the loss, but as much because the persons able to make the identification kept the most distant possible terms with the police, and withheld information from them as a matter of principle. Albeit a reluctant ruffian was laid hold of, who was induced sulkily to admit that he had known the deceased to speak to, and lodged near him in Blue Gate, that the deceased was called Bob Kipps, that he was quite lately come into the neighbourhood, and that he had no particular occupation as far as witness knew. It needed some pressure to extract the information that Kipps, during the short time he was in Blue Gate, chiefly consorted with one Dan Ogle, and that witness had seen nothing of Ogle that day, nor the day before. There was also a woman called to identify, a woman more reluctant than the man, a woman of coarse features, dull eyes, tousled hair and thick voice, sluttish with rusty finery, named Margaret Flynn, though at the back of the little crowd that had squeezed into the court she was called Musky Mag. It was said there too that Mag, in no degree one of the fainting sort, had nevertheless swooned when taken into the mortuary, gone clean off with a flop. True, she explained it afterward by saying that she had only expected to see one body, but found herself brought face to face with two, and of course there was the other there, Mars. But it was held no such odds between one corpse and two that an outer like Mag should go on the faint over it. This was reasonable enough for the crowd, but not for a woman who had sat to drink with three men, and in a short hour or so had fallen over the battered corpse of one of them in the dark of her room, who had been forced now to view the rent body of a second, and in doing it to meet once again the other, resurrected, bruised, sodden and horrible, and who knew that all was the work of the last of the three, and that man in peril of the rope, the man too of all the world in her eye. Her evidence, given with plain anxiety and a nervous unsteadiness of the mouth, added nothing to the tale. The man was Bob Kipps. He was a stranger till lately. Came, she had heard tell, from Shoreditch or Hoxton. Saw him last a day or two ago. Knew nothing of his death beyond what she had heard. Did not know where Dan Ogle was. This very vehemently, with much shaking of the head. Had not seen him with the deceased. But here the police inspector handed the coroner a scribbled note, and the coroner, having read it and passed it back, said no more. Musky Mag stood aside, while the inspector tore the note into small pieces and put the pieces in his pocket. Nathaniel Kemp, landlord of the house, told the story of the murder as he saw it, and of his chase of the murderer. Did not know deceased, and should be unable to identify the murderer if he had met him again, having seen no more than his figure in the dark. All this time Mr. Cripps had been standing in eager trepidation, foremost among the little crowd, nodding and lifting his hand anxiously, strenuous to catch the coroner officer's attention at the dismissal of each witness, and fearful lest his offer of evidence, made a dozen times before the coroner came, should be forgotten. Now at last the coroner's officer condescended to notice him, and being beckoned, Mr. Cripps swaggered forward, his greasy wide wake crushed under his arm, and his face radiant with delighted importance. He bowed to the coroner, kissed the book with a flourish, and glanced round the court to judge how much of the due impression was yet visible. The coroner signified that he was ready to hear whatever Mr. Cripps knew of this matter. Mr. Cripps threw a chest, stuck an arm akimbo, and raised the other with an oratorical sweep so large that his small voice, when it came, seemed all the smaller. "He was in the bar, sir," he piped. "The bar, sir, of this house.
being long acquainted with and much respecting Captain Kemp, and in the habit of visiting here in the intervals of the pursuit of my art. He was in his bar, sir, when my attention was attracted by a sudden noise behind, or as I may say, in the rear of the bar parlour. He was able to distinguish, gentlemen of the jury, what might be called in a common way of speaking a bump or a bang, such as would be occasioned by an unknown murderer criminally shoving his unhappy victim's head against the back door of a public house. He was able to distinguish it, sir, from a human cry which followed. And a human cry, or as it might be, a holler, since as would be occasioned by the unhappy victim having his head shoved against the bank door aforesaid. Gentlemen, I hesitated not a moment. I rushed forward. Mr. Cripps paused so long to give the statement effect that the coroner lost patience. "Yes," he said, "you rushed forward. Do you mean you jumped over the bar?" For a moment Mr. Cripps' countenance fell. Truly it would have been more imposing to have jumped over the bar. But he was on his oath, and he must do his best with the facts. "No, sir," he explained a little tamely, "not over the bar, but rather the opposite way, so to speak, towards the door. I rushed forward, gentlemen, in a sort of rearwards direction, through the door and round into the alley. Immediately as I turned the corner, gentlemen, I beheld with my own eyes the unknown murderer. I see him arising from over his unhappy victim, and I see as the criminal tragedy had transpired. I rushed forward." The sensation he looked for being slow in coming, another rush seemed expedient, but it fell flat as the first, and Mr. Cripps struggled on, desperately conscious that he had nothing else to say. "I rushed forward, sir, seeing which the miscreant absconded, no doubt, with the proceeds, and seeing Captain Kemp absconding after him, I turned and beheld the unhappy victim, the corpse now in custody, sir, laying in the bar parlour, helpless and decimated. I rushed forward." It was sad to see how little the coroner was impressed. There was even something in his face not unlike a smile, and Mr. Cripps was at the end of his resources. But if he could have seen the face of Musky Mag in the little crowd behind him, he might have been consoled. She alone of all who had heard had followed his rhetoric with an agony of attention, word by word, even as she had followed the earlier evidence. Now her strained face was the easier merely by contrast with itself when Mr. Cripps was in full cry, and a moment later it was tenser than ever. Yes, Mr. Cripps," the coroner said, "no doubt you were very active, but we don't seem to have increased the evidence. You say you saw the man who stabbed the deceased in the passage. Did you know him at all? Ever see him before?" Here, mayhap, was some chance of an effect after all. Mr. Cripps could scarce have distinguished the murderer from one of the posts in the alley, but he said with all the significance he could give the words, "Well, sir, I won't go so far as to swear to his name, sir. No, sir, not to his name, certainly not." And therewith he made his sensation at last, bringing upon himself the 24 eyes of the jury all together. The coroner looked up sharply. "Oh," he said, "you know him by sight then? Does he belong to the neighbourhood?" Now it was not Mr. Cripps who had said he knew the murderer by sight, but the coroner. Far be it from him, thought the aspirant for fame, to contradict the coroner, and so baulk himself of the credit thus thrust upon him. So he answered with the same cautious significance, and a succession of portentous nods. "Your judgment, sir, is correct, quite correct." "Come then, this is important. You would be able to recognise him again, of course?" There was no retreat. Mr. Cripps was in for it. It was an unforeseen consequence of the quibble, but since plunge he must, he plunged neck and crop. "I'd know him anywhere," he said triumphantly. There was an odd sound in the crowd behind, and a fall. Captain Nat strode across, and the crowd wondered, for Musky Mag had fainted again. The landlord lifted her and carried her to the stairs. When the door had closed behind them and the coroner's officer had shouted the little crowd into silence, the inquest took a short course to its end. Mr. Cripps, in the height of his consequence, began to feel serious misgivings as to the issue of his stumble beyond the verities, and the coroner's next words were a relief. "I think there will be enough, Mr. Cripps," the coroner said. "No doubt the police will be glad of your assistance." And with that he gave the jury the little summing up that the case needed. There was the medical evidence, and the evidence of the stabbing, and that evidence pointed to an unmistakable conclusion. Nobody was in custody, nor had the murderer been positively identified. And such evidence as there was in this respect was for the consideration of the police. He thought the jury would have no difficulty in arriving at a verdict. The jury had none, and the verdict was murder by some person or persons unknown. The other inquest gave even less trouble. Mr. Henry Viney, ship owner, had seen the body and identified it as that of his partner, Lewis Marr. Marr had suddenly disappeared a week ago, and an examination of his accounts showed serious defalcations, in consequence of which witness had filed his petition in bankruptcy. Whether or not Marr had taken money with him, witness could not say, as deceased had entire charge of the accounts, but it seemed more likely that embezzlement had been going on for some time past, and Marr had fled when detection could no longer be averted. This might account for his dressing, and presumably seeking work as a sailor. The divisional surgeon of police had examined the body and found a large wound on the head, fully sufficient to have caused death, inflicted either by some heavy blunt instrument or by a fall from a height on a hard substance. One thigh was fractured, and there were other wounds and contusions, but these, as well as the broken thigh, were clearly caused after death. The blow on the head might have been caused by an accident on the riverside, or it might have been inflicted wilfully by an assailant. Then there was the evidence of the man who had found the body foul of a rudder and a hawser, and of the police who had found nothing on the body. And there was no more evidence at all. The coroner, having sympathised deeply with Mr. Viney, gave the jury the proper lead, and the jury, with perfect propriety, returned the open verdict that the doctor's evidence and the coroner's lead suggested. The case, except for the circumstances of Marr's flight, was like 100 others inquired upon thereabout in the course of a few weeks, and in an hour it was in a fair way to be forgotten, even by the little crowd that clumped downstairs to try both cases all over again in the bar of the Hole in the Wall. To the coroner, the jury, and the little crowd, these were two inquests with nothing to connect them but the accident of time and the convenience of the Hole in the Wall club room. But blind George, standing in the street with his fiddle and getting the news from the club room in scraps between song and patter, knew more and guessed better. End of chapter 12. Chapter 13 of The Hole in the Wall by Arthur Morrison. Stephen's Tale. I found it a busy morning at the Hole in the Wall, that of the two inquests. I perceived that, by some occult understanding, business in one department was suspended. The pale man idled without, and nobody came into the little compartment to exhibit valuables. Grandfather Nat had a deal to do in making ready the club room over the bar, and then in attending the inquests. And it turned out that Mrs. Grimes had settled on this day in particular
to perform a vast number of extra feats of housewifery in the upper floors. Notwithstanding the disturbance of this additional work, Mrs. Grimes was most amazingly amiable even to me, but she was so persistent in requiring first the key of one place, then of another, next of a chest of drawers, and again of a cupboard, that at last my grandfather distractedly gave her the whole bunch, and told her not to bother him any more. The bunch held all she could require. Indeed, I think it comprised every key my grandfather had, except that of his cash-box, and she went away with it amiable still, notwithstanding the hastiness of his expressions, so that I was amazed to find Mrs. Grimes so meek, and wondered vaguely and childishly if it were because she felt ill, and expected to die shortly. Mr. Cripps was in the bar as soon as the doors were open, in a wonderful state of effervescence. He was to make a great figure at the inquest, it appeared, and the pride and glory of him kept him nervously on the strut, till the coroner came and Mr. Cripps mounted to the club room with the jury. He was got up for his part as completely as circumstances would allow. Grease was in his hair, his hat stood at an angle, and his face exhibited an unfamiliar polish occasioned by a towel. For my own part, I sat in the bar parlour and amused myself as I might. Blind George was singing in the street, and now and again I could hear the guffaw that signalized some sally that had touched his audience. Above, things were quiet enough for some while, and then my grandfather came heavily downstairs, carrying a woman who had fainted. I had not noticed the woman among the people who went up, but now Grandfather Nat brought her through the bar and into the parlour, and as she lay on the floor, just as the stabbed man had lain, I recognised her face also, for she was the coarse-faced woman who had stopped my grandfather near Blue Gate with vague and timid questions when we were on our way from the London dock. Grandfather Nat roared up the little staircase for Mrs. Grimes, and presently she descended, amiable still, till she saw the coarse woman and was asked to help her. She looked on the woman with something of surprise and something of confusion, but carried it off at once with a toss of the head, a high phrase or so, "Like's a very respectable woman," and a quick retreat upstairs. I believe my grandfather would have brought her down again by main force, but the woman on the floor stirred and began scrambling up, even before she knew where she was. She held the shelf, and looked dully about her with a hoarse, "Beg pardon, sir, beg pardon." Then she went across toward the door, which stood ajar, stared stupidly with a look of some dawning alarm, and said again, "Beg pardon, sir, I've been queer," and with that was gone into the passage. It was not long after her departure ere the business above was over, and the people came tramping and talking down into the bar, filling it close, and giving Joe the potman all the work he could do. The coroner came down by our private stairs into the bar parlour, ushered with great respect by my grandfather, and at his heels, taking occasion by a desperate extemporized conversation with Grandfather Nat, came Mr. Cripps. There had never been an inquest at the Hole in the Wall before, and my grandfather had been at some exercise of mind as to the proper entertainment of the coroner. He had decided, after consideration, that the gentleman could scarce be offended at the offer of a little lunch, and to that end he made ready with a cold fowl and a bottle of claret, which Mrs. Grimes would presently be putting on the table. The coroner was not offended, but he would take no lunch. He was very pleasantly obliged by the invitation, but his lunch had already been ordered at some distance, and so he shook hands with Grandfather Nat and went his way, a circumstance that had no small effect on my history. For it seemed to Mr. Cripps, who saw the coroner go, that by dexterous management the vacant place at our dinner table, for what the coroner would call lunch we called dinner, might fall to himself. It had happened once or twice before on special occasions that he had been allowed to share a meal with Captain Nat, and now that he was brushed and oiled for company, and had publicly distinguished himself at an inquest, he was persuaded that the occasion was special beyond precedent, and he set about to improve it with an assiduity and an innocent cunning that were very transparent indeed. So he was affectionately admiring with me, deferentially loquacious with my grandfather, and very friendly with Joe the potman and Mrs. Grimes. It was a busy morning, he observed, and he would be glad to do anything to help. At that time the houses on Wapping Wall were not encumbered with dustbins, since the river was found a more convenient receptacle for rubbish. Slops were flung out of a back window, and kitchen refuse went the same way, or was taken to the river stairs and turned out either into the water or on the foreshore, as the tide might chance. Mrs. Grimes carried about with her in her dustings and sweepings an old coal scuttle, which held hearth bushes, shovels, ashes, cinders, potato peelings, and the like, and at the end of her work, when the brushes and shovels had been put away, she carried the coal scuttle sometimes to the nearest window, but more often to the river stairs, and flung what remained into the Thames. Just as Mr. Cripps was at his busiest and politest, Mrs. Grimes appeared with the old coal scuttle, piled uncommonly high with ashes and dust and half-burned pipe lights. She set it down by the door, gave my grandfather his keys, and turned to prepare the table. Instantly Mr. Cripps, watchful in service, pounced on the scuttle. "I'll put this here away for you, mum," he said, "while you're seeing of Captain Kemp's dinner," and straightway started for the stairs. Mrs. Grimes' back was turned at the moment, and this gave Mr. Cripps the start of a yard or two. But she flung round and after him like a maniac, so that both Grandfather Nat and I stared in amazement. "Give me that scuttle," she cried, snatching at the hinder handle. "Mind your own business, and leave my things alone." Mr. Cripps was amazed also, and he stuttered, only... "Drop it, you fool," the woman hissed, so suddenly savage that Mr. Cripps did drop it, with a start that sent him backward against a post, and the consequence was appalling. Mr. Cripps was carrying the coal scuttle by its top handle, and Mrs. Grimes, reaching after it, had seized that at the back, so that when Mr. Cripps let go, everything in the scuttle shot out on the paving stones, first of course the ashes and the pipe lights, then on the top of them, crowning the heap, Grandfather Nat's cash box. I suppose my grandfather must have recovered from his astonishment first, for the next thing I remember is that he had Mrs. Grimes back in the bar parlour, held fast by the arm, while he carried his cash box in the disengaged hand. Mr. Cripps followed, bewildered but curious, and my grandfather, pushing his prisoner into a far corner, turned and locked the door. Mrs. Grimes, who had been crimson, was now white, but more, it seemed to me, with fury than with fear. My grandfather took the key from his watch guard and opened the box, holding it where the contents were visible to none but himself. He gave no more than a quick glance within, and relocked it, from which I judged, and judged aright, that the pocket-book was safe. "There's witnesses enough here," said my grandfather, for Joe the potman was now staring him in from the bar. "Give you a good dose of jail, mum. Instead of which I pay you 4 weeks' money and send you packing." He pulled out some silver from his pocket. "Grateful or not to me don't matter, but I hope you'll be honest where you go next, for your own sake." "Grateful, honest," Mrs. Grimes gasped, shaking with passion. "Hear him talk, honest. Take me to the station now, and bring that box and show him inside it. Go on." I felt more than a little alarmed at this challenge, having regard to the history of the pocket-book, and I remember the night when we first examined it,
the creaking door and the soft sounds on the stairs. But Grandfather Nat was wholly undisturbed. He counted over the money calmly and pushed it across the little table. "There it is, mum," he said, "and there's your bonnet and shawl in the corner. There's nothing else of yours in the place, I believe, so there's no need for you to go out of my sight till you go out of it altogether. That you'd better do quick. I'll lay the dinner myself." Mrs. Grimes swept up the money and began fixing her bonnet on her head and tying the strings under her chin with savage jerks and a great play of elbow, her lips screwing nervously and her eyes blazing with spite. "Oh, yes," she broke out, though her rage was choking her as she snatched her shawl. "Oh, yes. Nice person, Captain Natcam, to talk about honesty and gratefulness. A nice put on. A nice teacher for young Master Hopeful, I must say. And hoping he'll do you credit. It ain't the last you'll see of me, Captain Natcam. Get out of my way, you old lick-spittle." Mr. Cripps got out of it with something like a bound, and Mrs. Grimes was gone with a flounce and a slam of the door. Scold as she was, and furious as she was, I was conscious that something in my grandfather's scowl had kept her speech within bounds, and shortened her clamour, for few cared to face Captain Nat's anger. But with the slam of the door the scowl broke, and he laughed. "Come," he said, "that's well over, and I owe you a turn, Mr. Cripps, though you weren't intending it. Stop and have a bit of dinner, and if you'd like something on account to buy the board for the sign, or say 2 boards if you like, we'll see about it after dinner." It will be perceived that Grandfather Nat had no reason to regret the keeping of his cash-box key on his watch-guard, for had it been with the rest, in Mrs. Grimes's hands, she need never have troubled to smuggle out the box among the ashes, since the pocket-book was no such awkward article, and would have gone in her pocket. Mrs. Grimes had taken her best chance and failed. The disorders caused by the inquests had left her unobserved. The keys were in her hands, and the cash-box was left in the cupboard upstairs, but the sedulous Mr. Cripps had been her destruction. As for that artist, he attained his dinner and a few shillings under the name of advance, and so was well pleased with his morning's work. End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of The Hole in the Wall by Arthur Morrison. Stephen's Tale. A policeman brought my grandfather a bill which was stuck against the bar window with gelatines, and just such another bill was posted on the wall at the head of the hole in the wall stairs, above the smaller bills that advertised the found bodies. This new bill was 6 times the size of those below. It was headed Murder in grim black capitals, and it set forth an offer of £50 reward for information which should lead to the apprehension of the murderer of Robert Kipps. The offer gave Grandfather Nat occasion for much solemn banter of Mr. Cripps, banter which seemed to cause Mr. Cripps a curious uneasiness, and time and again stopped his eloquence in full flood. He had been at the pains to cut from newspapers such reports of the inquest as were printed, and though they sadly disappointed him by their brevity, and all but too personally affronted him by disregarding his evidence and himself altogether, still he made great play with the exceptional 2 in the bar. But he was quick to drop the subject when Captain Nat urged him in pursuit of the reward. "Come," my grandfather would say, "you're neglecting your fortune, you know. There's £50 waiting for you to pick up if you'd only go and collar that murderer, and you'd know him anywhere." Whereupon Mr. Cripps would look a little frightened and subside. I did not learn till later how the little painter's vanity had pushed him over bounds at the inquest, so far
that he committed himself to an absolute recognition of the murderer. The fact alarmed him not a little on his return to calmness, and my grandfather, who understood his indiscretion as well as himself, and enjoyed its consequences, in his own grim way amused himself at one vacant moment and another by setting Mr. Cripps' alarm astir again. "You're throwing away your luck," he would say, perhaps, "seeing you know him so well by sight. If you're too well off to bother about £50, give some of us poor uns a run for it, and put us on to him. I wish I'd been able to see him so clear." For in truth Grandfather Nat well knew that nobody had had so near a chance of seeing the murderer's face as himself, and that Mr. Cripps at the top of the passage, perhaps even round the corner, had no chance at all. It was because of Mr. Cripps' indiscretion, in fact, this I learned later still, that the police were put off the track of the real criminal. For after due reflection on the direful complications whereinto his lapse promised to fling him, that distinguished witness, as I have already hinted, fell into a sad funk. So though he needs must hold to the tale that he knew the man by sight, and could recognise him again, he resolved that, come what might, he would identify nobody, and so keep clear of further entanglements. Now the police suspicions fell shrewdly on Dan Ogle, a notorious ruffian of the neighbourhood. He had been much in company of the murdered man of late, and now was suddenly gone from his accustomed haunts. Moreover, there was the plain agitation of the woman he consorted with, Musky Mag, at the inquest. She had fainted, indeed, when Mr. Cripps had been so positive about identifying the murderer. These things were nothing of evidence, it was true, for that they must depend on the witness who saw the fellow's face, knew him by sight, and could identify him. But when they came to this witness with their inquiries and suggestions, the thing went overboard at a breath. Was the assassin a tall man? Not at all, rather short in fact. Was he a heavy-framed, bony fellow? On the contrary, he was fat rather than bony. Did Mr. Cripps ever happen to have seen a man called Dan Ogle, and was this man at all like him? Mr. Cripps had been familiar with Dan Ogle's appearance from his youth up. This was true, for the painter's acquaintance was wide and diverse. But the man who killed Bob Kipps was as unlike him as it was possible for any creature on two legs to be. Then would Mr. Cripps, if the thing came to trial, swear that the man he saw was not Dan Ogle? Mr. Cripps was most fervently and desperately ready and anxious to swear that it was not, and could not, by any possibility, be Dan Ogle, or anybody like him. This brought the police inquiries to a fault. Even had their suspicions been stronger and better supported, it would have been useless to arrest Dan Ogle, supposing they could find him. For this the sole possible witness to identity would swear him innocent. So they turned their inquiries to fresh quarters, looking among the waterside population across the river, since it was plain that the murderer had rowed over, for recent immigrants from Wapping. For a little while Mr. Cripps was vexed and disquieted, with invitations to go with a plain-clothes policeman and take a quiet look at some doubtful characters. But of course with no result, beyond the welcome one of an occasional free drink ordered as an excuse for waiting at bars and tavern corners. And in time these attentions ceased, for the police were reduced to waiting for evidence to turn up, and Mr. Cripps breathed freely once more. While Dan Ogle remained undisturbed, and justice was balked for a while, for it turned out in the end that when the police suspected Dan Ogle, they were right, and when they went to other conjectures, they were wrong. All this was ahead of my knowledge at the moment, however, as indeed it is somewhat ahead of my story, and for the while I did no more than wonder to see Mr. Cripps abashed at an encouragement to earn £50, for he seemed not a penny richer than before, and still impetrated old coppers on account of the signboard of promise. Once or twice we saw Mr. Viney, and on each occasion he borrowed money off Grandfather Nat. The police were about the house a good deal at this time, because of the murder, or I think he might have come oftener. The first time he came, I heard him telling my grandfather that he had got hold of Blind George, that Blind George had told him a good deal about the missing money, and that with his help he hoped for a chance of saving some of it. He added mysteriously that it had been nearer hereabouts than you might think at one time. A piece of news that my grandfather received with a proper appearance of surprise. But was it safe to confide in Blind George? Viney swore for answer, and said that the rascal had stipulated for such a handsome share that it would pay him to play square. On the last of these visits I again overheard some scraps of their talk, and this time it was angrier. I judged that Viney wanted more money than my grandfather was disposed to give him. They were together in the back room, where the boxes and bottles were, the room into which I had seen Bill Stagg's head and shoulders thrust by way of the trap door. My grandfather's voice was low, and from time to time he seemed to be begging Viney to lower his, so that I wondered to find Grandfather Nat so mild, since in the bar he never twice told a man to lower his voice, but if once were not enough, flung him into the street. And withal Viney paid no heed, but talked as he would, so that I could catch his phrases again and again. "Let the mushers is afraid, I ain't," he said, and again, "Oh, am I? Not me. It's little enough for me, if it does. Not the rope, anyway." And later, "Yes, the rope, Captain Kemp, as you know well enough. The rope at Newgate Jail. Dan Webb aboard the Florence that was powered up on the little dingoes in broad day, as you was ordered, of course. But that don't matter. That's what I want now, and no less. Think it lucky I offer to pay back when I get... Well, be sensible. I'm friendly enough." "Very well." Presently my grandfather, blacker than common about brow and eyes, but a shade paler in the cheek, came into the bar parlour and opened the trade cash box, not the one that Mrs. Grimes had hidden among the cinders, but a smaller one used for gold and silver. He counted out a number of sovereigns, 20, I believe, put the box away, and returned to the back room, and in a few minutes, with little more talk, Mr. Viney was gone. Grandfather Nat came into the bar parlour again, and his face cleared when he saw me, as it always would, no matter how he had been ruffled. He stood looking in my face for a little, but with the expression of one whose mind is engaged elsewhere. Then he rubbed his hand on my head and said abstractedly, and rather to himself, I fancied, than to me, "Never mind, Stevie. We got it back beforehand, 40 times over." A remark that I thought over afterward, in bed, with the reflection that 40 times 20 was 800. But Mr. Viney's talk in the back room brought most oddly into my mind, in a way hard to account for, the first question I put to my grandfather after my arrival at the Hole in the Wall. "Did you ever kill a man, Grandfather Nat?" End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of The Hole in the Wall by Arthur Morrison. Stephen's Tale. The repeated multiplication of 20 by 40 sent me to sleep that night, and I woke with that arithmetical exercise still running in my head. A candle was alight in the room. Ours was one of several houses in Wapping Wall without gas, and I peeped sleepily over the bedclothes. Grandfather Nat was sitting with the cash box on his knees and the pocket book open in his hand. He may just have been counting the notes over again, or not, but now he was staring moodily at the photograph that lay with them. Once or twice he turned his eyes aside and then back again to the picture, as though searching his memory for some old face. Then I thought he would toss it away as something valueless, but when his glance fell on the fireless grate, he returned the card to its place and locked the box. When the cash-box was put away in the little cupboard at his bedhead, he came across and looked down at me. At first I shut my eyes, but peeped. I found him looking on me with a troubled and thoughtful face, so that presently I sat up with a jump and asked him what he was thinking about. "Foxes sleep, Stevie?" he said, with his hand under my chin. "Well, boy, I was thinking about you. I was thinking it's a good job your father's coming home soon, Stevie, though I don't like parting with you." Parting with me? I did not understand. Wouldn't father be going away again soon? "Well, I dunno, Stevie, I dunno. I've been thinking a lot just lately, that's a fact. This place is good enough for me, but it ain't a good place to bring up a boy like you in. Not to make him the man I want you to be, Stevie. Somehow it didn't strike me that way at first, though it ought to have done. It ought to have done, seeing it struck strangers, and not particular moral strangers at that." He was thinking of Blind George and Mrs. Grimes, though at the moment I wondered if his talk with Mr. Viney had set him doubting. "No, Stevie," he resumed, "it ain't giving you a proper chance, keeping you here. You can't get lavender water out of the bilge, and this part's the bilge of all London. I want you to be a better man than me, Stevie." I could not imagine anybody being a better man than Grandfather Nat, and the prospect of leaving him oppressed me dismally. And where was I to go? I remembered the terrible group of aunts at my mother's funeral, and a shadowy fear that I might be transferred to one of those virtuous females, perhaps to Aunt Martha, put a weight on my heart. "Don't send me away, Grandfather Nat," I pleaded, with something pulling at the corners of my mouth. "I haven't been a bad boy yet, have I?" He caught me up and sat me on his forearm, so that my face almost touched his, and I could see my little white reflection in his eyes. "You're the best boy in England, Stevie," he said, and kissed me affectionately. "The best boy in the world, and I wouldn't let you go you for a minute, but for your own good. But see now, Stevie, see, as to going away now, you'll have to go to school, my boy, won't you? And the best school we can manage, a gentleman's school, boarding school, you know. Well, that'll mean going away, won't it? And then it wouldn't do for you to go to a school like that, not from here, you know, which you'll understand when you get there, among the others. My boy and your father's has got to be as good a gentleman as any of 'em, and not looked down on because of coming from a whopping public like this, and sent by a rough old chap like me. See?" I thought very hard over this view of things, which was difficult to understand. Who should look down on me because of Grandfather Nat, of whom I was so fond and so proud? Grandfather Nat, who had sailed ships all over the world, had seen storms and icebergs and wrecks, and who was treated with so much deference by everybody who came to the hole in the wall. Then I thought again of the aunts at the funeral, and remembered how they had tilted their chins at him, and I wondered, with forebodings, if people at a boarding school were like those aunts. "So I've been thinking, Stevie, I've been thinking," my grandfather went on after a pause. "Now, there's a wharf on the Cop. The work's getting more, and Grimes is getting older, but you don't know about the wharf. Grimes is the man that manages there for me. He's Mrs. Grimes' brother-in-law, and when his brother died, he recommended the widow to me, and that's how she came. And now she's gone, but that's neither here nor there. Years ago, Grimes himself and a boy was enough for all the work there was. Now there's 3 men regular, and work for more. Most of the lime comes off the barges there for the new gas works, and more every week. Now there's business there, and a respectable business. Too much for Grimes. And if your father'll take on a shore job, and it's a hard life the sea, here it is. He can have a share, have the lot if he likes, for your sake, Stevie.
and it'll build up into a good thing. Grimes will be all right, we can always find a job for him, and you can go and live with your father somewhere respectable and convenient. Not such a place as Wapping, and not such people. And you can go to school from there, like any other young gentleman. We'll see about it when your father comes home."
"But shan't I ever see you, Grandfather Nat?"
"See me, my boy? Aye, that you will, if you don't grow too proud. That you will, and great times we'll have. You and your father and me all ashore together in the holidays, won't we? And I'll take care of your own little fortune, the notes, till you're old enough to have it. I've been thinking about that too." Here he stood me on my bed and playfully pushed me back and forward by the shoulders. "I've been thinking about that, and if it was lying loose in the street, I'd be puzzled clean to say who'd really lost it, what with one thing and another. But it ain't in the street, and it's yours, with no puzzle about it. There, lie down, Stevie, and go to sleep. Your old grandfather's holding forth worse than a parson, eh? Comes of being a lonely man, and having nobody to talk to except myself, till you come. Lie down and don't bother yourself. We must wait till your father comes home. We'll keep watch for the Juno in the list. She ought to have been reported at Barbados before this. And we must run down to Blackwall too, and see if there's any letters from him. So go to sleep now, Stevie. We'll settle it all. We'll settle it all when your father comes home." So I lay and dozed with words to send me to sleep instead of figures, till they made a tune and seemed to dance to it. "When father comes home, when father comes home, we'll settle it all when father comes home." And presently, in some unaccountable way, Mr. Cripps came into the dance with his "Up to their riles, the vessels is keeping up to their riles," and so I fell asleep wholly. In the morning I was astir early, and watching the boats and the shipping from the bedroom window, ere my grandfather had ceased his alarming snore. It was half an hour later, and Grandfather Nat was busy with his razor on the upper lip that my cheek so well remembered, when we heard Joe the potman at the street door, whereat I took the keys and ran down to let him in, a feat which I had accomplished by aid of a pair of steps, much tugging at heavy bolts, and a supreme wrench at the big key. Joe brought Lloyd's List in with him every morning from the early newsagents in Cable Street. I took the familiar journal at once, and dived into the midst of its quaint narrow columns, crowded with italics, in hope of news from Barbados. For I wished to find for myself, and run upstairs with a child's importance, to tell Grandfather Nat. But there was no news from Barbados, that is, there was no news of my father's ship. The name Barbados stood boldly enough, with reports below it, of arrivals and sailings, and one of an empty boat washed ashore, but that was all. So I sat where I was, content to wait, and to tell Grandfather Nat presently, off-hand from over my paper, like a politician in the bar, that there was no news. Thus, cutting the leaves with a table knife, my mind on my father's voyage, it occurred to me that I could not spell La Guerra, the name of the port his ship was last reported from, and I turned the paper to look for it. The name was there, with only one message attached, and while I was slowly conning the letters over for the third time, I was suddenly aware of a familiar word beneath, the name of the Juno herself, and this was the notice that I read: La Guerra, September the 1st. The Juno, brig of London, Beecher, from this for Barbados, foundered north of Margarita. Total loss. All crew saved except first mate. Master and crew landed Margarita. End of chapter 15. Chapter 16 of The Hole in the Wall by Arthur Morrison. Stephen's Tale. I cannot remember how I reached Grandfather Nat. I must have climbed the stairs, and I fancy I ran into him on the landing.
But I only remember his grim face, oddly grey under the eyes, as he sat on his bed and took the paper in his hand. I do not know even what I said, and I doubt if I knew then. The only words present to my mind were "all crew saved except first mate," and very likely that was what I said. My grandfather drew me between his knees, and I stood with his arm about me and his bowed head against my cheek. I noticed bemusedly that with his hair fresh brushed, the line between the grey and the brown at the back was more distinct than common, and when there was a sudden clatter in the bar below, I wonder if Joe had smashed something, or if it were only a tumble of the pewters. So we were for a little, and then Grandfather Nat stood up with a sound between a sigh and a gulp, looking strangely askant at me, as though it surprised him to find I was not crying. For my part, I was dimly perplexed to see that neither was he, though the grey was still under his eyes and his face seemed pinched and older. "Come, Stevie," he said, and his voice was like a groan. "We'll have the house shut again." I cannot remember that he spoke to me any more for an hour, except to ask if I would eat any breakfast, which I did with no great loss of appetite, though indeed I was trying very hard to think, hindered by an odd vacancy of mind that made a little machine of me. Breakfast done, my grandfather sent Joe for a cab to take us to Blackwall. I was a little surprised at the unaccustomed conveyance, and rather pleased. When we were ready to go, we found Mr. Cripps and two other regular frequenters of the bar waiting outside. I think Mr. Cripps meant to have come forward with some prepared condolence, but he stopped short when he saw my grandfather's face, and stood back with the others. The four-wheeler was a wretched vehicle, reeking of strong tobacco and stale drink. For half the employment of such cabs as the neighbourhood possessed was to carry drunken sailors, flush of money, who took bottles and pipes with them everywhere. Whether it was the jolting of the cab, Wapping streets were paved with cobbles, that shook my faculties into place, whether it was the association of the cab and the journey to Blackwall that reminded me of my mother's funeral, or whether it was the mere lapse of a little time, I cannot tell. But as we went, the meaning of the morning's news grew on me, and I realised that my father was actually dead, drowned in the sea, and that I was wholly an orphan. And it struck me with a sense of self-reproach that the fact afflicted me no more than it did. When my mother and my little brother had died, I had cried myself sodden and faint. But now, heavy of heart as I was, I felt curiously ashamed that Grandfather Nat should see me tearless. True, I had seen very little of my father, but when he was at home he was always as kind to me as Grandfather Nat himself, and led me about with him everywhere. And last voyage he had brought me a little boomerang, and only laughed when I hove it through a window that cost him 3 shillings. Thus I pondered blinkingly in the cab, and I set down my calmness to the reflection that my mother would have him always with her now, and be all the happier in heaven for it, for she always cried when he went to sea. So at last we came in sight of the old quay, and had to wait till the bridge should swing behind a sea-beaten ship, with her bulwarks patched with white plank, and the salt crust thick on her spars. I could see across the lock the 3 little front windows of our house, shut close and dumb, and I could hear the quick chanty from the quay, where the capstan turned. "So I served my time on the Blackball line. Hurrah for the Blackball line. From the South Sea north to the 69. Hurrah for the Blackball line." And somehow with that I cried at last. The ship passed in, the bridge shut, and the foul old cab rattled till it stopped before the well-remembered door. The house had been closed since my mother was buried, Grandfather Nat paying the rent and keeping the key on my father's behalf. And now the door opened with a protesting creak and a shudder, and the air within was close and musty. There were 2 letters on the mat where they had fallen from the letter flap, and both were from my father, as was plain from the writing. We carried them into the little parlour where last we had sat with the funeral party, and my grandfather lifted the blind and flung open the window. Then he sat and put 1 letter on each knee. "Stevie," he said, and again his voice was like a groan, "look at them postmarks. Ain't one Belize?" Yes, one was Belize, the other La Guara, and both for my mother. "Ah, one's been lying here. The other must have come yesterday by the same mail as brought the news." He took the 2 letters again, turned them over and over, and shook his head. Then he replaced them on his knees and rested his fists on his thighs, just above where they lay. "I don't know as we ought to open 'em, Stevie," he said wearily. "I dunno, Stevie. I dunno." He turned each over once more and shut his fists again. "I dunno. I dunno. Man and wife, between themselves, wouldn't do it, living. Stevie boy, we'll take 'em home and burn 'em." But to me the suggestion seemed incomprehensible, even shocking. I could see no reason for burning my father's last message home. "Perhaps there's a little letter for me, Grandfather Nat," I said. "He used to put 1 in sometimes. Can't we look? And mother used to read me her letters too." My grandfather sat back and rubbed his hand up through his hair behind, as he would often do when in perplexity. At last he said, "Well, well, it's hard to tell. We should never know what we'd burnt if we did. We'll look, Stevie. And I'll read no further than I need. Come, the Belize letters first. Send I ain't doing wrong, that's all." He tore open the cover and pulled out the sheets of flimsy foreign notepaper, holding them to the light almost at arm's length, as long-sighted men do. And as he read, slowly as always, with a leathery forefinger following the line, the grey under the old man's eyes grew wet at last, and wetter. What the letter said is no matter here. There was talk of me in it, and talk of my little brother, or sister, as it might have been for all my father could know. And again there was the same talk in the second letter, the one for La Guaria. But in this letter, another letter was enclosed, larger than that for my mother, which was in fact uncommonly short. And here, where the dead spoke to the dead no more, but to the living, was matter that disturbed my grandfather more than all the rest. The enclosure was not for me, as I had hoped, but for Grandfather Nat himself. And it was not a simple loose sheet folded in with the rest, but a letter in its own smaller envelope, close shut down, with the words Captain Kemp on the face. My grandfather read the first few lines with increasing agitation, and then called me to the window. "See here, Stevie," he said, "it's wrote small, to get it in, and I'm slow with it. Read it out as quick as you can." And so I read the letter, which I keep still, worn at the folds and corners by the old man's pocket, where he carried it afterward. "Dear Father, just a few lines, private, hoping they find you well. This is my hardest trip yet, and the queerest, and I write in case anything happens and I don't see you again. This is for yourself, you understand, and I have made it all cheerful to the missus, especially as she is still off her health, no doubt. Father, the Juno was not meant to come home this trip, and if ever she rounds Blackwall Point again, it will be in spite of the skipper. He had his first try long enough back, on the voyage out, and it was then she was meant to go, for she was worse found than ever I saw a ship, even a ship of vine is, and not provisioned for more than half the run out, proper rations. And I say it plain, and will say it as plain to anybody, that the vessel would have been piled up or dropped under, and the insurance paid months before you get this, if I had not pretty nigh mutinied more than once. He said he would have me in irons, but he shan't have the chance if I can help it. You know Beecher. 4 times I reckon he has tried to pile her up, every time in the best weather, and near a safe port, foreign. The men would have backed me right through, some of them did, but they deserted one after another all round the coast, Montevideo, Rio and Bahia, and small blame to them, and we filled up with half-breeds and such. The last of the 10 and the boy went at Bahia, so that now I have no witness but the second mate, and he is either in it or a fool. I think a fool, but perhaps both. Not a man to back me, else I might have tried to report or something at Belize, though that is the thing best avoided, of course. No doubt he has got his orders, so I am not to blame him, perhaps. But I have got no orders, not to lose the ship, I mean, and so I am doing my duty. Twice I have come up and took the helm from him, but that was with the English crew aboard. He has been quiet lately, and perhaps he has given the job up. At any rate, I expect he won't try to pile her up again, more likely a quiet turn below with a big auger. He is still mighty particular about the long boat being all right, and the falls clear, etc. If he does it, I have a notion it may be some time when I've turned in. I can't keep awake all watches, and he knows I am about the only man aboard who won't sign whatever he likes before a consul. You know what I mean, and you know Beecher too. Don't tell the missus, of course. Say this letter is about a new berth or what not. No doubt it is all right, but it came in my head to drop you a line, on the off chance, and a precious long line I have made of it. So no more at present from your affectionate son, Nathaniel. P.S. I am in half a mind to go ashore at Barbados and report, but perhaps best not. That sort of thing don't do. While I read, my grandfather had been sitting with his head between his hands and his eyes directed to the floor, so that I could not see his face. So he remained for a little while after I had finished, while I stood in troubled wonder. Then he looked up, his face stern and hard beyond the common, and his was a stern face at best. "Stevie," he said, "do you know what that means, that you've been a-reading?" I looked from his face to the letter and back again. "It means, I think the skipper sank the ship on purpose." "It means murder, my boy, that's what it means. Murder by the law of England. Feloniously casting away and destroying, that's what they call the one thing, though I'm no lawyer man. And it means prison, though why, when a man follows orders faithful, I can't say, but well I know it. And if any man loses his life thereby, it's murder, whether accidental or not. Murder and the rope by the law of England, and bitter well I know that too. Oh, bitter well I know it." He passed his palm over his forehead and eyes, and for a moment was silent. Then he struck the palm on his knee and broke forth afresh. "Murder by the law of England, even if no more than an accident in God's truth. How much the more than this here, when the one man as won't stand and see it done goes down in his berth. Oh, I've known that afore too, with a gimlet through the door frame, and I know Beecher. But orders is orders, and it's them as gives them as is to reckon with. I've took orders myself, Lord, Lord, and I none but a child to talk to, a little child. But you're no fool, Stevie. See here now and remember. You know what's come to your father? He's killed, wilful, murdered, like what they hang people for at Newgate, Stevie, by the law. And do you know who's done it?" I was distressed and bewildered, as well as alarmed by the old man's vehemence.
"The captain?" I said, whimpering again.
"Viney," my grandfather shouted. "Henry Viney, as I might have served the same way, and I wish I had. Viney and Ma's done it, and Ma's paid for it already. Lord, Lord," he went on, with his face down in his hands and his elbows on his knees. "Lord, I see a lot of it now. It was what they made out the insurance that was to save the firm, and when my boy put in and stopped it all the voyage out and more, they could hold on no longer, but plotted to get out with what they could lay hold of. Lord, it's plain as print, Stevie." He lowered his hands and looked up. "Stevie, that money's more yours now than ever. If I ever had a doubt, if it don't belong to the orphan they've made, but there, it's sent you, boy, sent you, and any one 'll believe in Providence after that." In a moment more he was back at his earlier excitement. "But it's Viney's done it," he said with his fist extended before him. "Remember, Stevie, when you grow up, it's Viney's done it, and it's murder by the law of England. Viney has killed your father, and if it was brought against him, it'd be murder."
"Then," I said, "we'll go to the police station and they will catch him."
My grandfather's hand dropped. "Ah, Stevie, Stevie," he groaned. You don't know. It ain't enough for that, and if it was, I can't. Not with you to look after. I might do it and risk all if it wasn't for that. My God, it's a judgment on me, a cruel judgment. My own son, and just the same way. I can't, Stevie, not with you to take care of. Stevie, I must keep myself safe for your sake, and I can't raise a hand to punish Viney. I can't, Stevie, I can't, for I'm a guilty man myself by the law of England, and Viney knows it, though it wasn't wilful, as God's my judge." Grandfather Nat ended with a groan, and sat still with his head bowed in his hands. Again I remembered, and now with something of awe, my innocent question: "Did you ever kill a man, Grandfather Nat?" Still he sat motionless and silent till I could endure it no longer, for in some way I felt frightened. So I went timidly and put my arm about his neck. I fancied, though I was not sure, that I could feel a tremble from his shoulders, but he was silent still. Nevertheless I was oddly comforted by the contact, and presently, like a dog anxious for notice, ventured to stroke the grey hair. Soon then he dropped his hands and spoke. "I shouldn't have said it, Stevie, but I'm all shook and worried, and I talk wild. There's no need to say it, but there ain't a soul alive to speak to else, and somehow I talk as it might be half to myself. But you know what about things I say? Private things, don't you? Remember?" He sat erect again and raised a forefinger warningly, even sternly. "Remember, Stevie. But come, there's things to do. Give me the letter. We'll get together any little things to be kept, papers and what not, and take 'em home. And I'll have to think about the rest, what's best to be done. Sell 'em or what. But I dunno.
End of chapter 16. Chapter 17 of The Hole in the Wall by Arthur Morrison. In Blue Gate. In her den at the black stair-top in Blue Gate, Musky Mag lurked, furtive and trembling, after the inquests at the Hole in the Wall. Where Dan Ogle might be hiding she could not guess, and she was torn between 100 fears and perplexities. Dan had been seen and could be identified. Of that she was convinced, and more than convinced, since she had heard Mr. Crepp's testimony. Moreover, she well remembered at what point in her own evidence the police inspector had handed the note to the coroner, and she was not too stupid to guess the meaning of that. How could she warn Dan? How help or screen him? how put to act that simple fidelity that was the sole virtue remaining in her, all the greater for the loss of the rest. She had no money. On the other hand, she was confident that Dan must have with him the whole pocket-book full of notes which had cost 2 lives already, and now seemed like to cost the life she would so gladly buy with her own. For they had not been found on Kip's body, nor in any way spoken of at the inquest. But then he might fear to change them. He could scarcely carry a single one to the receivers who knew him, for his haunts would be watched. More, a reward was offered, and no receiver would be above making an extra £50 on the transaction. For to her tortured mind it seemed every moment more certain that the cry was up, and not the police alone, but everybody else was on the watch to give the gallows its due. She was uneasy at having no message. Doubtless he needed her help, as he had needed it so often before. Doubtless he would come for it if he could, but that would be to put his head in the noose. How could she reach him and give it? Even if she had known where he lay, to go to him would be to lead the police after her, for she had no doubt that her own movements would be watched. She knew that the boat wherein he had escaped had been found on the opposite side of the river, and she, like others, judged from that he might be lurking in some of the waterside rookeries of the south bank. The more as it was the commonest device of those wanted in Ratcliffe or Wapping to go for a change to Rotherhithe or Bankside, and for those in a like predicament on the southern shores to come north in the same way. But again, to go in search of him were but to share with the police whatever luck might attend the quest. So that Musky Mag feared alike to stay at home and to go abroad, longed to find Dan and feared it as much, wished to aid him, yet equally dreaded that he should come to her or that she should go to him. And there was nothing to do, therefore, but to wait and listen anxiously, to listen for voices or footsteps, even for creaks on the stairs, for a whistle without that might be a signal, for an uproar or a sudden hush that might announce the coming of the police into Blue Gate, even for a whisper or a scratching at a door or window wherewith the fugitive might approach, fearful lest the police were there before him. But at evening, when the place grew dark, and the thickest of the gloom drew together, to make a monstrous shadow on the floor, where once she had fallen over something in the dark, then she went and sat on the stairhead, watching and dozing and waking in terror. So went a day and a night, and another day. The corners of the room grew dusk again, and with the afternoon's late light the table flung its shadow on that same place on the floor, so that she went and moved it toward the wall. As she set it down, she started and crouched, for now at last there was a step on the stair, an unfamiliar step, a woman's, it would seem, and stealthy. Musky Mag held by the table and waited. The steps ceased at the landing, and there was a pause. Then, with no warning knock, the door was pushed open, and a head was thrust in, covered by an old plaid shawl. A glance about the room, and the rest of the figure followed, closing the door behind it, and the shawl being flung back from over the bonnet, there stood Mrs. Grimes, rusty and bony, slack-faced and sour. Mrs. Grimes screwed her red nose at the woman before her, jerked up her crushed bonnet, and plucked her rusty skirt across her knees with the proper virtuous twitch. Then said Mrs. Grimes, "With my brother Dan." For a moment Musky Mag disbelieved eyes and ears together. The visit itself, even more than the question, amazed and bewildered her. She had been prepared for any visitor but this, for Mrs. Grimes' relationship to Dan Ogle was a thing that exemplary lady made as close a secret as she could, as in truth was very natural. She valued herself on her respectability. She was the widow of a decent lighterman, of a decent lighting and wharf working family, and she called herself housekeeper, though she might be scarce more than charwoman, at the hole in the wall. She had never acknowledged her lawless brother when she could in any way avoid it, and she had indeed bargained that he should not come near her place of employment, lest he compromise her, and so far from seeking him out in his lodgings, she even had a way of failing to see him in the street. What should she want in Blue Gate at such a time as this, asking thus urgently for her brother Dan? What but the reward? For an instant Mag's fears revived with a jump, though even as it came she put away the fancy that such might be the design of any sister, however respectable. "Where my brother Dan?" repeated Mrs. Grimes abruptly. "I don't know, mum," faltered Mag, husky and dull. "I ain't seen him for some time." "Oh, nonsense, I want in particular. I got something to tell him important. If you won't say where he is, go and find him." "I wish I could, mum, truly, but I can't." "Do you mean he's left you?" Mrs. Grimes bridled high and helped it with a haughty sniff. "No, mum, not quite, in your way of speaking, I think, mum. But he's just gone away for a bit." "Oh, in trouble again, you mean, eh?" "Oh, no, mum, not there," Mag answered readily, for with her trouble was merely a genteel name for jail. "Not there, not for a long while." "Where then?" "That's what I dunno, mum, not at all." Mrs. Grimes tightened her lips and glared. Plainly she believed none of these denials. "Perhaps he's wanted," she snapped, "and keeping out the way just now. Is that it?" This was what no torture would have made Mag acknowledge, but with all her vehemence of denial, her discomposure was plain to see. "No, mum, not that," she declared pleadingly. "Really he ain't, mum, really ain't, not that." "Pooh!" exclaimed Mrs. Grimes, seating herself with a flop. "That's a lie, plain enough. He's laying up somewhere, and you know it. What harm do you suppose I'm going to do him? He ain't robbed me, leastways not lately. I got a job for him, I tell you. Money is in his pocket. If you won't tell me, go and tell him. Go on, and I'll wait." "It's Gord's truth, mum. I don't know where he is," Mag protested earnestly. "Hark, there's someone on the stairs. They'll hear. Go away, ma'am, do. I'll try and find him and tell him. S'help me, I will. Go away. They're coming." In truth the footsteps had reached the stair-top, and now with a thump the door was thrust open, and blind George appeared, his fiddle under his arm, his stick sweeping before him, and his white eye rolling at the ceiling. "Hello," he sung out. "Lady visitors, or is it only one? 'Tain't polite to tell the lady to go away, Mag. Good afternoon, mum. Good afternoon." He nodded and grinned at upper vacancy, as one might at a descending angel. Mrs. Grimes, meanwhile, close at his elbow, preparing to get away as soon as he was clear past her. For blind George's keenness of hearing was well known, and she had no mind he should guess her identity. "Good afternoon, mum," the blind man repeated. "Having tea?" He advanced another step and extended his stick. "What?" he added, and suddenly turning. "What? Table gone? What's this? Doing a guy? Clearing out?" "No, George," Mag answered. "I only moved the table over to the wall. Here it is. Come and feel it." She made a quick gesture over his shoulder, and Mrs. Grimes hurried out on tiptoe. But at the first movement blind George turned sharply. "There she goes," he said, making for the door. "She don't like me. Timid little darling. Hello, my dear," he roared down the stairs. "Hello, you never give me a kiss. I know you. Won't you say good-bye?" He waited a moment, listening intently, but Mrs. Grimes scuttled into the passage below without a word, and instantly blind George supplemented his endearments with a burst of foul abuse, and listened again. This expedient succeeded no better than the first,
and Mrs. Grimes was gone without a sound that might betray her identity. Blind George shut the door. "Who was that?" he asked. "Oh, nobody particular," Mag answered with an assumption of indifference. "Only a woman I know. Name of Jane. What do you want?" "Ah, now you come to it." Blind George put his fiddle and bow on the table and groped for a chair. "First," he went on, "is there anybody else as can hear? Eh? Cracks or crannies or peepholes, eh? 'Cause I come as a pal, to talk private business, I do." "It's all right, George. Nobody can hear. What is it?" "Why," said the blind man, catching her tight by the arm and leaning forward to whisper, "it's Dan. That's what it is. It's Dan." She was conscious of a catching of the breath and a thump of the heart, and Blind George knew it too, for he felt it through the arm. "It's Dan," he repeated. "So now you know if it's what you'd like listened to." "Go on," she said. "Ah, well, first thing, all being snug, here's 5 bob. Catch hold?" He slid his right hand down to her wrist, and with his left pressed the money into hers. "All right, don't be frightened of it. It won't hurt ye. Lord, I bet Dan 'ud do the same for me if I wanted it, though he's a bit rough sometimes. I ain't rich, but I got a few bob by me, and if a pal ain't to have 'em, who is? Eh? Who is?" He grinned under the white eye, so ghastly a counterfeit of friendly goodwill that the woman shrank and pulled at the wrist he held. "Lord love ye," he went on, holding tight to the wrist, "I ain't the bloke to round on a pal as is under a cloud. See what I might ha' done if I'd ha' wanted. I might ha' gone and let out all sorts of things, as you know very well yourself, at the inquest. Both the inquests. But did I? Not me. Not a bit of it. That ain't my way. No, I lay low and said nothing. What arter that? Why, there's 50 quid reward offered. 50 quid! A fortune to a poor bloke like me. And all I got to do is to go and say Dan Ogle to earn it. Them 2 words and no more. Ain't that the truth? D'you hear? Ain't that the truth?" He tugged at her wrist to extort an answer, and the woman's face was drawn with fear. But she made a shift to say with elaborate carelessness, "Reward? What reward, George? I don't know nothing about it." "Grrr," he growled, pushing the wrist back but gripping it still. "That ain't handsome. Not to a pal it ain't. Not to a faithful pal as comes to do you a good turn. You know all about it well enough, and you needn't think as I don't know too. Blind, ain't I? Blind from a kid, but I'm not a fool. You ought to know that by this time. Not a fool. Look here," with another jerk at the woman's arm. "Look here. The last time I was in this here room there was me and you and Dan and 2 men as is dead now, and post-mortaled and inquested and buried, wasn't there? Well, Dan chucked me out. I ain't bearing no malice for that, mind ye. Ain't I just give ye 5 bob, and ain't I come to do you a turn? I was chucked out, but ye don't suppose to know what happened arter I was gone, do you? Eh?" The room was grown darker, and though the table was moved, the shadow on the floor took its old place, and took its old shape, and grew. But it was no more abhorrent than the shadowy face with its sightless white eye close before hers, and the hand that held her wrist, and by it seemed to feel the pulse of her very mind. She struggled to her feet.
"Let go my wrist," she said. "I light a candle. You can go on."
"Don't light no candle on my account," he said, chuckling as he let her hand drop. "It's a thing I never treat myself to. There's parties as is afraid of the dark. They tell me I'm used to it."
She lit the candle and set it where it lighted best the place of the shadow. Then she returned and stood by the chair she had been sitting in. "Go on," she said again. "What's this good turn you want to do me?"
"Ah," he replied, "that's the pint." He caught her wrist again with a sudden snatch and drew her forward. "Sit down, my girl. Sit down and I'll tell you comfortable. What was I saying? Oh, what happened after I was gone? Yes.
Well, that there visitor was flint clean, clean as a whistle, but fast, eh? Fast. Blind George snapped his jaws and made a quick blow in the air with his stick. Hey? Hey? Oh, well, never mind. But now I'll tell you what the job fetched. 800 and odd quid in a leather pocket book and a silver watch, eh? I thought that made you jump. Blind, ain't I? Blind from a kid, but not a fool. Well, now, he proceeded, so far all right. If I can tell ye that, I can pretty well tell ye all the rest, can't I? All about Bob Kipps going off to sell the notes, and Dan watching him, being suspicious, and catching him making a bolt for the river, and... eh? He raised the stick in his left hand again, but now point forward, with a little stab toward her breast. Eh? Eh? Like that, eh? All right, don't be frightened. I'm a pal, I am. It served that cove right, I say, playing a trick on a pal. I don't play a trick on a pal. I come here to do him a good turn, I do, don't I? Well, Dan got away, and good luck to him. He got away clear over the river, with the 800 quid in the leather pocket book, and now he's laying low and snug, and more good luck to him, says I, being a pal. Ain't that right? Mag shuffled uneasily. Go on, she said. If you think you know such a lot, you ain't come to that good turn yet that you talk so much about. Right, now I'll come to it. Now you know I know as much as anybody, more than anybody except Dan, perhaps a bit more than what you know yourself. And I kept it quiet when I might have made my fortune out of it. Kept it quiet, being a faithful pal. And being a faithful pal and all, I come here with 5 bob for you, being all I can afford, 'cause I know you're a bit short, though Dan's got plenty, got a fortune. Why should you be short, and Dan got a fortune? Only 'cause you want a pal as you can trust like me, that's all. He can't come to you 'cause of showing yourself. You can't go to him 'cause of being watched and followed. So I come to do ye both a good turn, going between one to another. Where is he?" Mag was in some way reassured. She feared and distrusted blind George, and she was confounded to learn how much he knew. But at least he was still ignorant of the essential thing. So she said, "Knowing so much more than me, I wonder you don't know that too. Anyhow, I don't." "What? You dunno? Dunno where he is?" "No, I don't know, no more than you." "Oh, that's all right for anybody else, but not for a pal like me, not for a pal as is doing you a good turn. Besides, it ain't you only, it's him. How'll he get on with the stuff? He won't be able to change it, and he'll be as short as you, and perhaps get smugged with it on him. That'd never do, and I can get it changed. What part of Rotherhithe is it, eh? I can easy find him. Is it Dockhead?" "There or anywhere for all I know. I tell you, George, I don't know no more than you. Let go my arm. Go on." But he gave it another pull, an angry one. What?" he cried. "If Dan knowed as you was keeping his old pal George from doing him a good turn, what'd he do, eh? He'd give it you, my beauty, wouldn't he? Eh? He twisted the arm, ground his teeth, and raised his stick menacingly. But this was a little too much. He was a man and stronger, but at any rate he was blind. She rose and struggled to twist her arm from his grasp. "If you don't put down that stick, George," she said, "if you don't put it down and let go my arm, I'll give it you same as Bob Kipps got it. S'help me, I will. I'll give you the chive, I will. Don't you make me desperate." He let go the wrist and laughed. "Well, beauty," he cried, "don't make a rumpus with a faithful pal. If you won't tell me, I suppose you won't, being a woman, whether it's bad for Dan or not, eh?" "I tell you I can't, George. I swear solemn, I don't know no more than you, perhaps not so much. He ain't been near, nor sent nor nothing, since then." That's gospel truth. If I do hear from him, then I'll see." "Will you tell him then? Tell him this. Tell him he mustn't go trying to sell them notes or he'll be smugged. Tell him I can put him in the way of getting money for 'em. Hard quids and plenty on 'em. Tell him that, will you? Tell him I'm a faithful pal and nobody can do it but me. I know things you don't know about, nor him neither. Tell him tonight. Will you tell him tonight?" "How can I tell him tonight? I tell him right enough when I see him. I suppose you want to make your bid out of it, pal or not." "There you are," he answered quickly. "There you are. If you won't believe in a pal, look at that. If I make a fair deal, man to man, with them notes and get money for 'em instead of smugging, quids instead of quad, I'll have my proper regulars, won't I? And proper regulars on all that page square. It'd be more than I could make playing the snitch, if Dan'll be open to reason. See? You won't forget, eh?" He took her arm again eagerly above the elbow. "Know what to say, don't you? Best for all of us. He mustn't show them notes to a soul till he sees me. I'm a pal. I got the little tip how to do it proper, see? Now you know. Give me my fiddle. There we are. Where's the door? All right. Don't forget." Blind George clumped down the black stair, and so reached the street of Blue Gate. At the door he paused, listening till he was satisfied of Musky Mag's movements above. Then he walked a few yards along the dark street and stopped. From a black archway across the street a man came skulking out and over the roadway to Blind George's side. It was Viney. "Well," he asked eagerly, "what's your luck?" Blind George swore vehemently but quietly. "Precious little," he answered. "She dunno where he is. I thought at first it was Kid, but it ain't. She ain't heard, and she dunno. I couldn't catch hold of the other woman, and she got away and never spoke. You see her again when she came out, didn't you? Know her?" "Not me. She kept her shawl tighter about her head than ever. And if she hadn't, it ain't likely I'd know her. What now? Stand watch again? I'm sick of it." "So am I, but it's for good pay if it comes off. 5 minutes might do it. You get back and wait in case I tip the whistle." Viney crept growling back to his arch, and Blind George went and listened at Mag's front door for a few minutes more. Then he turned into the one next it, and there waited, invisible, listening still. 5 minutes went and did not do it, and 10 minutes went, and 5 times 10. Blue Gate lay darkling in evening, and foul shadows moved about it. From one den and another came a drawl and a yawp of drunken singing. A fog from the river dulled the lights at the highway end, and slowly crept up the narrow way. It was near an hour since Viney and Blind George had parted, when there grew visible, coming through the mist from the highway, the uncertain figure of a stranger, drifting dubiously from door to door, staring in at one after another, and wandering out toward the gutter to peer ahead in the gloom. Blind George could hear as well as another could see that here was a stranger in doubt, seeking somebody or some house. Soon the man, middle-sized, elderly, a trifle bent, and all dusty with lime, came in turn to the door where he stood, and at once Blind George stepped full against him, with an exclamation and many excuses. "Beg pardon, governor. Poor blind chap. Hope I didn't hurt ye. Was you wanting anybody in this house?" The limey man looked ahead and reckoned the few remaining doors to the end of Blue Gate. "Well," he said, "I fancy it's here or next door. Do you know a woman of the name of Mag Flynn?" "I'm your bloke, governor. Know her? Rather. Up here, I'll show you. Lord love you, she's an old friend of mine. Come on. I should say you'd be in the lime trade, governor, wouldn't you? Smelled it pretty strong, and I'll never forget the smell of lime." "Why," says you. "Why, 'cause of losing my blessed sight with lime when I was an innocent kid. Fell on a slaking bed, governor, and blinded me blessed self, so I won't forget the smell of lime easy. Ain't you in the trade now? Ain't I right?" He stopped midway on the stairs to repeat the question. "Ain't I right? Is it your own business or a firm?" "Ah, well, I do have to do with lime a good bit," said the stranger evasively. "But go on, or else let me come past." Blind George turned and, reaching the landing, thumped his stick on the door and pushed it open. "Here you are," he sang out. "Is a gentleman come to see you? As I found and showed the way to. Lord love ye, he'd never found you if it wasn't for me. And I'm an old pal, ain't I? Faithful old pal." He swung his stick till he found a chair, and straightway sat in it like an invited guest. "Lord love ye, yes," he continued, rolling his eye and putting his fiddle across his knees. "One of the oldest pals she's got, or him either." The newcomer looked in a puzzled way from Blind George to the woman and back again. "It's a private business I come about," he said shortly. "All right, governor," shouted Blind George heartily. "Out with it. We're all pals here, old pals." "You ain't my old pal anyhow," the limey man observed. "And if the room's yours, we'll go and talk somewhere else." "Get out, George, go along," said Mag, with some asperity, but more anxiety. "You clear out. Go on." "Oh, all right, if you're going to be unsociable," said the fiddler, rising. "Damme, I don't want to stay, not me. I was only doing the friendly, that's all, being an old pal. But I'm off all right, I'm off. So long." He hugged his fiddle once more and clumped down into the street. He tapped with his stick till he struck the curb and then crossed the muddy roadway, while Viney emerged again from the dark arch to meet him. "All right," said Blind George, whispering huskily. "It's business now, I think, we're business. You come on now. You'll have to follow 'em if they come out together. If they don't, well, you must look after the one as does." End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of The Hole in the Wall by Arthur Morrison. On the Cop. When the limey man left Blue Gate, he went first to the Hole in the Wall, there to make to Captain Kemp some small report on the wharf by the Lee. This did not keep him long, and soon he was on his journey home to the wharf itself, by way of the crooked lanes and the commercial road. He had left Blue Gate an hour and more, when Musky Mag emerged from her black stairway, peering fearfully about the street, ere she ventured her foot over the step. So she stood for a few seconds, and then, as one chancing a great risk, stepped boldly on the pavement, and, turning her back to the highway, walked toward Back Lane. This was the nearer end of Blue Gate, and the corner turned, she stopped short and peeped back. Satisfied that she had no follower, she crossed Back Lane, and, taking every corner as she came to it with a like precaution, threaded the maze of small, ill-lighted streets that lay in the angle between the Great Rope Walk and Commercial Road. This wide road she crossed, and then entered the dark streets beyond, in rear of the George Tavern, and so, keeping to obscure parallel ways, sometimes emerging into the glare of the main road, more commonly slinking in its darker purlieu, but never out of touch with it, she travelled east, following in the main the later course of the limey man who had left Blue Gate by its opposite end. The fog that had dulled the lights in Ratcliffe Highway met her again near Limehouse Basin, but ere she reached the church she was clear of it once more. Beyond, the shops grew few and the lights fewer. For a little while decent houses lined the way,
the houses of those last merchants who had no shame to live near the docks and the works that brought their money. At last, amid a cluster of taverns and shops that were all for the sea and them that lived on it, the East India dock gates stood dim and tall, flanked by vast raking walls, so that one might suppose a Chinese city to seethe within. And away to the left the dark road that the wall overshadowed was lined on the other side by hedge and ditch, with meadows and fields beyond, that were now no more than a vast murky gulf, so that no stranger peering over the hedge could have guessed aright if he looked on land or on water, or on mere black vacancy. Here the woman made a last twist, turning down a side street and coming to a moment's stand in an archway. This done, she passed through the arch into a path before a row of ill-kept cottages, and so gained the marshy field behind the accident hospital, the beginning of the waste called the Cop. Here the great blackness was before her and about her, and she stumbled and laboured on the invisible ground, groping for pits and ditches, and standing breathless again and again to listen. The way was so hard as to seem longer than it was, and in the darkness she must needs surmount obstacles that in daylight she would have turned. Often a ditch barred her way, and when after long search a means of crossing was found, it was commonly a plank to be traversed on hands and knees. There were stagnant pools, too, into which she walked more than once, and twice she suffered a greater shock of terror, first at a scurry of rats, and later at quick footsteps following in the sodden turf, the footsteps, after all, of nothing more terrible than a horse of inquiring disposition out at grass. So she went for what seemed miles, though there was little more than half a mile in a line from where she had left the lights to where at last she came upon a rough road, seamed with deep ruts, and made visible by many whitish blotches where lime had fallen and had there been ground into the surface. To the left this road stretched away toward the lights of Bromley and Bow Common, and to the right it rose by an easy slope over the river wall skirting the Lee, and there ended at Kemp's Wharf. Not a creature was on the road, and no sound came from the black space behind her. With a breath of relief she set foot on the firmer ground and hurried up the slope. From the top of the bank she could see Kemp's Wharf just below, with two dusty lighters moored in the dull river, and beyond the river the measureless dim Abbey Marsh. Nearer, among the sheds, a dog barked angrily at the sound of strange feet. A bright light came from the window of the little house that made office and dwelling for the wharf keeper, and something less of the same light from the open door. For there the limy man stood waiting, leaning on the doorpost and smoking his pipe. He grunted a greeting as Mag came down the bank. "Bit late," he said. "But it ain't easy over the Cop for a stranger." "Where?" the woman whispered eagerly. "Where is he?" The limy man took 3 silent pulls at his pipe. Then he took it from his mouth with some deliberation and said, "Remember what I said? I don't want him here. I don't know what he's done and don't want. But he like can come hiding about. I ain't going to play the informer. I don't know why I should promise as much as that, just 'cause my brother married his sister. She ain't done me no credit, from what I hear now, though she had a good master, as I can swear, 'cause he's mine too." "Where is he?" was all Mag's answer again in an anxious whisper. "Understand," the limy man went on, "I'm about done with a pair on 'em now, but I ain't going to inform. He come here a day or 2 back and claimed shelter. And seeing I was going up to Wapping tonight, he wanted me to tell you where he was. Well, I've done that, and I ain't going to do no more, see? He ain't none of mine, and I won't have part nor parcel with him, nor any of ye. I keep myself decent, I do.
I shan't say he's here, and I shan't say he ain't. And the sooner he goes, the better he'll please me. See?" "Yes, Mr. Grimes, sir. But tell me where he is." The limey man took his pipe from his mouth and pointed with a comprehensive sweep of the stem at the sheds round about. "You can go and look in any of us places as ain't locked," he said off-handedly. "The dog's chained up. Try the end one first." Grimes the wharfinger resumed his pipe, and Mag scuffled off to where the light from the window fell on the white angle of a small wooden shelter. The place was dark within, dusted about with lime, and its door stood inward. She stopped and peered. "All right," growled Dan Ogle from the midst of the dark. "Can't you see me now? You've come?" And he thrust his thin face and big shoulders out through the opening. "Oh, Dan!" the woman cried, putting out her hands as though she would take him by the neck, but feared repulse. "Oh, Dan! Thank God you're safe, Dan. I've been dying of fear for you, Dan." "Grr!" he snorted. "Stow that. What I want's money. Got any?" End of chapter 18. Chapter 19 of The Hole in the Wall by Arthur Morrison. On the Cop. It was at a bend of the river wall by the Lee, in sight of Kemp's Wharf, that Dan Ogle and his sister met at last. Dan had about as much regard for her as she had for him, and the total made something a long way short of affection. But common interests brought them together. Mrs. Grimes had told Mag that she knew of something that would put money in Dan's pocket, and as money was just what Dan wanted in his pocket, he was ready to hear what his sister had to tell, more especially as it seemed plain that she was unaware exactly of the difficulty that had sent him into hiding. So, instructed by Mag, she came to the Cop on a windy morning, where, from the top of the river wall, one might look east over the Abbey Marsh and see an unresting and unceasing press of grey and mottled cloud hurrying up from the flat horizon to pass overhead and vanish in the smoke of London to the west. Mrs. Grimes avoided the wharf, for she saw no reason why her brother-in-law, her late employer's faithful servant, should witness her errand. She climbed the river wall at a place where it neared the road at its Bromley end, and thence she walked along the bank top. Arrived where it made a sharp bend, she descended a little way on the side next the river, and there waited. Dan, on the look-out from his shed, spied her beribboned bonnet from afar, and went quietly and hastily under shelter of the river wall toward where she stood. Coming below her on the towpath, he climbed the bank, and brother and sister stood face to face. Unashamed ruffianism looked shabby respectability in the eyes. "Humph," growled Dan. "So here you are, my lady." "Yes," the woman answered, "here I am, and there you are. A nice respectable sort of party for a brother." "Ah, ain't I? If I was as respectable as my sister, I might get a job up at the Hole in the Wall, mightn't I? Especially as I hear there's a vacancy through somebody getting the sack over a cash box." Mrs. Grimes glared and snapped. "I suppose you got that from him," she said, jerking her head in the direction of the wharf. "Well, I ain't come here to call names. I come about that same cash box. At any rate, I come about what's in it. Dan, there's a pile of banknotes in that box that don't belong to Captain Nat Kemp no more than they belong to you or me, nor as much perhaps if you'll put up a good way of getting at 'em." "You put up a way as wasn't a good un, seemingly," said Dan. "How do you mean they don't belong to Kemp?" "There was a murder at the Hole in the Wall a week ago." "Eh?" Dan's jaw shut with a snap, and his eye was full of sharp inquiry. "A man was stabbed against the bar parlour door, and the one as did it got away over the river. One of the two dropped a leather pocket book full of notes, and the kid, Kemp's grandson, picked it up in the rush when nobody see it. I see it, though, afterward, when the row was over. I peeped from the stairs, and I see Kemp open it and take out notes, bunches of 'em, dozens." "Oh, you did you?" Dan observed, staring hard at his sister. "Bunches of bank notes, dozens. See a photo too? Likeness of a woman and a boy? 'Cause it was there." Mrs. Grimes stared now. "Why, yes," she said. But how'd you come to know, eh? Dan, was you? "Never mind whether I was nor where I was. If it hadn't been for you, I'd have had them notes now, safe and snug, instead of Captain Nat. You lost me then." "I did?" "Yes, you. Wouldn't have me come to the hole in the wall in case Captain Nat might guess I was your brother, being so much like you. Like you? Grr, hope I ain't got a face like that." "Oh, yes, you're a beauty, Dan Ogle, ain't ye? But what's all that to do with the notes?" Mrs. Grimes' face was blank with wonder and doubt, but in her eyes there was a growing and hardening suspicion. "What's all that to do with the notes?" "It's all to do with them. 'Cause of that I let another chap bring a watch to sell, 'stead of taking it myself. And he come back with a fine tale about Captain Nat offering to pay high for them notes. And so I was fool enough to let him take them too, 'stead of going myself. But I watched him, though, I watched him close. He tried to make a bolt, and so Captain Nat got the notes after all, it seems then." "Dan," said Mrs. Grimes, retreating a step. "Dan, it was you and you're hiding for it." The man stood awkward and sulky like a loutish schoolboy, detected and defiant. "Well," he said at length, "suppose it was. You ain't got no proof of it, and if you had, what you come here for, eh?" She regarded him now with a gaze of odd curiosity which lasted through the rest of their talk, much as though she were convinced of some extraordinary change in his appearance, which nevertheless eluded her observation. "I told you what I come for," she answered after a pause, "about getting them notes away from Kemp, the old wretch." Old wretch, 'cause he wanted to keep his cash box, eh? Well, what's the game?" Mrs. Grimes in no way abated her intent gaze, but she came a little closer with a sidling step, as if turning her back to a possible listener. "There are 2 inquests at the hole in the wall," she said. 2 on the same day. There was Kipps as lost the notes when Captain Kemp got 'em, and there was Ma, the ship owner, and it was him had lost 'em first." She took a pace back as she said this, looking for its effect. But Dan made no answer, albeit his frown grew deeper and his eyes sharper, and he stood alert, ready to treat his sister as friend or enemy, according as she might approve herself. "Ma lost 'em first," she repeated, "and I can very well guess how, though when I came here I didn't know you was in it." "How did I know, thinks you, that Ma lost 'em first? I got eyes and I got ears, ain't I got common sense? And I see the photo you spoke of. Ma and his mother most likely. Anyhow, the boy was Ma, plain, whoever the woman was. He'd only wanted a bit of thinking to judge what them notes had gone through. But I didn't dream you was so deep in it. Law, no wonder Mag was frightened when I see her." Still Dan said nothing, but his eyes seemed brighter and smaller, perhaps dangerous. So the woman proceeded quickly. "It's all right, you needn't be frightened my knowing things. All the more reason for your getting the notes now, if you lost 'em before. But it's hard for me, mind you. Ain't it hard for me?" Dan was silent for a moment. Then he growled, "We ain't got 'em yet."
No, but it's halves when we do get 'em, or else I won't say another word. Ain't it halves?" Dan Ogle could afford any number of promises if they would win him information. "All right," he said. "Halves it is, then, when we get 'em. And how are we going to do it?" Mrs. Grimes sidled closer again. "Ma, the ship owner lost 'em first," she said, "and he was pulled out the river, dead and murdered, just at the back of the hole in the wall. See?" "Well?" "Don't see it? Kemp's got the pocket book." "Yes." "Don't see it yet? Well, there's more. There's a room at the back of the hole in the wall where it stands on piles with a trapdoor over the water. The police don't know there's a trapdoor there. I do." Dan Ogle was puzzled and suspicious. "What's the good of that?" he asked. "I didn't think you such a fool, Dan Ogle. There's a man murdered with notes on him and a photo and a watch. You said there was a watch. He's found in the river just behind the hole in the wall. There's a trapdoor, secret, at the hole in the wall over the water, just the place he might have been dropped down after he was killed. And Kemp, the landlord's got the notes and the pocket book and the photo all complete, and most likely the watch too, since you tell me he bought it, and finally could swear to him. Ain't all that enough to hang Captain Nat Kemp if the police was to drop in sudden on the whole thing?" Dan's mouth opened and his face cleared a little. "I suppose," he said, "you mean you might put it on the police as it was Captain Nat did it? And when they searched they'd find all the stuff and the pocket book and the watch and the likeness and the trapdoor, and that'd be evidence enough to put him on the string?" "Course I mean it," replied Mrs. Grimes, with hungry spite in her eyes. "Of course I mean it, and dear I'd love to see it done too. Captain Nat Kemp with his money and his grandson he's going to make a gentleman of, and all. Hope you'll be honest where you go next. Says Captain Kemp, whether you're grateful to me or not. Honest and grateful. I'll give him honest and grateful." Dan Ogle grinned silently. "No," he said, "you won't forgive him, I bet, if it was only 'cause you begin by making such a pitch to marry him." A chuckle broke from behind the grin. "Ha! You'd rather hang him than get his cash box now, I'll swear." Mrs. Grimes was red with anger. "I would that," she cried. "You're nearer truth than you think, Dan Ogle. And if you say too much, you'll lose the money you're after, for I'll go and do it. So now." Dan clicked his tongue derisively. "Thought you'd come to tell me how to get the stuff," he said. "Instead of that, you tell me how to hang Captain Nat. Very clever. And lose it. I don't see that helps us." "Go and threaten him." "Threaten Captain Nat?" exclaimed Dan, glaring contempt and spitting it. "Oh, yes, I see myself. Captain Nat ain't that sort of mug. I'm as hard as most, but I ain't hard enough for a job like that, or soft enough, for that's what I'd be to try it on. Lord lummy, go and ask any man up the highway to face Captain Nat and threaten him. Ask the biggest and toughest of 'em. Ask Jim Croot with his ear like a blue bag that he chucked out of the bar like a kitten last week. 'Captain Nat,' says I, 'if you don't give me 800 quid, I'll hit you a crack.' Mighty fine plain that. That'd get it, wouldn't it?" "Ah, it'd get it something." "I didn't say that sort of threat, you fool. You got no sense for anything but bashing. There's the evidence that'd hang him. Go and tell him that, and say he shall swing for it if he doesn't hand over." Dan stared long and thoughtfully. Then his lip curled again. "Pooh," he said. "I'm a fool, am I? Oh, anyhow, whether I am or not, I'm a fool's brother. Threaten Captain Nat with the evidence, says you? What evidence? The evidence what he's got in his own hands. Suppose I go like a mug and do it.
First thing he does after he's kicked me out is to chuck the pocket book and the likeness on the fire and the watch in the river. Then he changes the notes or sells them abroad, and how do we stand then? Why, you're a bigger fool than I thought you was. What's that?" It was nothing but a gun on the marsh, where a Cockney sportsman was out after anything he could hit. But Dan Ogle's nerves were alert, and throughout the conversation he had not relaxed his watch towards London, so that the shot behind disturbed him enough to break the talk. "We've been here long enough," he said. "You hook it. I'll see about Captain Nat. Your way's no good. I'll try another, and if that don't come off, well, then you can hang him if you like, and welcome. But now hook it and shut your mouth, till I have had my go. 'Nuff said. Don't go back the way you come." End of chapter 19. Chapter 20 of The Hole in the Wall by Arthur Morrison. Stephen's Tale. My father's death wrought in grandfather Nat a change that awed me. He looked older and paler, even smaller. He talked less to me, but began, I fancied, to talk to himself. Withal, his manner was kinder than before, if that were possible, though it was with a sad kindness that distressed and troubled me. More than once I woke at night with candle-light on my face, and found him gazing down at me with a grave doubt in his eyes, whereupon he would say nothing but pat my cheek and turn away. Early one evening, as I sat in the bar parlour, and my grandfather stood moodily at the door between that and the bar, a man came into the private compartment whom I had seen there frequently before. He was in fact the man who had brought the silver spoons on the morning when I first saw Ratcliffe Highway, and he was perhaps the most regular visitor to the secluded corner of the bar. This time he slipped quietly and silently in at the door, and remaining just within it, out of sight from the main bar, beckoned, his manner suggesting business above the common. But my grandfather only frowned grimly, and stirred not as much as a finger. The man beckoned again, impatiently, but there was no favour in grandfather Nat's eye, and he answered with a growl. At that the man grew more vehement, patted his breast pocket, jerked his thumb, and made dumb words with a great play of mouth. "You get out," said grandfather Nat. A shade of surprise crossed the man's face, and left plain alarm behind it. His eyes turned quickly toward the partition which hid the main bar from him, and he backed instantly to the door and vanished. A little later the swing doors of the main bar were agitated, and an eye was visible between them, peeping. They parted and disclosed the face of that same stealthy visitor, but lately sent away from the other door. Reassured, as it seemed, by what he saw of the company present, he came boldly in, and called for a drink with an elaborate air of unconcern. But as he took the glass from the potman, I could perceive a sidelong glance at my grandfather, and presently another. Captain Nat, however, disregarded him wholly, while the pale man, aware of he knew not what between them, looked alertly from one to the other, ready to abandon his long-established drink, or to remain by it, according to circumstances. The man of the silver spoons looked indifferently from one occupant of the bar to the next, as he took his cold rum. There was the pale man and Mr. Cripps, and a sailor who had been pretty regular in the bar of late, and who, though noisy and apt to break into disjointed song, was not so much positively drunk as never wholly sober. And there were two others, regular frequenters both. Having well satisfied himself of these, the man of the silver spoons finished his rum and walked out. Scarce had the door ceased to swing behind him, when he was once more in the private compartment,
now with a knowing and secure smile, a cough and a nod. For plainly he supposed there must have been a suspicious customer in the house, who was now gone. Grandfather Nat let fall the arm that rested against the door frame. "Out you go," he roared. "If you want another drink, the other bar's good enough for you. If you don't, I don't want you here. So out you go." The man was dumbfounded. He opened his mouth as though to say something, but closed it again and slunk backward. "Out you go," shouted the unsober sailor in the large bar. "Out you go. You bay orders, see? Lord, you better bay orders when it's Captain Kemp. Oh, I know I do." And he shook his head, stupidly sententious. But the fellow was gone for good, and the pale man was all eyes, scratching his cheek feebly and gazing on Grandfather Nat. "Out he goes," the noisy sailor went on. "That's Captain Orders, or mate's orders, all one. Like father, like son. Oh, I know." "Ah," piped Mr. Cripps. "A marvellous fine officer Captain Kemp must have been aboard ship, I'm sure. Might you e'er have sailed under him?" "Me?" cried the sailor with a dull stare. "Me under him? Well, no, not under him. But captain's orders or mate's orders, all's one." "Perhaps," pursued Mr. Cripps in a lower voice, with a glance over the bar, "perhaps you've been with young Mr. Kemp, the late." "Him?" This with another and a duller stare. "Him? Ah, well, never mind, never you mind, see? You mind your own business, my fine feller." Mr. Cripps retired within himself with no delay, and fixed an abstracted gaze in his half-empty glass. I think he was having a disappointing evening. People were disagreeable, and nobody had stood him a drink. More, Captain Nat had been quite impracticable of late, and for days all approaches to the subject of the sign, or the board to paint it on, had broken down hopelessly at the start. As to the man just sent away, Mr. Cripps seemed, and no doubt was, wholly indifferent. Captain Nat was merely exercising his authority in his own bar, as he did every day, and that was all. But the pale man was clearly uneasy, and that with reason, for, as afterwards grew plain, the event was something greater than it seemed. Indeed, it was nothing less than the end of the indirect traffic in watches and silver spoons. From that moment every visitor to the private compartment was sent away with the same peremptory incivility. Every one, save perhaps some rare stranger of the better sort, who came for nothing but a drink. So that in course of a day or two the private compartment went almost out of use, and the pale man's face grew paler and longer as the hours went. He came punctually every morning as usual, and sat his time out with a stagnant drink before him, till he received my grandfather's customary order to "drink up," and then vanished till the time appointed for his next attendance. But he made no more excursions into the side court after sellers of miscellaneous valuables. From what I know of my grandfather's character, I believe that the pale man must have been paid regular wages, for Grandfather Nat was not a man to cast off a faithful servant, though plainly the man feared it. At any rate, there he remained with his perpetual drink, and so remained until many things came to an end together. There was a certain relief, and I think an odd touch of triumph, in Grandfather Nat's face and manner that night, as he kissed me and bade me good night. As for myself, I did not realise the change, but I had a vague idea that my grandfather had sent away his customer on my account, and for long I lay awake and wondered why. End of chapter 20. Chapter 21 of The Hole in the Wall by Arthur Morrison. In the bar parlour. Stephen was sound asleep, and the hole in the wall had closed its eyes for the night. The pale man had shuffled off with his doubts and apprehensions toward the highway, and Mr. Cripps was already home in Limehouse. Only the half-drunken sailor was within hail, groping towards some later tavern, and Captain Nat, as he extinguished the lamps in the bar, could hear his song in the distance. The grub was pad and the pay was low, leave her, Johnny, leave her, so hump your duds and ashore you go, for it's time for us to leave her. Captain Nat blew out the last light in the bar and went into the bar parlour. He took out the cash box and stood staring thoughtfully at the lid for some seconds. He was turning at last to extinguish the lamp at his elbow when there was a soft step without and a cautious tap at the door. Captain Nat's eyes widened and the cash box went back under the shelf. The tap was repeated ere the old man could reach the door and shoot back the bolts. This done, he took the lamp in his left hand and opened the door. In the black of the passage a man stood, tall and rough. Just such a figure Captain Nat had seen there before, less distinctly, and in a briefer glimpse, for indeed it was Dan Ogle. "Well?" said Captain Nat. "Good evening, Captain," Dan answered, with an uncouth mixture of respect and familiarity. "I just want 5 minutes with you." "Oh, you do you?" replied the landlord, reaching behind himself to set the lamp on the table. "What is it? I've a notion I've seen you before." "Very like, Captain. It's all right. Only business." "Then what's the business?" Dan Ogle glanced to left and right in the gloom of the alley and edged a step nearer. "Best spoke of indoors," he said hoarsely. "Best for you and me too. Nothing to be afraid of. Only business." "Afraid of? Phoo! Come in then." Dan complied with an awkward assumption of jaunty confidence, and Captain Nat closed the door behind him. "Nobody to listen, I suppose?" asked Ogle. "No, nobody. Out with it." "Well, Captain, just now you thought you'd seen me before. Quite right, so you have. You see me in the same place, just outside that there door. And I borrowed your boat." "Humph!" Captain Nat's eyes were keen and hard. "Is your name Dan Ogle?" "That's it, Captain." The voice was confident, but the eye was shifty. "Now you know. A chap tried to do me, and I put his light out. You went for me and chased me, but you stuck your hooks in the quids right enough." Dan Ogle tried a grin and a wink, but Captain Nat's frown never changed. Well, Dan went on after a pause. "It's all right, anyhow. I outed the chap, and you took care of the halfpence, so we helped each other, and done it between us. I just come along tonight to cut it up." "Cut up what?" "Why, the stuff. 810 quid in notes in a leather pocket book. Though I ain't particular about the pocket book." Dan tried another grin. 405 quid'll be good enough for me. Though it ought to be more, seeing I got it first, and the risk and all." Captain Nat, with a foot on a chair and a hand on the raised knee, relaxed not a shade of his fierce gaze. "Who told you," he asked presently, "that I had £810 in a leather pocket book?" "Oh, a little bird. Just a pretty little bird, Captain." "Tell me the name of that pretty little bird." "Lord lummy, Captain, don't be bad pals. It ain't a little bird what'll do any harm. It's all safe and snug enough between us, and I'm doing it on the square, ain't I? I knowed about you, and you didn't know about me, but I comes fair and open, and says it was me as done it, and I only want a fair share up between pals in a job together. That's all right, ain't it?" "Was it a pretty little bird in a bonnet and a plaid shawl? A scrograggy sort of little bird with a red beak? The sort of little bird as likes to feather its nest with a cash box, one as don't belong to it?
Is that your paddler, pretty little bird?"
"Well, well, suppose it is, Captain. Lord, don't be bad, pals. I ain't, am I? Make things straight, and I'll take care she don't go a pretty birding about with a tail. I'll guarantee that, honourable. You ain't no need to be afraid of that."
"Do you think I look afraid?"
"Love ye, Captain, why I didn't mean that. There ain't many what 'ud try to frighten you. That ain't my tack. You're too hard a nut for that, anybody knows."
Dan Ogle fidgeted uneasily with a hand about his neckcloth, while the other arm hung straight by his side.
"But look here now, Captain," he went on. "You're a straight man, and you don't round on a chap as trusts you. That's right, ain't it?"
"Well?"
Truly Captain Nat's piercing stare, his unwavering frown, were disconcerting. Dan Ogle had come confidently prepared to claim a share of the plunder, just as he would have done from any rascal in Blue Gate. But in presence of the man he knew for his master, he had had to begin with no more assurance than he could force on himself. And now, though he met not a word of refusal, he was reduced well nigh to pleading. But he saw the best opening as by a flash of inspiration, and beyond that he had another resource if he could but find courage to use it. "Well?" said Captain Nat.
"You're the sort as plays the square game with a man as trusts you, Captain. Very well, I've trusted you. I've come and put myself in your way and told you free what I done, and I ask, as man to man, for my fair whack of the stuff. Being the straight man you are, you'll do the fair thing."
Captain Nat brought his foot down from the chair and the knee from under his hand, and he clenched the hand on the table, but neither movement disturbed his steady gaze. So he stood for 3 seconds. Then, with an instant dart, he had Dan Ogle by the hanging arm, just above the wrist. Dan sprang and struggled, but his wrist might have been chained to a post. Twice he made offer to strike at Captain Nat's face with the free hand, but twice the blow fainted ere it had well begun. Tall and powerful as he was, he knew himself no match for the old skipper. Pallid and staring, he whispered hoarsely, "No, Captain, no, drop it. Don't put me away. Don't grab the deal. D'you hear?" Captain Nat, grim and silent, slowly drew the imprisoned forearm forward and plucked a bare knife from within the sleeve. There was blood on it, for his grip had squeezed arm and blade together. "Humph!" growled Captain Nat. "I saw that in time, my lad." And he stuck the knife in the shelf behind him.
"S'help me, Captain, I wasn't meaning anything. S'help me, I wasn't."
The ruffian pleaded, cowering but vehement, with his neckerchief to his cut arm.
"That's only where I carry it. S'help me, only where I keep it."
"Oh, I've seen it done before, but it's an awkward place if you get a squeeze," the skipper remarked dryly. "Now you listen to me. You say you've come and put yourself in my power and trusted me. So you have, with a knife up your sleeve. But never mind that. I doubt if you'd have had pluck to use it. You killed a man at my door because of £800 you got between you. But to get that money you had to kill another man first."
"No, Captain, no."
"Don't try to deny it, man. Why, it's what's saving you. I know where that money come from, and it's murder that got it. Ma was the man's name, and he was a murderer himself. Him and another between 'em had murdered my boy. Murdered him on his high seas, as much as if it was pistol or poison. He was doing his duty, and it's murder, I tell you. Murder by the law of England. That man ought to have been hung, but he wasn't, and he never would have been. He'd have gone free, except for you, and made money of it. But you killed that man, Dan Ogle, and you shall go free for it yourself. For that, and because I won't sell what you trusted me with about this other."
Captain Nat turned and took the knife from the shelf.
"Now see," he went on. "You've done justice on a murderer, little as you meant it. But don't you come trying to take away the orphan's compensation, not as much as a penny of it. Don't you touch the compensation or I'll give you up. I will that. Just you remember when you're safe. The man lied as spoke to seeing you that night by the door, and now he's gone back on it, and so you've nothing to fear from him, and nothing to fear from the police. Nothing to fear from anybody but me. So you take care, Dan Ogle. Come, enough said." Captain Nat flung wide the door and pitched the knife into the outer darkness. "There's your knife. Go after it." End of chapter 21. Chapter 22 of The Hole in the Wall by Arthur Morrison. On the Cop. When Viney followed the limey man from Musky Mag's door, he kept him well in view as far as the hole in the wall, and there waited. But when Grimes emerged and Viney took up the chase, he had scarce made 3/4 of the way through the crooked lanes toward the commercial road, when in the confusion and the darkness of the turnings, or in some stray rack of fog, the man of Lyme went wholly a-missing. Viney hurried forward, doubled, and scoured the turnings about him. Drawing them blank, he hastened for the main road, and there consumed well nigh an hour in profitless questing to and fro, and was fain at last to seek out Blind George and confess himself beaten. But Blind George made a better guess. After Viney's departure in the wake of Grimes, he had stood patiently on guard in the black archway and had got his reward. For he heard Musky Mag's feet descend her stairs, noted her timid pause at the door, and ear-watched her progress to the street corner. There she paused again, as he judged, to see that nobody followed, and then hurried out of earshot. He was no such fool as to attempt to dog a woman with eyes, but contented himself with the plain inference that she was on her way to see Dan Ogle, and that the man whom Viney was following had brought news of Dan's whereabouts. And with that he turned to the highway and his fiddling. So that when he learned that the limey man had called at the hole in the wall, and had gone out of Viney's sight on his way east, Blind George was quick to think of Kemp's Wharf, and to resolve that his next walk abroad should lead him to the lee bank. The upshot of this was that after some trouble Dan Ogle and Blind George met on the Cop, and that Dan consented to a business interview with Viney. He was confident enough in any dealings with either of them, so long as he cockered in them the belief that he still had the notes. So he said very little, except that Viney might come and make any proposal he pleased, hoping for some chance come expedient whereby he might screw out a little on account. And so it followed that on the morning after his unsuccessful negotiation with Captain Nat, Dan Ogle found himself face to face with Henry Viney at that self-same spot on the bankside where he had talked with Blind George. Dan was surly, first because it was policy to say little and to seem intractable, and again because after the night's adventure it came natural. "So you're Viney, are you?" he said. "Well, I ain't afraid of you. I know about you. Blind George told me your game." "Who said anything about afraid?" Viney protested, the eternal grin twitching nervously in his yellow cheeks. "We needn't talk about being afraid. It seems to me we can work together." "Oh, does it? How?" "Well, you know, you can't change 'em." "What?" "Oh, damn it, you know what I mean. The money, the notes." "Oh, that's what you mean, is it? Well, suppose I can't?" "Well, of course, if you can't, eh? If you can't, there might be so much rags, eh?" "Perhaps they might, if I can't." "But you know you can't," retorted the other, with a spasm of apprehension. "Else you'd have done it, and got farther off."
Well, perhaps I might, but that ain't all you come to say. Go on. Viney thoughtfully scratched his lank cheek, peering sharply into Dan's face. "Things being what they are," he said reflectively, "they're no more good to you than rags. Not so much." "All right, suppose they ain't. You don't think I'm going to make you a present of 'em, do you?" "Why, no, I didn't think that. I'll pay, reasonable. But you must remember that they're no good to you at all, not worth rag price. So whatever you got 'ud be clear profit." "Then how much clear profit will you give me?" Viney's forefinger paused on his cheek, and his gaze, which had sunk to Dan Ogle's waistcoat, shot sharply again at his eyes. £10, said Viney. Dan chuckled, partly at the absurdity of the offer, partly because this bargaining from the unproducible began to amuse him. £10 clear profit for me, he said, and £800 clear profit for you? That's your idea of a fair bit of trade. But it was mine first, and it's no good to you. You say so yourself. No, nor no good to you neither. 'Cause why? Because you ain't got it. Dan's chuckle became a grin. If you'd have said 100 now. What? Why, then I'd have said 400. That's what I had said. 400? Why, you're mad. Besides, I haven't got it. I got nothing till I can change the notes. Only the 10. Dan saw the chance he had hoped for. I'll make it dirt cheap, he said. First and last, no less and no more. Will you give me 50 down for 'em when you've got 'em changed? Yes, I will. Viney's voice was almost too eager. Straight? No tricks, eh? Viney was indignant at the suggestion. He scorned a trick. No hopping the twig with the whole lot and leaving me in the cart? Viney was deeply hurt. He had never dreamed of such a thing. Very well, I'll trust you. Give us the tenner on account. Dan Ogle stuck out his hand carelessly, but it remained empty. I said I'd give 50 when they're changed, grinned Viney knowingly. What? Well, I know that, and not play no tricks. And now when I ask you to pay first the 10 you've got, you don't want to do it. That don't look like a chap that means to part straight and square, does it? Viney put his hand in his pocket. All right, he said, that's fair enough. 10 now and 40 when the paper's changed. Where's the paper? Oh, I ain't got that about me just now, Dan replied airily. Be here tomorrow, same time. But you can give me the 10 now. Viney's teeth showed unamiably through his grin. Ah, he said, I'll be here tomorrow with that. Same time. What? It was Dan's honour that smarted now. What? Won't trust me with 10 when I offer, free and open, to trust you with 40? Oh, it's off then. I'm done. It's enough to make a man sick. And he turned loftily away. Viney's grin waxed and waned, and he followed Dan with his eyes, thinking hard. Dan stole a look behind and stopped. Look here, Viney said at last. Look here. Let's cut it short. We can't sharp each other, and we're wasting time. You haven't got those notes. Dan half turned and answered in a tone between question and retort. Oh, haven't I? He said. No, you haven't. See here, I'll give you £5 if you'll show 'em to me. Only show 'em. Dan was posed. I said I hadn't got 'em about me, he said rather feebly. No, nor can't get 'em, can you? Cut it short. Dan looked up and down and rubbed his cap about his head. I know where they are, he sulkily concluded. You know where they are, but you can't get 'em, Viney retorted with decision. Can I get 'em? Dan glanced at him superciliously. You?
he answered. Lord, no. Can we get 'em together? Dan took to rubbing his cap about his head again and staring very thoughtfully at the ground. Then he came a step nearer and looked up. "Two might," he said, "if you'd see it through, with nerve." Viney took him by the upper arm and drew close. "We're the two," he said. "You know where the stuff is, and you say we can get it. We'll haggle no more. We're partners, and we'll divide all we get. How's that?" "How about Blind George?" "Never mind Blind George, unless you want to make him a present. I don't. Blind George can fish for himself. He's shoved out. We'll do it, and we'll keep what we get. Now, where are the notes? Who's got them?" Dan Ogle stood silent a moment, considering. He looked over the bank toward the London streets, down on the grass at his feet, then up at an adventurous lark that sang nearer and still nearer the town smoke. Last he looked at Viney, and made up his mind. "Who's got 'em?" he repeated. "Captain Nat Kemp's got 'em." "What? Captain Nat Kemp's got 'em." Viney took a step backward, turned his foot on the slope, and sat back on the bank, staring at Dan Ogle. "Captain Nat Kemp," he said. "Captain Nat Kemp?" "Aye, Captain Nat Kemp. The notes and the leather pocket book and the photo and the whole kit. Ma's photo, ain't it? With his mother?" "Yes," Viney answered, "when he was a boy. He wasn't a particular dutiful son, but he always carried it, for luck or something. But Captain Kemp, where did he get them?" Dan Ogle sat on the bank beside Viney, facing the river, and there told him the tale he had heard from Mrs. Grimes. Also he told him, with many suppressions, just as much of his own last night's adventure at the hole in the wall as made it plain that Captain Nat meant to stick to what he had got. Viney heard it all in silence, and sat for a while with his head between his hands, thinking, and occasionally swearing. At last he looked up and dropped one hand to his knee. "I'd have it out of him by myself," he said, "if it wasn't that I want to lie low a bit." Dan grunted and nodded. "I know," he replied. "The Juno. I know about that." Viney started. "What do you know about that?" he asked. "Pretty well all you could tell me. I hear things, though I'm lying up. But I heard before, too. Ma chattered like a poll parrot." Viney swore and dropped his other hand. "Aye, so Blind George said. Well, there's nothing for me out of the insurance, and I'm going to let the creditors scramble for it themselves. There'd be awkward questions for me, with the books in the receiver's hands and what not, so I'm not showing for a bit. Though," he added thoughtfully, "I don't know that I mightn't try it, even now." Dan's eyes grew sharp. "We're doing this together, Mr. Viney," he said. "You'd better not go trying things without me. I mightn't like it. I ain't a nice man to try games on with. One's tried a game over this already, mind." "I'm trying no games," Viney protested. "Tell us your way, if you don't want to hear about mine." Dan Ogle was sitting with his chin on his doubled fists, gazing thoughtfully at the muddy river. "My way's rough," he replied, "but it's thorough, and it wipes off scores. I owe Captain that one." Viney looked curiously at his companion. "Well?" he said. "And there'd be more in it than 810. Perhaps a lump more." "How?" Viney's eyes widened. "Humph!" Dan was silent a moment. Then he turned and looked Viney in the eye. "Are you game?" he asked. "You ain't a fainting sort, are you? You oughtn't to be, seeing you was a ship's officer." Viney's mouth closed tight. "No," he said, "I don't think I am.
What is it?" Dan Ogle looked intently in his face for a few seconds and then said, "Only him and the kid sleeps in the house." Viney started. "You don't mean breaking in?" he exclaimed. "I won't do that. It's too... "Oh, too risky, of course," Dan replied with a curl of the lip. "But I don't mean breaking in. Nothing like it. But tell me first, suppose breaking in wasn't risky. Suppose you knew you'd get away safe with the stuff. Would you do it then?" And he peered keenly at Viney's face. Viney frowned. "That don't matter," he said, "if it ain't the plan. Suppose I would." "Ha, ha, that'll do. I know your sort. Not that I blame you about the busting. It'd take two pretty tough uns to face Captain Nat, I can tell you. But now see here. Will you come with me and knock at his side door tonight after the place is shut?" "Knock? And what then?" "I'll tell you. You know the alley down to the stairs?" "Yes." "Black as pitch at night, with a row of posts holding up the house. Now when everybody's gone and is putting out the lights, you go and tap at the door." "Well?" "You tap at the door and he'll come. You're alone, see? I stand back in the dark behind a post. He never sees me. 'Good evening,' says you. 'I just want a word with you if you'll step out.' And so he does." "And what then?" "Nothing else. Not for you. That's all your job. Easy enough, ain't it?" Viney turned where he sat and stared fixedly at his confederate's face. "And then what?" "Then I come on. He don't know I'm there behind him." Viney's mouth opened a little, but with no grin, and for a minute the two sat, each looking in the other's face. Then said Viney, with a certain shrinking, "No, not that. It's hanging, you know. It's hanging. For both." Dan laughed, an ugly laugh, and short. "It ain't hanging for that," he said. "It's hanging for getting caught. And where's the chance of that? We take our own time, and the best place you ever see for a job like that, river handy at the end and all, and everything settled beforehand. Safe a job as ever I see. Look at me. I ain't hung yet, am I? But I've took my chances, and took 'em when it wasn't safe, like as this is." Viney stared at vacancy like a man in a brown study, and his dry tongue passed slowly along his drier lips. "As for being safe," Dan went on, "what little risk there is from me. You're all right. We don't know each other. Not likely. How should you know I was hiding there in the dark when you went to speak to Captain Nat Kemp? Come to that, it might be you outed instead of your friend what you was talking so sociable with. And there's more there than what's in the pocket book. Remember that. There's a lump more than that." Viney rubbed his mouth with the back of his hand. "How do you know?" he asked huskily. "How do I know? How did I know about the pocket book and the notes? I ain't been the best of pals with my sister, but she couldn't have been there all this time without my hearing a thing or two about Captain Nat, to say nothing of what everybody knows as knows everything about him. Money? Of course there's money in the place. No telling how much. And watches and things as he buys. Perhaps twice that 800 and more." Viney's eyes were growing sharper, growing eager. "It sounds all right," he remarked, a little less huskily, "especially if there's more in it than the 800. But are you sure about it?" "You leave that to me. I'll see after my department, and yours is easy enough. Come, it's a go, ain't it?" "But perhaps he'll make a row, call out or something." "He ain't the sort of chap to squeal, and if he was he wouldn't, not the way I'm going to do it. You'll see." "And there's the boy. What about him?" "Ah, the kid upstairs?
He's no account after we've outed Captain Nat. No more a tame rabbit. And we'll have all night to turn the place over if we want it, though we shan't. We'll be split out before the potman comes, 50 mile apart, with full pockets, and nobody a ha'porth the wiser." Viney bit at his fingers, and his eyes lifted and sank, quick and keen, from the ground to Ogle's face and back again. But it was enough, and he asked for no more persuasion. Willing murderers both, they set to planning details. What Viney should say if it were necessary to carry the talk with Captain Nat beyond the first sentence or so, where they must meet, and the like. And here on Viney's motion a change was made as regarded time. Not this immediate night, but the night following was resolved on for the stroke that should beggar the hole in the wall of money and of life. For to Viney it seemed desirable, first to get his belongings away from his present lodgings for plain reasons, so as to throw off Blind George, and so as to avoid flight from a place where he was known on the very night of the crime. This it were well to do at once, yet all unprepared as he was, he could not guess what delays might intervene. And so for all reasons Captain Nat and the child were reprieved for 24 hours. Thus in full terms the treaty was made. Dan Ogle, shrink as he might from Captain Nat face to face, as any ruffian in Blue Gate would, was as ready to stab him in the back for vengeance as for gain. For he was conscious that never in all his years of bullying and scoundrelism had he cut quite so poor a figure in face of any man as last night in face of Captain Nat. As to the gain, it promised to be large and easy in the getting, and for his sister, now that she could help no more, she could as readily be flung out of the business as Blind George. The opportunity was undeniable. A better place for the purpose than the alley leading to the head of hole-in-the-wall stairs could never have been planned. Once the house was shut and the potman gone, no more was needed than to see the next police patrol go by, and the thing was done. Here was the proper accomplice too, a man known to Captain Nat, and one with whom he would readily speak, and in Ogle's eyes the business was no more than a common stroke of his trade, with an uncommon prospect of profit. As for Viney, money was what he wanted, and here it could be made, as it seemed, with no great risk. It was surer far than going direct to Captain Nat and demanding the money under the old threat. That was a little outworn, and indeed was not so substantial a bogey as it might seem in the eyes of Captain Nat, for years remorseful, and now apprehensive for his grandchild's sake. For the matter was old and evidence scarce, except Viney's own, which it would worse than inconvenience him to give. So that a large demand might break down, while here, as he was persuaded, was the certainty of a greater gain, which was the main thing. And if any shadow of scruple against direct and simple murder remained, it vanished in the reflection that not he but Ogle would be the perpetrator, as well as the contriver. For himself he would but be opening an innocent conversation with Kemp. So Viney told himself, and so desire and conscience are made to run coupled, all the world over, and all time through. All being appointed, the two men separated. They stood up, they looked about them over the lea and over the ragged field, and they shook hands. End of chapter 22. Chapter 23 of The Hole in the Wall by Arthur Morrison. On the Cop. It was morning still as Viney went away over the cop, and when he had vanished beyond the distant group of little houses, Dan Ogle turned and crept lazily into his shelter, there to make what dinner he might from the remnant of the food that Mag had brought him the evening before, and to doze away the time on his bed of dusty sacks till she should bring more in the evening to come. He would have given much for a drink,
For since his retreat to Kemps's Wharf the lime had penetrated clothes and skin, and had invaded his very vitals. More particularly it had invaded his throat, and the pint or so of beer that Mag brought in a bottle was not enough to do more than aggravate the trouble. But no drink was there, and no money to buy one, else he might well have ventured out to a public house, now that the police sought him no more. As for Grimes of the Wharf, who had been growing daily more impatient of Dan's stay, he offered no better relief than a surly reference to the pump. So there was nothing for it but to sit and swear, with the consolation that this night should be his last at Kemp's Wharf. Sunlight came with the afternoon and speckled the sluggish lee. Then the shadow of the river wall fell on the water, and it was dull again, and the sun itself grew duller and lower and larger in the haze of the town. If Dan Ogle had climbed the bank and had looked across the cop now, he would have seen blind George, stick in hand, feeling his way painfully among hummocks and ditches in the distance. Dan, however, was expecting nobody, and he no longer kept watch on all comers, so that blind George neared unnoted. He gained the lime-strewn road at last, and walked with more confidence. Up and over the bank and down on the side next the river, he went so boldly that one at a distance would never have guessed him blind, for on any plain road he had once traversed he was never at fault, and he turned with such readiness at the proper spot, and so easily picked his way to the shed, that Dan had scarce more warning than could bring him as far as the door, where they met. "Dan," the blind man said, "Dan, old pal, it's you I can hear. I'll bet, ain't it? Where are ye?" And he groped for a friendly grip. Dan Ogle was taken by surprise and a little puzzled. Still he could do no harm by hearing what blind George had to say, so he answered, "All right, what is it?" Guided by the sound, blind George straightway seized Dan's arm, for this was his way of feeling a speaker's thoughts while he heard his words. "He's gone," he said. "Gone clean. Do you know where?" Dan glared into the sightless eye and shook his captured arm roughly. "Who?" he asked. "Viney, did you let him have the stuff?" "What stuff? When?" "What stuff? That's a rum thing to ask, unless—" "Oh!" George dropped his voice and put his face closer. "Anybody to hear?" he whispered. "No." "Then why ask what stuff? You didn't let him have it this morning, did you?" "Dunno what you mean. Never seen him this morning." Blind George retracted his head with a jerk, and a strange look grew on his face, a look of anger and suspicion, strange because the great colourless eye had no part in it. "Dan," he said slowly, "them ain't the words of a pal, not of a faithful pal, they ain't. It's a damned lie." "Lie yourself," retorted Dan, thrusting him away. "Let go my arm. Go on." "I knew he was coming," blind George went on, "and I followed up and waited behind them houses, other side the cop. I want my whack, I do. I heard him coming away, and I called to him, but he scuttled off. I know his step as well as what another man would know his face. I'm a poor blind bloke, but I ain't a fool. What's your game, telling me a lie like that?" He was standing off from the door now, angry and nervously alert. Dan growled and then said, "You clear out of it. You come to me first from Viney, didn't you? Very well, you're his pal in this. Go and talk to him about it." "I've been. That's where I've come from. I've been to his lodgings in Chapman Street and he's gone. Said he got a berth aboard ship. A lie. Took his bag and cleared soon as ever he could get back from here. He's on for doing me out of my whack after I put it all straight for him. That's about it. He won't put me in the cart, Dan, after all I done."
Where's he gone?" "I don't know nothing about him, I tell you," Dan answered angrily. "You sling your hook or I'll make you." "Dan," said the blind man in a voice between appeal and threat, "Dan, I didn't put you away when I found you was here." "Put me away? You? You can go and try it now if you like. I ain't wanted. They won't have me. And if they would, how long would you last next time you went into Blue Gate? Or even if you didn't go, eh? How long would a man last that had both his eyes to see with, eh?" And indeed blind George knew as well as Dan himself that London was unhealthy for any traitor to the state and liberty of Blue Gate. "How long would he last? You try it." "Who wants to try it? I only want to know—" "Shut your mouth, blind George, and get out of this place," Ogle cried, fast losing patience and making a quick step forward. "Go, or you'll be lame as well as blind if I get hold of you." Blind George backed involuntarily, but his blank face darkened and twisted devilishly, and he gripped his stick like a cudgel. "Ah, I'm blind, ain't I? Mighty bold with a blind man, ain't you? If my eyes were like yours, or you was blind as me, you'd—" "Go!" roared Dan furiously with 2 quick steps. "Go!" The blind man backed as quickly, fiercely brandishing his stick. "I'll go, just as far as it suits me, Dan Ogle," he cried. "I ain't going to be done out of what's mine. One of you's got away, but I'll stick to the other. Keep off. I'll stick to you till... Keep off." As Dan advanced, the stick, flourished at random, fell on his wrist with a crack, and in a burst of rage he rushed at the blind man and smote him down with blow on blow. Blind George, beaten to a heap, but cowed not at all, howled like a wild beast and struck madly with his stick. The stick reached its mark more than once and goaded Ogle to a greater fury. He punched and kicked at the plunging wretch at his feet, who, desperate and unflinching, with his mouth spluttering blood and curses, never ceased to strike back as best he might. At the noise, Grimes came hurrying from his office. For a moment he stood astonished, and then he ran and caught Dan by the arm. "I won't have it," he cried. "If you want to fight, you go somewhere else. You... Why, damn me, the man's blind." Favoured by the interruption, blind George crawled a little off, smearing his hand through the blood on his face, breathless and battered, but facing his enemy still with unabashed malevolence. For a moment Ogle turned angrily on Grimes, but checked himself and let fall his hands. "Blind?" he snarled. "He'll be dead too if he don't keep that stick to himself, that's what he'll be." The blind man got on his feet and backed away, smearing the grisly face as he went. "Oh, hold him back!" he cried with a double mouthful of oaths. "Hold him back for his own sake. I ain't done with you, Dan Ogle, not yet. Fight? I'll fight you, and fight you level. I mean it, I do. I'll fight you level afore I done with you. Dead I'll be, will I? Not for you, and not afore I've paid you." So he passed over the bank, threatening fiercely. "Look here," said Grimes to Ogle, "this ends this business. I've had enough of you. You find some other lodging." "All right," Ogle growled. "I'm going after tonight." "I don't know why I was fool enough to let you come," Grimes pursued. "And when I did, I never said your pals was to come too. I remember that blind chap now. I see him in Blue Gate, and I don't think much of him. And there was another chap this morning. Up to no good, none of ye, and like as not to lose me my job. So I'll find another use for that shed, see?" "All right," the other sulkily repeated. "I tell you I'm going after tonight." End of chapter 23. Chapter 24 of The Hole in the Wall by Arthur Morrison. On the Cop.
Once he had cut clear from his lodgings without delay and trouble, Viney fell into an insupportable nervous impatience, which grew with every minute. His reason for the day's postponement now seemed wholly insufficient. It must have been, he debated with himself, that the first shock of the suggestion had driven him to the nearest excuse to put the job off, as it were a dose of bitter physic. But now that the thing was resolved upon, and nothing remained to do in preparation, the suspense of inactivity became intolerable and grew to torment. It was no matter of scruple or compunction, of that he never dreamed. But the enterprise was dangerous and novel, and, as the vacant hours passed, he imagined new perils and dreamed a dozen hangings, till at last, as night came on, he began to fear that his courage could not hold out the time, and since there was now no reason for delay, he ended with a resolve to get the thing over and the money in his pockets that same night, if it were possible, and with that view he set out for the cop. Meantime, no nervousness troubled his confederate. For him it was but a good stroke of trade, with a turn of revenge in it, and the penniless interval mattered nothing, could be slept off, in fact, more or less, since there was nothing else to do. The sun sank below London, and night came slow and black over the marshes and the cop. Grimes, rising from the doorstep of his office, knocked the last ashes from his pipe and passed indoors. Dan Ogle, sitting under the lee of his shed, found no comfort in his own empty pipe and no tobacco in his empty pocket. He rose, stretched his arms, and looked across the lee and the cop. He could see little or nothing, for the dark was closing on him fast. "Blind man's holiday," muttered Dan Ogle, and he turned in for a nap on his bed of sacks. A sulky red grew up into the darkening western sky, as though the extinguished sun was singeing all the world's edge. So one saw London's nimbus from this point every night, and saw below it the scattered spangle of lights that were the suburban sentries of the myriads beyond. The cop and the marshes lay pitch black, and nothing but the faint lap of water hinted that a river divided them. Here, where an hour's habit blotted the great hum of London from the consciousness, sounds were few. The perseverance of the lapping water forced a groan now and again from the moorings of an invisible barge lying by the wharf, and as often a ghostly rustle rose on the wind from an old willow on the farther bank, and presently, more distinctly than either, came a steady snore from the shed where Dan Ogle lay. A rustle that was not of any tree began when the snore was at its steadiest. A gentle rustle indeed, where some moving shadow in the black about it, crept over the river wall. Clearer against a faint patch which had been white with lime in daylight, the figure grew to that of a man moving in that murky darkness with an amazing facility, address and quietness. Down toward the riverside he went, and there, stooping, dipped into the water some small coarse bag of cloth that hung in his hand. Then he rose, and after a listening pause turned toward the shed whence came the snore. With 3 steps and a pause and 3 steps more, he neared the door. The stick he carried silently skimming the ground before him, his face turned upward, his single eye rolling blankly at the sky that was the same for him at night or noon, and the dripping cloth he carried diffused a pungent smell, as of wetted quick lime. So, creeping and listening, he reached the door. Within, the snore was regular and deep. Nothing held the door but a latch, such as is lifted by a finger thrust through a hole. He listened for a moment with his ear at this hole, and then, with infinite precaution, inserted his finger and lifted the latch. Up by the George Tavern, beyond Stepney, Henry Viney was hastening along the commercial road to call Dan Ogle to immediate business. Ahead of him by a good distance, Muskie Mag hurried in the same direction, bearing food in a saucer and handkerchief and beer in a bottle. But hurry as they might, here was a visitor well ahead of both. The door opened with something of a jar, and with that there was a little choke in the snore and a moment's silence. Then the snore began again, deep as before. Down on his knees went Dan Ogle's visitor, and so crawled into the deep of the shed. He had been gone no more than a few seconds when the snore stopped. It stopped with a thump and a gasp and a sudden buffeting of legs and arms, and in the midst arose a cry of so hideous an agony that Crimes, the wharf-keeper, snug in his first sleep 50 yards away, sprang erect and staring in bed, and so sat motionless for half a minute ere he remembered his legs and thrust them out to carry him to the window. And the dog on the wharf leapt the length of its chain, answering the cry with a torrent of wild barks. Floundering and tumbling against the frail boards of the shed, the two men came out at the door in a struggling knot. Ogle wrestling and striking at random, while the other, cunning with a life's blindness, kept his own head safe, and hung as a dog hangs to a bull. His hands gripped his victim by ear and hair, while the thumbs still drove at the eyes the mess of smoking lime that clung and dripped about Ogle's head. It trickled burning through his hair, and it blistered lips and tongue as he yelled and yelled again in the extremity of his anguish. Over they rolled before the doorway, and Ogle, snatching now at last, instead of striking, tore away the hands from his face. "Fight you level, Dan Ogle, fight you level now," Blind George gasped between quick breaths. "Hit me now, you're blind as me. Hit me. Knock me down, eh?" Quickly he climbed to his feet and aimed a parting blow with the stick that hung from his wrist. "Dead," he whispered hoarsely. "Not afore I've paid you. No." He might have stayed to strike again, but his own hands were blistered in the struggle, and he hastened off toward the bank, there to wash them clear of the slaking lime. Away on the wharf the dog was yelping and choking on its chain like a mad thing. Screaming still with a growing hoarseness and writhing where he lay, the blinded wretch scratched helplessly at the reeking lime that scorched his skin and seared his eyes almost to the brain. Grimes came running in shirt and trousers, and as soon as he could find how matters stood, turned and ran again for oil. "Good God," he said, "lime in his eyes, slaking lime. Why, it must be the blind chap, it must. Fight him level," he said, "and he's blinded him." There was a group of people staring at the patient's door of the accident hospital when Viney reached the spot. He was busy enough with his own thoughts, but he stopped and stared also involuntarily. The door was an uninteresting object, however, after all, and he turned to find himself face to face with one he well remembered. It was the limey man he had followed from Bluegate to the hole in the wall and then lost sight of. Grimes recognised Viney at once as Ogle's visitor of the morning. "That's a pal of yourn just gone in there," he said. Viney was taken aback. "Pal?" he asked. "What pal?" "Ogle, Dan Ogle. He's got lime in his eyes and blinded." "Lime? Blinded? How?" "I ain't going to say nothing about how. I dunno, and 'tain't my business. He's got it anyhow. There's a woman in there along of him, his wife, I believe, or something.
You can talk to her about it, if you like, when she comes out. I've got nothing to do with it." Grimes had all the reluctance of his class to be mixed up in any matter likely to involve trouble at a police court, and what was more, he saw himself possibly compromised in the matter of Ogul's stay at the wharf. But Viney was so visibly concerned by the news that soon the wharf keeper relented a little, thinking him maybe no such bad fellow after all, since he was so anxious about his friend. "I've heard said," he added presently in a lower tone, "I've heard said it was a blind chap done it out of spite, but of course I dunno. Not to say myself. Only what I heard, you see. I don't think they'll let you in, but you might see the woman. They won't let her stop long, especially taking on as she was." Indeed, it was not long ere Musky Mag emerged, reluctant and pallid, trembling at the mouth, staring but seeing nothing. Grimes took her by the arm and led her aside with Viney. "Here's a friend of Dan's," Grimes said, not unkindly, giving the woman a shake of the arm. "He wants to know how he's getting on." "What's nucleate?" she asked hoarsely, with a dull look in Viney's face. "What's nucleate? I heard a doctor say to let him rest tonight and nucleate in the morning. What's nucleate?" "Some sort of operation," Grimes hazarded. "Did they say anything else?" "Blinded," the woman answered weakly. "Blinded. But the pain's eased with the oil." "What did he say?" interposed Viney, fullest of his own concerns. "Did he say someone did it?" "He told me about it, whispered, but I shan't say nothing, nor him, not till he comes out." "I say he mustn't get talking about it," Viney said anxiously. "It'll upset things. Tell him when you see him. Here, listen." He took her aside out of Grimes's hearing. "It wouldn't do," he said. "It wouldn't do to have anybody charged or anything just now. We got something big to pull off. I say, I ought to see him, you know. Can't I see him? But there someone might know me. No, but you must tell him. He mustn't go informing or anything like that, not yet. Tell him, won't you?" "Charging, informing," Mag answered with contempt in her shaking voice. "Course he wouldn't go informing, not Dan. Dan ain't that sort. He looks after himself, he does. He don't go charging people, not if he was dying." Indeed, Viney did not sufficiently understand the morals of Blue Gate, where to call in the aid of the common enemy, the police, was a foul trick to which none would stoop. In Blue Gate a man inflicted his own punishments, and to ask aid of the police was worse than mean and scandalous. It was weak, and that in a place where the weak did not last, as the phrase went. It was the one restraint, the sole virtue of the place, enduring to death. And like some other virtues in some other places, it had its admixture of necessity, for everybody was wanted in turn, and to call for the help of a policeman who might as likely as not begin by seizing oneself by the collar would even have been poor policy, bad equally for the individual and for the community, so that to resort to the law's help in any form was classed with narking as the unpardonable sin. "You're sure of that, are you?" asked Viney apprehensively. "Sure? Course I'm sure. Dunno what sort of chap you take him for. He's no nark, and besides, he can't. There's other things, and—" She turned away with a sigh that was near a sob, and her momentary indignation lapsed once more into anxious grief. Viney went off with his head confused and his plans in the melting pot. Ogul's scheme was gone by the board, and alone he could scarce trust himself in any enterprise so desperate.
What should he do now? Make what terms he might with Captain Nat? Need was pressing, but he must think. End of chapter 24. Chapter 25 of The Hole in the Wall by Arthur Morrison. Stephen's Tale. I have said something of the change in my grandfather's habits after the news of the loss of the Juno and my father's death. Something, but not all. Not only was he abstracted in manner and aged in look, but he grew listless in matters of daily life, and even doubtful and infirm of purpose. An amazing thing in him, whose decision of character had made his a corner of the world in which his will was instant law. And with it and through it all I could feel that I was the cause. "It ain't the place for you, Stevie, never the place for you," he would say, wistful and moody, wholly disregarding my protests, which I doubt he even heard. "I put one thing right," he said once, thinking aloud as I sat on his knee, "but it ain't enough, it ain't enough." And I was sure that he was thinking of the watches and spoons. As to that matter, people with valuables had wholly ceased from coming to the private compartment, but the pale man still sat in his corner, and Joe the potman still supplied the drink he neglected. His uneasiness grew less apparent in a day or so, but he remained puzzled and curious, though no doubt well enough content with this, the most patent example of Grandfather Nat's irresolution. As for Mr. Cripps, that deliberate artist's whole practice of life was disorganized by Captain Nat's indifference, and he was driven to depend for the barest necessaries on the casual generosity of the bar. In particular, he became the client of the unsober sailor I have spoken of already, the disciplinarian who had roared confirmation of my grandfather's orders when the man of the silver spoons got his dismissal. This sailor was old in the ways of Wapping, as in the practice of soaking, it would seem, and he gave himself over to no crimp. Being ashore with money to spend, he preferred to come along to the bar of the Hole in the Wall and spend it on himself, getting full measure for every penny. Beyond his talent of ceaselessly absorbing liquor without becoming wholly drunk, and a shrewd eye for his correct change, he exhibited the single personal characteristic of a very demonstrative respect for Captain Nat Kemp. He would confirm my grandfather's slightest order with shouts and threats, which as often as not were only to be quelled by a shout or a threat from my grandfather himself, a thing of instant effect, however. "Aye, aye, sir," the man would answer, and humbly return to his pot. "Captain's orders," he would sometimes add, with a wink and a hoarse whisper to a chance neighbour. "Always obey Captain's orders. Know them both, father and son." So that Mr. Cripps' ready acquiescence in whatever was said loudly, and in particular his own habit of bland eloquence, led to a sort of agreement between the two, and an occasional drink at the sailor's expense. But meantime his chief patron was grown so abstracted from considerations of the necessities of genius, so impervious to hints, so deaf to all suggestion of grant in aid, that Mr. Cripps was driven to a desperate and dramatic stroke. One morning he appeared in the bar carrying the board for the sign. No tale of a board, no description or account of a board, no estimate or measurement of a board, but the actual solid material board itself. By what expedient he had acquired it did not fully appear, and indeed with him cash and credit were about equally scarce. But upon one thing he most vehemently insisted, that he dared not return home without the money to pay for it. The ravening creditor would be lying in wait at the corner of his street. Mr. Cripp's device for breaking through Captain Nat's abstraction succeeded beyond all calculation, for my grandfather laid hands on Mr. Cripps and the board together, and hauled both straightway into the skipper's parlour at the back. "There's the board," he said with decision, "and there's you. Where are the paints and brushes?" Mr. Cripp's stock of paints was low, it seemed, or exhausted. His brushes were at home, and his creditor was at the corner of the street. "If I could take the proceeds," Mr. Cripps began, but Grandfather Nat interrupted. "Here, you, and here's the board, and we'll soon get the tools. I'll send for 'em, or buy new. Here, Joe'll get 'em. You say what you want, and he'll fetch 'em. Here you are, and here you stick and do my signboard." Mr. Cripps dared not struggle for his liberty, and indeed a promise of his meals at the proper hours reconciled him to my grandfather's defiance of Magna Charta. So the skipper's parlour became his studio, and there he was left in company with his materials, a pot of beer and a screw of tobacco. I much desired to see the painting, but it was ruled that Mr. Cripps must not be disturbed. I think I must have restrained my curiosity for an hour at least ere I ventured on tiptoe to peep through a little window used for the passing in and out of drinks and empty glasses. Here my view was somewhat obstructed by Mr. Cripp's pot, which, being empty, he had placed upside down in the opening, as a polite intimation to whomsoever it might concern. But I could see that Mr. Cripp's labours having proceeded so far as the selection of a convenient chair, he was now taking relaxation in profound slumber. So I went away and said nothing. When at last he was disturbed by the arrival of his dinner, Mr. Cripps regained consciousness with a sudden bounce that almost deposited him on the floor. "Conception," he gasped, rubbing his eyes. "Conception and meditation and invention is what you want in a job like this." "Ah," replied my grandfather grimly, "that's all, is it? Then common things like dinner don't matter. Perhaps Joe had better take it away." But it seemed that Mr. Cripps wanted his dinner too. He had it, but Grandfather Nat made it clear that he should consider meditation wholly inconsistent with tea. So that, in course of the afternoon, Mr. Cripps was fain to paint the board white, and so earn a liberal interval of rest while it dried. And at night he went away home without the price of the board, but instead a note to the effect that the amount was payable on application to Captain Kemp at the Hole in the Wall, Wapping. This note was the production, after 3 successive failures, of my own pen, and to me a matter of great pride and delight. So that I was sadly disappointed to observe that Mr. Cripps received it with emotions of a wholly different character. Next morning Mr. Cripps returned to durance with another pot and another screw of tobacco. Grandfather Nat had business in the Minories in the matter of a distiller's account, and for this reason divers injunctions, stipulations, and warnings were entered into and laid upon Mr. Cripps before his departure. As, for instance, it was agreed that Mr. Cripps should remain in the skipper's parlour. Also, after some trouble, that no exception should be made to the foregoing stipulation, even in the event of Mr. Cripps feeling it necessary to go out somewhere to study a brick wall, or the hole in it, from nature, nor even if he felt overcome by the smell of paint. Agreed, however, that an exception be granted in the event of the house being on fire. Further, this with more trouble, that 1 pot of beer before dinner is enough for any man seriously bent on the pursuit of art. Moreover, that the board must not be painted white again. Lastly, that the period of invention and meditation be considered at an end, and that sleep on Mr. Cripp's part be regarded as an acknowledgment that meals are over for the day. These articles being at length agreed and confirmed, and Mr. Cripps having been duly witnessed to make certain marks with charcoal on the white board as a guarantee of good faith, Grandfather Nat and I set out for the Minories. His moodiness notwithstanding, it was part of his new habit to keep me near him as much as possible, day and night, with a sort of wistful jealousy. So we walked hand in hand over the swing bridge, past Paddy's Goose, into the highway, and on through that same pageant of romance and squalor. The tradesmen at their doors saluted Grandfather Nat with a subdued regard, as I had observed most people to do since the news of Juno's wreck. Indeed, that disaster was very freely spoken of, all along the waterside, as a deliberate scuttling, and it was felt that Captain Nat could lay his bereavement to something worse than the fair chance of the seas. Such things were a part of the daily talk by the docks, and here all the familiar features were present, while it was especially noted that nothing had been seen of Viney since the news came. He meant to lie safe, said the gossips, since as a bankrupt he stood to gain nothing by the insurance. One tradesman alone, a publican just beyond Blue Gate, greeted my grandfather noisily, but he was thoughtless with the pride of commercial achievement, for he was enlarging his bar, a large one already, by the demolition of the adjoining shop, and he was anxious to exhibit and explain his designs. "Well, good morning, Captain," cried the publican from amid scaffold poles and brick dust. "You're a strange here lately. See what I'm doing. Here, come in here and look. How's this, eh? Another pair of doors just over there, and the bar brought round like so, and that for bottle and jug, and throw the rest in a public bar, eh?" The party wall had already been removed, and the structure above rested on baulks and beams. The bar was screened off now from the place of its enlargement by nothing but canvas and tarpaulin, and my grandfather and his acquaintance stood with their backs to this to survey the work of the builders. Waiting by my grandfather's side while he talked, I was soon aware that business was brisk in the bar beyond the canvas, and I listened idly to the hum of custom and debate. Suddenly I grew aware of a voice I knew, an acrid voice just within the canvas. "Then if you're useless, I ain't," said the voice, "and I shan't let it drop." And indeed it was Mrs. Grimes who spoke. I looked up quickly at Grandfather Nat, but he was interested in his discussion, and plainly had not heard. Mrs. Grimes's declaration drew a growling answer in a man's voice, wholly indistinct, and I found a patch in the canvas with a loose corner, which afforded a peephole. Mrs. Grimes was nearest, with her back to the canvas, so that her skirts threatened to close my view. Opposite her were two persons, in the nearest of whom I was surprised to recognise the coarse-faced woman I had seen twice before, once when she came asking confused questions to Grandfather Nat about the man who sold a watch, and once when she fainted at the inquest, and Mrs. Grimes was too respectable to stay near her. The woman looked sorrowful and drawn about the eyes and cheeks, and she held to the arm of a tall, raw-boned man. His face was seamed with ragged and blistered skin, and he wore a shade over the hollows where now, peeping upward, I could see no eyes, but shut and sunken lids, so that at first it was hard to recognise the fellow who had been talking to this same coarse-faced woman by Blue Gate, when she left him to ask those questions of my grandfather. And indeed I should never have remembered him but that the woman brought him to my mind. It was this man whose growling answer I had heard. Now Mrs. Grimes spoke again. "Oh, my fault from the beginning," she said. "Oh, yes, I like that, because I wanted to keep myself respectable. My fault or not, I shan't wait any longer for you.
If I ain't to have it, you shan't, and if I can't get the money, I can get something else." The man growled again and swore, and beat his stick impotently on the floor. "You're a fool," he said. "Can't you wait till I'm a bit straight? You and your revenge. Pah! When there's money to be had." "Not much to be had your way, it seems, the mess you've made of it, and precious likely to do any better now, ain't you? And as to money, well, there's rewards given." Grandfather Nat's hand fell on my cap and startled me. He had congratulated his friend, approved his plans, made a few suggestions, and now was ready to resume the walk. He talked still as he took my hand, and stood thus for a few minutes by the door, exchanging views with the publican on the weather, the last ships in, and the state of trade. I heard one more growl, louder and angrier than the others, from beyond the screen, and a sharper answer, and then there was a movement and the slam of a door, and I got over the step and stretched my grandfather's arm on my own to see Mrs. Grimes go walking up the street. When we were free of the publican, I told Grandfather Nat that I had seen Mrs. Grimes in the bar. He made so indifferent a reply that I said nothing of the conversation I had overheard, for indeed I knew nothing of its significance, and so we went about our business. End of chapter 25. Chapter 26 of The Hole in the Wall by Arthur Morrison. Stephen's Tale. On our way home we were brought to a stand at the swing bridge, which lay open to let through a ship. We were too late for the perilous lock, for already the capstans were going, and the ship's fenders were squeaking and groaning against the masonry. So we stood and waited till Fore, Main, and Mitson had crawled by, and then I was surprised to observe, foremost and most impatient among the passengers on the opposite side, Mr. Cripps. The winches turned and the bridge swung, and my surprise grew when I perceived that Mr. Cripps made no effort to avoid Grandfather Nat, but hurried forward to meet him. "Well," said my grandfather gruffly, "house on fire?" "No, sir, no, but I thought—" "Sign done?" "No, Captain, not done exactly, but I just got curious noose, and so I come to meet you." "What's the news?" "Not perhaps exactly as you might say news, sir, but information. Information that's been transpired to me this morning. More or less unique information, so to say. Uncommon unique. Much uniker than usual." With these repetitions Mr. Cripps looked hard in my grandfather's eyes, as one does who wishes to break news or lead up to a painful subject. "What's it all about?" asked Grandfather Nat. "The Juno." "Well?" "She was scuttled wilful, Captain Kemp, scuttled wilful by Beecher. It's more'n rumour or scandal, it's plain evidence." My grandfather looked fixedly at Mr. Cripps. "What's the plain evidence?" he asked. "That chap that's been so much in the bar lately," Mr. Cripps answered, his eyes wide with the importance of his discovery. "The chap that soaks so heavy, and shouts at any one you order out. He was aboard the Juno on the voyage out, and he deserted at Montevideo to a homeward bound ship." "Then he doesn't know about the wreck?" I thought my grandfather made this objection almost eagerly. "No, Captain, but he deserted, 'cause he said he preferred being on a ship as was meant to come back, and one as had some grub aboard, him and others. Beecher tried to pile 'em up time and again, and says the chap, Connolly his name, says he, anything as went wrong aboard the Juno was Beecher's doing, which was prophesied in the forecastle at score of times afore she got to Montevideo, and Connolly said more." Mr. Cripps stole another sidelong glance at Grandfather Nat.
Confidential to me this morning, Connolly said more.
What?
He said it was the first officer your son, Captain, has prevented the ship being piled up on the voyage out, and all but knocked Beecher down once. And he said there was near fighting half the time he was with 'em, and he said, surprising solemn too, solemn as a man could as was half drunk, that after what he'd seen and heard, anything as happened to the first mate was no accident, or anything like it. That's what he said, Captain, confidential to me this morning. We were walking along together now, and Mr. Cripps seemed puzzled that his information produced no more startling effect on my grandfather. The old man's face was pale and hard, but there was no sign of surprise, which was natural, seeing that this was no news, as Mr. Cripps supposed, but merely confirmation. He said there was never any skipper so particular about the boats, and davits being kept in order, as Beecher was that trip, Mr. Cripps proceeded, and he kept his own lifebelt wonderfully handy. As for the crew, they kept their kit bags packed all the time. They could see enough for that, and he said there was some as could say more than he could. We came in view of the hole in the wall, and Mr. Cripps stopped short. "He don't know I'm telling you this," he said. "He came in the skipper room with a drink and got talking confidential. He's very close about it. You know what sailors are." Grandfather Nat frowned and nodded. Indeed, nobody knew better than common sailor man's horror of complication and land-shark troubles ashore of anything that might lead to his being asked for responsible evidence, even for his own protection. It gave impunity to 3/4 of the iniquity practised on the high seas. "And then, of course, he's a deserter," Mr. Cripps proceeded. "So I don't think you'd better say I told you, Captain. Not to him. You can give information, or I can, and then they'll make him talk at the Old Bailey, and they'll bring others." Grandfather Nat winced and turned away. Then he stopped again and said angrily, "Damn you, don't meddle. Keep your mouth shut and don't meddle." Mr. Cripps' jaw dropped, and his very nose paled. But, he stammered. "But, Captain, it's murder. Murdering Beecher and Viney too. You'll do something when it's your own son, and it's murder, Captain." My grandfather went 2 steps on his way, with a stifled groan. "Murder," he muttered. "Murder it is, by the law of England." Mr. Cripps came at his heels, very blank in the face. Suddenly my grandfather turned on him again, pale and fierce. "Shut your mouth, do you hear? Stow your slack jaw and mind your own business, or I'll—" Grandfather Nat lifted his hand, and I believe nothing but a paralysis of terror kept Mr. Cripps from a bolt. Several people stopped to stare, and the old man saw it, so he checked his wrath and walked on. "I'll see that man," he said presently, flinging the words at Mr. Cripps over his shoulder, and so we reached the hole in the wall. Mr. Cripps sat speechless in the bar and trembled, while Grandfather Nat remained for an hour in the skipper's parlour with Connolly, the half-drunken. What they said one to another I never learned, nor even if my grandfather persuaded the man to tell him anything, though there can be no doubt he did. For myself, I moved uneasily about the bar parlour, and presently I slipped out into the alley to gaze at the river from the stairhead. I was troubled vaguely, as a child often is who strives to analyse the behaviour of his elders. I stared some while at the barges and the tugs, and at Bill Stagg's boat with its cage of fire as it went in and out among the shipping. I looked at the bills on the wall, where new tales of men and women found drowned displaced those of a week ago, and I fell again into the wonderment and conjecture they always prompted. And last I turned up the alley, though whether to look out on the street or to stop at the bar parlour door I had not determined. As I went I grew aware of a tall florid man with thick boots and very large whiskers,
who stood at the entry and regarded me with a wide and ingratiating smile. I had some cloudy remembrance of having seen him before, walking in the street of Wapping Wall, and as he seemed to be coming to meet me, I went on past the bar parlour door to meet him. "Ah," he said with a slight glance toward the door, "you're a smart fellow, I can see." And he patted my head and stooped. "Now I've got something to show you. See there?" He pulled a watch from his pocket and opened it. I was much interested to see that the inward part swung clear out from the case on a hinge, exactly as I had seen happen with another watch on my first evening at the Hole in the Wall. "That's a rum trick, ain't it?" observed the stranger, smiling wider than ever. I assented, and thanked him for the demonstration. "Ah," he replied, "you're as clever a lad as ever I see. But I lay you never see a watch like that before." "Yes, I did," I answered heartily. "I saw one once." "No, no," said the florid man, still toying with the watch. "I don't believe that. It's your gammon. Why, where did you see one?" He shot another stealthy glance toward the bar parlour door as he said it, and the glance was so unlike the smile that my sleeping caution was alarmed. I remembered how my grandfather had come by the watch with the M on the back, and I remember his repeated warnings that I must not talk. "Why, where did you see one?" asked the stranger. "In a man's hand," I said with stolid truth. He looked at me so sharply through his grin that I had an uncomfortable feeling that I had somehow let out the secret after all. But I resolved to hold on tight. "Ha ha!" he laughed. "In a man's hand, of course. I knew you were a smart one. Mine hasn't got any letter on the back, you see." "No," I answered with elaborate indifference. "No letter." And as I spoke I found more matter of surprise, for if I had eyes in my head, and indeed I had sharp ones, there was Mrs. Grimes in a dark entry across the street, watching this grinning questioner and me. "Some have letters on the back," said the questioner. "Mine ain't that sort." "What sort?" Here Joe the potman dropped or knocked over something in the bar parlour, and the stranger started. "I think I'm wanted indoors," I said, moving off, glad of the interruption. "Good bye." The florid stranger rose and walked off at once with a parting smile. He turned at the corner and went straight away without so much as a look toward the entry where Mrs. Grimes was. I fancied he walked rather like a policeman. End of chapter 26. Chapter 27 of The Hole in the Wall by Arthur Morrison. In the bar parlour. Dan Ogle blinded and broken, but silent and saving his revenge. Musky Mag, stricken and pitiable, but faithful even if to death. Henry Viney, desperate but fearful, and urgently needy. These three skulked at bay in dark holes by Blue Gate. Sullen and silent to doggedness, Ogle would give no word to the hospital doctors of how his injury had befallen, and in 3 days he would brook confinement no longer, but rose and broke away, defiant of persuasion, to grope into the outer world by aid of Mag's arm. Blind George was about still, but had scarcely been near the highway except at night, when, as he had been wont to boast, he was as good as most men with sound eyes. It was thought that he spent his days over the water, as would be the way of one feeling the need of temporary caution. It did not matter. That could rest a bit. Blind George should be paid, and paid bitter measure. But first the job in hand, first the scheme he had interrupted, first the money. Here were doubt and difficulty. Dan Ogle's plan of murder and comprehensive pillage was gone by the board. He was next to helpless. It was plain that whatever plan was followed, Viney must bear the active part. Dan Ogle raved and cursed to find his partner so unpractised a ruffian, so cautious and doubtful a confederate. Mrs. Grimes made the matter harder, and it was plain that the thing must be either brought to a head or wholly abandoned, if only on her account. For she had her own idea, with her certain revenge on Captain Nat and a contingent reward. Furthermore, she saw her brother useless, and things were brought to a head when she would wait no more, but carried her intrigue to the police. Nothing but a sudden move would do now, desperate as it might be, and the fact screwed Viney to the sticking place and gave new vigour to Ogle's shaken frame. After all, the delay had not been great, no more than a few days. Captain Nat suspected nothing, and the chances lay that the notes were still in hand, as they had been when Ogle's sister last saw them, for he could afford to hold them and dispose of them at a later and safer time. The one danger was from this manoeuvre of Mrs. Grimes. If the police thought well enough of her tale to act without preliminary inquiry, they might be at the hole in the wall with a search warrant at any moment. The thing must be done at once, that very night. Musky Mag had never left Dan's side a moment since she had brought him from the hospital. Now she was thrust aside and bidden to keep to herself. Viney took to pen, ink and paper, and the two men waited impatiently for midnight. It was then that Viney, with Ogle at his elbow, awaited the closing of the hole in the wall, hidden in the dark entry, whence Mrs. Grimes had watched the plain-clothes policeman fishing for information a few hours earlier. The customers grew noisier as the hour neared, and Captain Nat's voice was heard enjoining order once or twice, ere at last it was raised to clear the bar. Then the company came out, straggling and staggering, wrangling and singing, and melted away into the dark, this way and that. Mr. Cripps went east, the pale pensioner west, each like a man who has all night to get home in, and the potman, having fastened the shutters, took his coat and hat, and went his way also. There was but one other tavern in sight, and that closed at the same time as the hole in the wall, and since none nearer than Paddy's Goose remained open till 1, Wapping Wall was soon dark and empty. There were diamond-shaped holes near the top of the shutters at the hole in the wall, and light was visible through these, a sign that Captain Nat was still engaged in the bar. Presently the light dulled, and then disappeared. He had extinguished the lamps. Now was the time, while he was in the bar parlour. Viney came out from the entry, pulling Ogle by the arm, and crossed the street. He brought him to the court entrance, and placed his hand on the end post. "This is the first post in the court," Viney whispered. "Wait here while I go. We both know what's to do." Viney tiptoed to the bar parlour door and tapped. There was a heavy footstep within, and the door was flung open. There stood Captain Nat with a table lamp in his hand. "Who's that?" said Captain Nat. "Come into the light." Viney took a deep breath. "Me," he answered. "I'll come in. I got something to say." He went inside foremost with his back against the doorpost, and Captain Nat turned slowly, each man watching the other. Then the landlord put the lamp on the table and shut the door. "Well," he said, "I'll hear you say it." There was something odd about Captain Nat's eyes, something new and something that Viney did not like. Hard and quiet, not anger, it would seem, but something indefinable, and worse. Viney braced himself with another inspiration of breath. "First," he said, "I'm alone here, but I've left word. There's a friend of mine not far off waiting.
He is waiting where he can hear the clock strike on Shadwell Church, just as you can hear it here. And if I'm not back with him safe and sound when it strikes 1, he's going to the police with some papers I've given him, in an envelope." "Ah, and what papers?" "Papers I've written myself. Papers with a sort of private log in them, not much like the one they showed 'em at Lloyd's of the loss of the Florence years enough ago, when a man named Dan Webb was killed. Papers with the names of most of the men aboard, and hints as to where to find some of 'em. Bill Stagg, for instance, A.B. They may not want to talk, but they can be made." Captain Nat's fixed look was oddly impassive. "Have you got it on the papers?" he said in a curiously even voice, as though he recited a lesson learned by rote. "Have you got it on the papers that Dan Webb had got at the rum and was lost through being drunk?" "No, I haven't, and much good it'd do you if I had. Drunk or sober, he died in that wreck, and not a man aboard but knew all about that. I've told you before what it is by law, murder and the rope." "Aye," said Captain Nat, in the same even voice, though the tones grew in significance as he went on. "Aye, you have. And you made me pay for the information. Murder it is, and the rope by the law of England." "Well, I want none of your money now. I want my own. I'll go back and burn those papers, or give 'em to you if you like, and you'll never see me again, if you'll do one thing, not with your money." "What?" "Give me my partner's leather pocket book and my £810 that was in it. That's first and last of my business here tonight, and all I've got to say." For a moment Captain Nat's impassibility was disturbed, and he looked sharply at Viney. "Ah," he said, "what's this? Partner's pocket book? Notes? What?" "I've said it plain, and you understand me. Time's passing, Captain Kemp, and you'd better not waste it arguing. 1 o'clock'll strike before long. The money I came and spoke about when they found Ma in the river, you had it all the time, and you knew it. That's what I want. Nothing of yours but my own money. Give me my own money and save your neck." Captain Nat compressed his lips and folded his arms. "There was a woman knew about this," he said slowly after a pause. "A woman and a man. They each took a try at that money in different ways. They must be friends of yours." "Time's going, Captain Kemp, time's going. Listen to reason, and give me what's my own. I want nothing of yours, nothing but my own. To save you and that boy. You've got a boy to remember. Think of the boy." Captain Nat stood for a little, silent and thoughtful, his eyes directed absently on Viney, as though he saw him not, and as he stood so the darkness cleared from his face. Not that moment's darkness only, but all the hardness of years seemed to abate in the old skipper's features, so that presently Captain Nat stood transfigured. "Aye," he said at last, "the boy. I'll think of the boy, God bless him. You shall have your money, Viney, though whether it ought to be yours I don't know. Viney, when you came in I was ready to break you in pieces with my bare hands, which I could do easy, as you know well enough." He stretched forth the great knotted hands, and Viney shrank before them. "I was ready to kill you with my hands, and would have done it for a reason I'll tell you of afterwards. But I've done evil enough, and I'll do no more. You shall have your money. Wait here, and I'll fetch it." "No tricks, you know," said Viney, a little nervously, as the old man turned toward the staircase door. "Tricks?" came the answer. "No, an end of all tricks." And Captain Nat tramped heavily up the stair. End of chapter 27. Chapter 28 of The Hole in the Wall by Arthur Morrison. Stephen's Tale. My grandfather was uncommonly silent all that day after his interview with Connolly.
He bade me good night when I went to bed and kissed me, but he said no more, though he sat by my bed till I fell asleep, while Joe attended the bar. I had a way now and again of waking when the bar was closed, perhaps because of the noise, and commonly at these times I lay awake till Grandfather Nat came to bed to bid him good night once more. It was so this night, the night of nights. I woke at the shouting and the stumbling into the street, and lay while the bar was cleared and the doors banged and fastened. My grandfather seemed to stay uncommonly long, and presently, as the night grew stiller, I was aware of voices joined in conversation below. I wondered greatly who could be talking with Grandfather Nat at this hour, and I got out of bed to listen at the stairhead. It could not be Bill Stagg, for the voices were in the bar parlour and not in the store place behind. And it was not Joe the potman, for I had heard him go, and I knew his step well. I wondered if Grandfather Nat would mind if I went down to see. I was doubtful, and I temporised. I began to put on some clothes, listening from time to time at the stairhead, in hope that I might recognise the other voice. But indeed, both voices were indistinct, and I could not distinguish one from the other. And then of a sudden the stair-foot door opened, and my grandfather came upstairs, heavy and slow. I doubted what he might say when he saw my clothes on, but he seemed not to notice it. He brought a candle in from the landing, and he looked strangely grave with a curious composure. He went to the little wall cupboard at his bedhead and took out the cash-box, which had not been downstairs since the pale man had ceased work. "Stevie, my boy," he said, "have you said your prayers?" "Yes, grandfather." "And didn't forget Grandfather Nat?" "No, grandfather, I never forget you." "Good boy, Stevie." He took the leather pocket-book from the box and knelt by my side with his arm about me. "Stevie," he said, "here's this money. It ain't ours, Stevie, neither yours nor mine, and we've no right to it. I kept it for you, but I did wrong, and worse, I was leading you wrong. Will you give it up, Stevie?" "Why, yes, grandfather." Truly that was an easy enough thing to say, and in fact I was in some way pleased to know that my mother had been right after all. "Right, Stevie. Be an honest boy always, and an honest man. Better than me. Since I was a boy like you, I've gone a long way wrong, and I've been a bad man, Stevie, a bad man some ways at least. And now, Stevie, I'm going away for a bit. Presently, when I'm gone, you can go to the stairs and call Bill Stagg. He'll come at once. Call Bill Stagg. He'll stay with you tonight. You don't mind Bill Stagg, do you?" Bill Stagg was an excellent friend of mine, and I liked his company, but I could not understand Grandfather Nat's going away. Where was he going, and why so late at night? "Never mind that just now, Stevie. I'm going away, for a bit. And whatever happens, you'll always say prayers, night and morning, for Grandfather Nat, won't you? And be a good boy." There was something piteous now in my grandfather's hard, grave face. "Don't go, grandfather," I pleaded with my arm at his neck. "Don't go, Grandfather Nat. You're not going to die, are you?" "That's as God wills, my boy. We must all die some day." I think he was near breaking down here, but at the moment a voice called up the stairs. "Are you coming?" said the voice. "Time's nearly up." And it frightened me more than I can say to know this second voice at last for Viney's. But my grandfather was firm again at once. "Yes," he cried, "I'm coming." No more to do, Stevie. Snivelling's no good.
And then Grandfather Nat put his hands clumsily together and shut his eyes like a little child. God bless and save this boy, whatever happens. Amen, said Grandfather Nat. Then he rose and took from the cash box the watch that the broken-nosed man had sold. There's that too, he said musingly. Dunno why I kept it so long. And with that he shut the cash box and strode across to the landing. He looked back at me for a moment, but said nothing, and then descended the stairs. Bewildered and miserably frightened, I followed him. I could neither reason nor cry out, and I had an agonized hope that I was not really awake, and that this was just such a nightmare as had afflicted me on the night of the murder at our door. I crouched on the lower stairs and listened. Yes, I've got it, said my grandfather, answering an eager question. There it is. Look at that. Count the notes. I heard a hasty scrabbling of paper. Right? Asked my grandfather. Quite right, Viney answered, and there was exultation in his voice. Pack 'em up, put 'em safe in your pocket. Quite safe? There's the watch too. I paid for that. Oh, the watch. Well, all right. I don't mind having that too, since you're pressing. You might have saved a deal of trouble, yours and mine too, if you'd done all this before. Yes, you're right, but I clear up all now. You got the notes all quite safe, have you? All safe. There was the sound of a slap on a breast pocket. And the watch? Aye, and the watch. Good. I heard a bounce and a gasp of terror. And then my grandfather's voice again. Come, come, Viney, we'll be quits to the end. We're bad men both, and we'll go to the police together. Bring your papers, Viney. Tell 'em about the Florence and Dan Webb, and I'll tell 'em about the Juno and my boy. I got my witnesses, and I'll find more, 12 to your 1. Come, Viney, I'll have justice done now on both of us. I could stay no longer. Viney was struggling desperately, reasoning, entreating. I pushed open the staircase door, but neither seemed to note me. My grandfather had Viney by arm and collar, and was shaking him, face downward. I'll go halves, Kemp, I'll go halves, Viney gasped hoarsely. Divide how you like, but don't be a fool. Take 500. Think of the boy. I've thought of the boy, and I've thought of his father. God'll mind the boy you've made an orphan. Come. My grandfather flung wide the door and tumbled Viney up the steps into the court. The little table with the lamp on it rocked from a kick, and I saved it by sheer instinct, for I was sick with terror. I followed into the court, and saw my grandfather now nearly at the street corner, hustling and dragging his prisoner. Dan, Dan, Viney was crying, struggling wildly. Dan, I've got it. Draw him off me, Dan. Go for the kid and draw him off. Go for the kid on the stairs. And I could see a man come groping between the wall and the posts, a hand feeling from one post to the next, and the stick in the other hand scraping the wall. I ran out to the farther side of the alley. Viney's shout distracted my grandfather's attention, and I saw him looking anxiously back. With that, Viney took his chance and flung himself desperately round the end post. His collar went with a rip, and he ran. For a moment my grandfather stood irresolute, and I ran toward him. I'm safe here, I cried. Come away, grandfather. But when he saw me clear of the groping man, he turned and dashed after Viney, while from the bar parlour I heard a curse and a crash of broken glass. I vaguely wondered if Viney's confederate were smashing windows in the partition, and then I ran my hardest after Grandfather Nat. Viney had made up the street toward the bridge and Ratcliffe Highway, and Captain Nat pursued with shouts of "Stop him!" Breathless and unsteady, I made slow progress with my smaller legs over the rough cobblestones, which twisted my feet always as I ran. But I was conscious of a gathering of other cries ahead, and I struggled on with throbbing head and bursting heart. Plainly there were more shouts as I neared the corner, and a running of more men than two. And when the corner was turned and the bridge and the lock before me, I saw that the chase was over. 3 bull's-eye lanterns were flashing to and fro, pointing their long rays down on the black dock water, and the policemen who directed them were calling to dockmen on the dark quay, who cried back and ran and called again. "Man in!" cried one and another, hurrying in from the highway. "Fell off the lock." "No, he cut his lucky and headed in." "He didn't, I tell you." "Yes, he did. Why, I see him." I could not see my grandfather, and for a moment my thumping heart stood still and sick with the fear that it was he who was drowning in the dock. Then a policeman swung his lantern across to the opposite side, and in the passing flash Grandfather Nat's figure stood hard and clear for an instant, and no more. He was standing midway on the lock, staring and panting, and leaning on a stanchion. With a dozen risks of being knocked into the dock by excited onlookers, I scrambled down to the lock and seized the first stanchion. It creaked and tottered in my hand, but I went forward, gripping at the swaying chain and keeping foothold on the slippery, uneven timbers I knew not how. Sometimes the sagging chain would give till I felt myself pitching headlong, only to be saved by the check of the stanchion against the side of the socket. And once the chain hung so low where it had slipped through the next stanchion eye that I had no choice but to let go, and plunged in the dark for the next upright. It might have been to plunge into space. "Grandfather Nat! Grandfather Nat!" I reached him somehow at last, and caught tight at his wrist. He was leaning on the stanchion still, and staring at the dark water. "Here I am, grandfather," I said, "but I am frightened. Stay with me, please." For a little while he still peered into the gloom. Then he turned and said quietly, "I lost him, Stevie. He went over. Here." By the sweep of his hand I saw what had happened, though I could scarce realise the whole matter then and there. As I presently learnt, however, Viney was running full for the bridge, with Captain Nat shouting behind him, when he saw the lanterns of the 3 policemen barring the bridge as they came on their beat from the highway. To avoid them he swung aside and made for the lock, with his pursuer hard at his heels. Now a lock of that sort joins in an angle or mitre at the middle, where the 2 sides meet like a valve, pointing to resist the tide, so that the hazardous path along the top turns off sharply midway. Flying headlong, with thought of nothing but the Avenger behind him, Viney overran the angle, meeting the low chain full under his knees, and so was gone with a yell and a splash. Grandfather Nat took me by the collar and turned me round. "We'll get back, Stevie," he said. "Go on, I'll hold you tight." And so in the pitchy dark I went back along the way I had come, walking before my grandfather as I had done when first I saw that lock. The dockmen had flung random lifebuoys and now were groping with drags and hooks. Some judged that the man must have gone under like a stone. Others thought it quite likely that a good swimmer might have got away quietly. And everybody wished to know who the man was and why he was running.
To all such questions my grandfather made the same answer. It was a man I wanted bad, for the police. You find him dead or alive, and I'll identify him and say the rest in the proper place. That's all. Only once he amplified this answer, and then he said, you can judge he was as much afraid of the police as he was of me, or more. Look where he went when he saw 'em on the bridge. And again he repeated, I'll say the rest when he's found, not before, and nobody can make me. He was calm and cool enough now, as I could feel as well as hear, for my hand was buried in his while he pushed his way stolidly through the little crowd. As for myself, I could neither think nor speak, nor laugh nor cry, though dizzily conscious of an impulse to do all four at once. I had Grandfather Nat again, and now he would not go away. That I could realise, and I clung with all my might to as much of his hand as I could grip. End of chapter 28. Chapter 29 of The Hole in the Wall by Arthur Morrison. Stephen's Tale. But I was to have neither time to gather my wits, nor quiet to assort my emotions, for the full issue of that night was not yet. Even as we were pushing through the little crowd, and even as my grandfather parried question with answer, a new cry rose, and at the sound the crowd began to melt, for it was the cry of fire. A single shout at first, and then another, and then a clamour of three together, and a beat of running feet. Men about us started off, and as we rounded the corner, one came running back on his tracks. "Captain Kemp, is your house," he cried. "Your house, Captain Kemp. The hole in the wall, the hole in the wall." Then was dire confusion. I was caught in a whir of running men, and I galloped and stumbled along as I might, dragging dependent from my grandfather's hand. Somewhere ahead a wavering light danced before my eyes, and there was a sudden outburst of loud cracks, as of 100 carters' whips, and then screams, screams without a doubt. Confusedly my mind went back to Viney's confederate, groping in at the bar parlour door. What had he done? Smashed glass? Glass? It must have been the lamp on the little table by the door, the lamp I had myself saved but 10 minutes earlier. Now we were opposite the hole in the wall, and the loud cracks were joined with a roar of flame. Out it came gushing at the crevices of doors and shutters, and the corners of doors and shutters, shrivelled and curled to let out more, as though that bulging old wooden house were a bursting reservoir of long-pent fire that could be held in no more. And still there were the screams, hoarser and hoarser, from what part within was not to be guessed. My grandfather stood me in a doorway, up 2 steps, and ran toward the court, but that was impassable. With such fearful swiftness had the fire sprung up, and over the dry old timber on this side, where it had made its beginning, that already a painted board on the brick wall opposite was black and smoking, and glowering red at the edges, and where I stood across the road the air was hot and painful to the eyes. Grandfather Nat ran along the front of the house to the main door, but it was blazing and bursting, and he turned and ran into the road, with his arm across his eyes. Then, with a suddenly increased roar, flames burst tenfold in volume and number from all the ground floor, and where a shutter fell, all within glowed a sheer red furnace. The spirit was caught at last. And now I saw a sight that would come again in sleep months afterwards, and set me screaming in my bed. The cries, which had lately died down, sprang out anew amid the roar, nearer and clearer, with a keener agony, and up in the club room, the room of the inquests, there at a window appeared the groping man, a dreadful figure. In no darkness now, but ringed about with bright flame, I saw him, the man whose empty, sightless eye-pits I had seen scarce 12 hours before through a hole in a canvas screen. The shade was gone from over the place of the eyes, and down the seared face, and among the rags of blistered skin rolled streams of horrible great tears, forced from the raw lids by scorching smoke. His clothes smoked about him as he stood, groping, groping still, he knew not whither, and his mouth opened and closed with sounds scarce human. Grandfather Nat roared distractedly for a ladder, called to the man to jump, ran forward twice to the face of the house as though to catch him, and twice came staggering back with his hands over his face and flying embers singeing his hair and his coat. The blind man's blackened hands came down on the blazing sill and leapt from the touch. Then came a great crash, with a single second's dulling of the whole blaze. For an instant the screaming, sightless, weeping face remained, and then was gone for ever. The floor had fallen. The flames went up with a redoubled roar, and now I could hold my place no longer for the heat. People were flinging water over the shutters and doors of the houses facing the fire, and from the houses adjoining furniture was being dragged in hot haste. My grandfather came and carried me a few doors farther along the street, and left me with a chandler's wife, who was out in a shawl, and a man's overcoat over a huddle of flannel petticoats. Now the fire engines came, dashing through the narrow lanes with a clamour of hoarse cries, and scattering the crowd this way and that. The hole in the wall was passed to aid, and all the work was given to save its neighbours. For some while I could distinguish my grandfather among the firemen, heaving and hauling, and doing the work of 3. The police were grown in numbers now, and they had cleared the street to beyond where I stood, so that I could see well enough, and in every break in the flames, in every changing shadow, I saw again the face of the groping man, even as I can see it now as I write. Floor went upon floor, till at last the poor old shell fell in a heap amid a roar of shouts and a last leap of fire, leaving the brick wall of the next house cracking and black and smoking, and tagged with specks of dying flame. And then at last my grandfather, black and scorched, came and sat by me on a step, and put the breast of his coat about me. And that was the end of the hole in the wall, the end of its landlord's doubts and embarrassments and dangers, and the beginning of another chapter in his history and mine. End of chapter 29. Chapter 30 of The Hole in the Wall by Arthur Morrison. Stephen's Tale. Little remains to say, for with the smoking sticks of the hole in the wall, the tale of my early days burns itself out. Viney's body was either never found or never identified. Whether it was discovered by some person who flung it adrift after possessing himself of the notes and watch, whether it was held unto dissolution by mud or chains or waterside gear, or whether indeed, as was scarce possible, it escaped with the life in it to walk the world in some place that knew it not, I at any rate cannot tell. The fate of his confederate at least was no matter of doubt. He must have been driven to the bar by the fire he had raised, and there, bewildered and helpless, and cut off from the way he had come, even if he could find it, he must have scrambled desperately till he found the one open exit, the club room stairs. But of these enough. Faint by contrast with the vivid scenes of the night, Diverse disconnected impressions of the next morning remain with me, all the fainter for the sleep that clutched at my eyelids, spite of my anxious resolution to see all to the very end. Of a coarse, draggled woman of streaming face and exceeding bitter cry, who sat inconsolable while men raked the ruins for a thing unrecognisable when it was found. Of the pale man who came staring and choking and paler than ever, gasping piteously of his long and honest service, and sitting down on the curb at last to meditate on my grandfather's promise that he should not want if he would work. And of Mr. Cripps, at first blank and speechless, and then mighty loquacious in the matter of insurance. For works of art would be included, of course, up to £20 apiece, at which amount of proceeds, with a discount to Captain Kemp, he would cheerfully undertake to replace the lot and throw the signboard in. Mrs. Grimes was heard of, though not seen, but this was later. She was long understood to have some bitter grievance against the police, whom she charged with plots and conspiracies to defeat the ends of justice, and I think she ended with a savage assault on a plain-clothes constable's very large whiskers, and 21 days' imprisonment. The hole in the wall was rebuilt in brick with another name, as I think you may see it still, or could till lately. There was also another landlord, for Captain Nat Kemp turned to enlarging and improving his wharf, and he bought lighters, and Wapping saw him no more. As for me, I went to school at last. End of chapter 30. End of The Hole in the Wall by Arthur Morrison.